Hello and welcome to IASPrimers. My name is Shubhashish and in this video we'll be covering the entire syllabus of ethics, integrity and aptitude. Now this is going to be a very helpful to you because in this single video of about 6 to 8 hours we have 9 topics. I'll try to cover these each in 45-50 minutes. So 6 to 8 hours we'll be covering the entire syllabus of ethics. Now this is significant because think about it, any module on ethics would be of 35 to 40 hours. Wherever I've taught, it's about 18 to 20 lectures of 2 hours each, so which comes down to 35-40 hours. So the entire thing will be covered in 6 to 8 hours in a concise manner. And once we are done with the concept, I'll be sharing with you certain past year questions, so that you can correlate the concepts with how the UPSC has been asking you questions. You are aware of the pattern of the paper, right? And obviously you get answer writing practice as well. Now, one thing that I see as a teacher, as a mentor, I'm evaluating the answers also, I'm getting certain feedback also. What I see is that the students have a tendency to, they do not give so much importance to ethics as it is required. One reason could be that it is coming after the prelims paper. It is not asked in the prelims, it's just in the mains paper. So as a consequence of this, the quality of the answers that are written, it is very basic, it's very general. The proper definitions are not being written. The key differences between, let's say, what is the difference between ethics and values, ethics and morality, those are not coming out very clearly. The case studies are also very basic or general. So you are not going to get good marks in that regard, and your rank will also come down. So this video, the idea is that you get the proper definitions, you get the proper context of the concepts, and you are able to score better in your upcoming examination, right? So this is all I wanted to share with you before starting with this marathon video, and we'll be starting now with the first chapter, that is ethics and human interface. So let's get started with it. Now coming to the first chapter, this chapter ethics and human interface is particularly important because it covers some key concepts that are frequently asked in general studies paper 4. Concepts like what are ethics, values, morals, what is the difference between ethics and morality? We use these terms interchangeably, but then what is the difference? So such questions have been asked in the past years. Then, what is the outcome of an ethical life? How does it lead to social well-being? What are the factors that influences the values of a particular person? What is the role of school and educational institutions in shaping the value system of a person? The significance of adding values or ethical behavior to professional competencies. So such is the nature of questions that are asked in GS4, which will be covered in this particular chapter. Right. Now before moving ahead, it is important to put certain terms that we'll be doing in this particular chapter into perspective. So see, human being does not live alone, and human being, like any person, is constantly interacting with, let's say, the family, the near and the dear ones. It could be the friends, social circle. It could be school or college where a person is acquiring formal education, formal training. Or it could be professional life. Yeah. So this basically signifies the human interface, the interactions a human being is having with others. And somewhere these things are influencing a particular individual. For instance, from a very early age, let's say with reference to a child, the family, the parents, the elders, they teach the child some values. We often refer to certain values like honesty, love, compassion. So some values are taught very early to a child by the family, or they may acquire certain things from the friends or the schools. So values. Then there are certain things where a person very strongly believes in. It could be with reference to religion, it could be with reference to customs, traditions, superstition. It could be that the human being is part of a social setup like family or friends. They have certain norms. The norm as to how one dresses, the norm as to how one conducts him or herself, the norm as to touching the feet of the elders. These are norms. Nobody says it, but it is expected. There is a certain standard of how a particular person conducts him or herself. And the society in which we live in, it is quite natural. There are various people living over there. And to have some sort of coordination, there are laws. So the laws also influence a particular person's actions. So the interface influences the particular person by means of values, beliefs, norms, and laws. Now, during the course of life, during the journey of life, a person is sometimes in a stage of dilemma, where a person is required to make judgments as to what is moral or immoral, right? Sometimes a person is in a bit of a confusion. Should the person be honest or lie a little bit for personal gain? So person is making certain decisions, and even now when I would have used this term lying, you must have thought that this is a wrong act, this is an immoral act. So this was a judgment that you made instinctively right now. So judgments are based, and judgments are nothing but us defining as to what is moral and immoral, and this may vary from person to person. A particular person may say that homosexuality, for instance, is wrong, right? Homosexuality is wrong, or dating is wrong, while another person would be more progressive and may say, no, this is fine, this is a natural thing, and it's okay, it's fine. So morals and immorals may differ based on one's values, beliefs, and norms. Okay, now one term is left, that is ethics. So ethics is basically how a person comes to these judgment. One says that particular action is right or wrong, fair or unfair. All of this is coming from ethics. So ethics is how we make the judgment, and moral is when the judgment is made. So ethics and human interface, as you can see, it is within the human interface. What role does ethics play? Now here again, it could be ethics in personal life, like in family, friends, or it could be ethics in professional life. Got it? And you can see how these terms are related to one another. This should really help you. You can take a screenshot if you want. This particular diagram that is there with us now, that will be really helpful. Right. Now coming to the big question, what are ethics? So ethics is coming from the Greek word ethikos. Ethikos meaning custom, habit, character, or disposition. Disposition, character, more or less the same thing. Now, I told you before also, ethics is how a person decides or makes a judgment as to what is moral or immoral, what is right or wrong, what is good or bad. So ethics is a system of moral principles. Now, I don't blame you if you feel that these two, ethikos, which means custom, habit, character, disposition, and me saying that ethics is a system of moral principles that help us differentiate good or bad, right or wrong, etc., do not match, because here we are talking about custom, habit, character, disposition. Well, if you think of it this way, that when I say custom, it's basically how a person uses these benchmarks to define what is right, what is wrong, what is moral, what is immoral. For instance, let's consider this case, drinking, right? Drinking in public, or drinking anything, drinking alcoholism. So in our society, it is not a custom to drink. right? From Mahatma Gandhi also says he was a great advocate of prohibition. Certain states are also making laws. So drinking is basically largely perceived in a society as immoral. If somebody drinks, there will be a feeling that this person is doing an immoral act. So it's because our custom is such. If we go, when we watch those sports event, like India is touring Australia, we watch cricket, we will see it is quite common for people to drink beer. Beer is nothing but drinking alcohol. So in that society, it is perceived as normal. So it is perceived, I may not say it is considered moral, but I may say that it is not considered immoral. And the same way, we may say that there are certain habits, there are certain character, like character in the sense that a person, when we say a person is of good character, we may mean that a person is is an honest person. He is helpful to the others. He or she has a sense of compassion. So when one acts in accordance with those values which are reflected in the habit or character, we may say that a person is ethical. So ethics, when we say ethical, we are using these benchmarks. We are using these as standards to decide as to what is moral, immoral, or what is ethical conduct or unethical conduct. We use these terms interchangeably. Even me, when I'm teaching, I'm using it interchangeably. But you need to be mindful that both are different. There is a bit of a difference over here. Right. So ethics is basically the system of moral principles that help us differentiate. So we can say that ethics is the investigative study, the question, what is the right thing to do? Right? We say drinking is not the right thing to do. So ethics is how we come to that conclusion. And they affect how people make decisions and lead their lives. Right? So this is about ethics. Now coming to the next important heading, that is the essence of ethics. So the essence, this term over here, it is basically reflective of something that tells us about the key quality or the key components of ethics. Now we can know the essence of ethics or the key qualities or the attributes of ethics by posing some questions like, what is ethics? Right? It's as simple, the definition of ethics that we just did. What are the factors that determine the ethics of an individual or of a society? For instance, when I say a particular action is ethical, so some values come to mind, right? So values of a particular person also would be defining how a person comes to a judgment as to what is moral or immoral. So it is dependent on values, the beliefs of a person, the norms of the social setup of which one is part of, all of this. So determinants of ethics. Then what is the outcome of ethical action? Obviously, when we say ethical action, when a person is making a decision, one is in the position of a dilemma where one is deciding as to the positive outcomes or the negative outcomes of a particular thing. So consequences of ethical action. And some people have tried to study ethics from an academic point of view. So ethics as a discipline. Right? So the answer to all of this or all of these things basically reflect the essence of ethics. Now, when we say some person has done ethical act, simple, just a statement. Obviously, these things come to the mind, like the values of accountability, empathy, honesty, integrity would be reflected. We may say Ashok Khaimka is an ethical officer, right? So, accountability, empathy, these things are reflected. So, we can say that the ethics of a person or ethics, the way a person comes to what is moral or immoral is dependent on values, beliefs, norms and laws. Right? It is interdependent. It is on this basis that a person comes to certain conclusions or makes a judgment. And ethics is about making a choice. So it's making a choice as to, when a person is deciding the pros and cons of a particular thing. So a person is making a choice as to what to do. So it's about the choices that a person makes, and that may depend on one's own values, beliefs, norms, etc. And ethics can be studied as a discipline, as an academic exercise. People have tried to understand ethics and define it. Okay, we'll come to that later. And the consequence of ethics could be that if people really adhere to the values, ethical values, then in that case, there shall be peace, harmony and stability in society. And also from an individual's point of view, if an individual has certain values like honesty, but if a person engages in a corrupt act, then the person may lose one's inner peace. Right? So then person may not be very unstable, fidgety, angry, fearful. So inner peace would be affected. So from individual's point of view as well as society's point of view, ethics has a good positive outcome basically. Okay. Now coming to some key terms which is very, very important to define and to know this, and we need to know the differences because UPSC has been asking about it. So let's come to the first question. We are doing the beliefs. So if we want to know what beliefs are, we need to ask certain questions. For instance, let me ask you a question over here. What do you believe in? Just pause this video, take a pen, paper and write it in your own words as to what do you believe in. Right? So a person naturally would be believing in certain things. All people have certain belief system. So belief system would be coming from, let's say, religion. People believe in mythology. Like for instance, a person is a Hindu, right? So the Hindu, the family would be telling them about the folklore and the traditions of the Hindus. Likewise for Islam, likewise for Sikhism. So mythology, legends. Then every society has certain superstitions. There are customs, there are traditions. Then there are people who believe that there is a difference between the men and women, and men are basically designed to work, go outside and work and earn a livelihood, while the woman is required to tend to the family. Some people feel otherwise, right? So there is a difference. So it's basically belief. Then there is a belief in the political views, ideas, right? BJP, Congress, etc., etc. So these are basically what one believes in. Now, this is what people believe in. So these are what? Ideas. These are ideas. These are views. These are attitudes of a particular person. This is something that must have come from the family at the very onset, and could have come from teaching of the religion, teaching of what is good, what is bad, or what they have been observing with their experience. And sometimes we may see that certain beliefs can be altered as well. For instance, there was a time when human beings believed that Earth was flat. But with greater knowledge, the awareness came that the Earth is spherical, it is round. People will not fall off if they keep walking. So the beliefs can change as well. So let's see the definition part where they explain the concept. Now just the literature part on this. So beliefs are ideas, viewpoints and attitudes of a particular group or a society. They consist of fables, myths, folklore, tradition, superstition, all these things that I've mentioned over here. They lay the foundation of a cultural group, and they may be invisible to a person who holds them. If a person believes in the notion of patriarchy, that person will not be aware of another view. For him or her, that is the right thing only. That is the only thing. So it must be invisible to that person. And when it comes to, this beliefs, whenever we talk about this belief system, or when we talk about something that is contrarian to a person's view, let's say somebody you believe in a particular thing, religion, and you talk something about that particular religion negative way, or of their political views, they'll be very critical and there'll be a very strong emotion, right? That may be expressed, that may not be expressed. So this necessarily evokes emotion, and these beliefs are constantly challenged, right? So we saw it can be challenged and it can be changed as well with knowledge, awareness, and education, right? So this was beliefs. Now if we want to know about values, again a question. So I'm not asking you what are values, I'm asking you this question: what do you value? So a person may value certain things, like a person may value honesty over lying, corruption, etc. A person may value being courageous, standing up for the right cause over being a mute spectator. A person may value the sense of love over hatred, right? Likewise for freedom, and also the values of respecting elders. These are something I think that is universally there across all societies, all across the geographies, different geographies, like be it India, be it Western society, be it different time frames. These values are something I think that is something very dear to a particular person. So I may say that these are eternal or universal in nature, right? So what are values? Value is something that a person gives value to. What do you value? So it is something to which we give a greater degree of importance. We give more importance to honesty over lying or cheating. So it is, and this ultimately determines what actions a particular person may take. For instance, a civil servant, if he believes in the value of honesty, then even if a person is bribed and offers are made, the person may not engage in corrupt activities. So it is the values which determine the action of a particular person. Then, as can be seen, value is something that denotes preference, right? For good or bad. So values are also important and lasting beliefs or ideas within an individual, what is good or bad, desirable or undesirable. So here we say that it is a important and lasting beliefs or idea. See, honesty, courage, etc. are values, but people believe that these are good things. People believe it. This is a value for sure, but people believe in it. So sometimes you will find that certain terms are beliefs, but they are used as values interchangeably. Like ethics and morality, likewise for beliefs and values. But yes, there is a key difference over here, right? So this is about the values, and the values influence a person's behavior and attitude. And it is influenced by social environment, religion, customs, etc. Okay, now I have a question for you, right? So this will give you greater clarity. So let's do this question. Both are past year questions. So for some people feel that values keep changing with time and situation, while others strongly believe that there are certain universal and eternal human values. Right? So values that keep changing and some that are universal. Give your perception in this regard with due justification. Okay. See, values, right? You can define values. Now you can see that there are certain values that are core, that are universal, that are eternal, as I told you before. And there are certain values that may be changing with the course of time, with greater awareness, education, they may be changing. For instance, in the modern times, in the age of urbanization, there is greater preference today we see that the man is becoming more material in nature, right? So with the changing lifestyle, the man is becoming more material in nature. So material and pleasure are something that are more critical to a particular person. Okay. Earlier, people used to prefer the family life. They used to live as joint families. But now, for greater opportunities, for better standard of living, people are moving away. So we can say that a person values individualism. A person is being individualistic when one leaves one's joint family, where one used to live in a rural setup maybe, and moving to a city and living alone. So that person is looking at himself or herself for better standard of living. So individualism is getting more prominent over collectivism, right? So values may keep changing. The values may keep changing. The values of religion may also change from time to time. Right? So there are certain things that are permanent, that are eternal, like honesty, courage, love, etc. They are permanent, they are eternal across the cultures, across different societies. But then there are certain things, maybe we can call them as peripheral values, that may change in the given context. Next question. The crisis of ethical values in modern times is traced to a narrow perception of the good life. Discuss. So here, a basic thing is, there is this concept of Purush Artha. There is this concept like in Indian society, Purush Artha, which is nothing but, it's basically an objective of human pursuit, right? So human pursuit. So as you can see, Purush Artha, Purush, human. So object of human pursuit. And it was believed that for this human pursuit, there are certain things that are very important. So these are dharma, arth, kam, and moksha. Dharma means moral life, rightful living. Arth means material life. Kama means sensual pleasure or just pleasure also. And moksha means salvation. So earlier these four things were important. Even today they are important. But today only the earth component, earth, material well-being, and kama, pleasure, these are becoming more important. In the society that we live in, people are focusing more and more on success, more and more on getting better placement, better packages. So that is becoming more important. So when one says good life, the material well-being, the comfort, that is becoming more important vis-a-vis the moral or rightful living or peace of mind. Those things, those attributes are being put aside in preference over earth and kama. Right? So this aspect you have to reflect, you have to specify over here. Right. Now coming to the next aspect is norms. Now here again I have a question before you. You must be part of a social setup, and this social setup, there must be certain norms. Norms are standards or basically some sort of rules, informal rules as to how we are to conduct ourselves, right? So you can take this as an exercise. We are part of a social setup, be it family, be it a community like religion, caste, etc., school, professional life. So here we all have certain norms. Can you write down these norms on a piece of pen and paper? Just the norms, like for instance, you can identify these things. Like for instance, family, I gave you one example earlier, that respecting the elders by touching their feet, that is a norm, right? There is a norm that drinking, is not a norm in Indian society, we may say this way. There is a norm in the schools that we stand up. When a teacher comes, we stand up. We wish the teachers. There is a norm of timely submissions of homework assignments. Likewise, there are certain norms or conduct in the professional life. Now, these things are not stated. These are kind of rules, but these are not stated explicitly. But this is something that we are expected to do. And when we do not do as expected, there may be some sort of a punishment or some sort of action against us, so that we are put back into the norm or we are in line with others. Right? This image is basically reflective of a person who is not standing in accordance with the norm. So this is basically, norm is about some sort of a social pressure so that everybody is in accordance with a particular standard. Okay, so what are norms now? So norms are social expectation. It is expected that particular person may conduct himself or herself in a particular way. It is a norm that people, when they go out, they will be well dressed. It is a norm, like when I was in school, I went to this, I've traveled across. So I used to wear this half pant. So I went to a different place and in a different school, they started mocking me. So there was a norm that everybody would wear full pants. Knickers are only for younger children. So that is again a norm. So they guide behavior and socially acceptable ways of behavior. These are called as norms. They are generally informal guidelines. They are not stated as such directly like rules. There's no statement as such. It is a form of collective expectation. Then norms are a form of social control because everybody works in accordance with that. And it is to check deviant behavior. If somebody doesn't act in accordance with the norms, then people may laugh at it or they may boycott a particular person, right? So such things may take place in a society, in a family, or whatever social setup of which we are part of. Now coming to principles, I don't have a question, rather this time I have a statement. Let's say you come across a statement that he's a man of principles, right? Man or woman of principles. Now, what values, if we say about a particular person, what values would come to your mind? What things would come to your mind? We would believe that this person, who we say that so and so is a person of principles, we would believe that this person is a man of higher values. The person would be honest in their conduct, would be a person of integrity, would be a person who would have the courage to stand for the right cause. There are certain bureaucrats who are pressurized to do the wrong thing, who are given the best of the offers for corruption. They do not do it. They have the courage to stand up to the right cause, even if that inflicts pain on them. So courage. So it is above certain values, right? Above certain values. That is something difficult. That is not something very common, right? It is not said for anybody that so and so is a person of principles. It's something very rare. It's a compliment, right? So when we say that the particular person is a person of principles, we would believe that the person has certain ideal values like truthfulness, honesty, fairness, justice, courage to stand for the right cause, etc. So it basically means that the person is of high values, and those values which are something that is basic, universal and fundamental in nature. Wherever we go, if we talk about a person as a person of principles, these values would be universally seen. Okay, now let's the literature part with ethics. So when we talk about principles, right, but before talking about principles, we talked about values, beliefs and morality. Now they vary from person to person, and likewise ethics may also vary from person to person, from societies to societies, that may vary. But when we talk about principles, these are something that is universally applicable all across. And principles are therefore, these are about the universal truths and standards such as fairness, truthfulness, equality and justice. So these are universal. Okay. Now coming to morals. We have done quite a bit on it actually, but still. So we are now on morals. We'll be defining morals now. So here, when we talked about morals, we talked about it's basically a judgment as to what is good, what is bad, what is fair, what is unfair, etc., etc. Or what is acceptable, what is unacceptable in the society or for a particular individual. So here I have certain actions with you, right? And you can share with me what thoughts come to your mind. So first is speaking a lie, stealing, drinking. Obviously, we would say that certain action is moral, immoral. Stealing would be immoral. Okay. Then there are certain things like homosexuality, dating, and sati. Right? So these things that come to our mind. So we would immediately make a judgment that it is bad to lie. If we lie to a person, we are being unfair to a person. Likewise for stealing. Then comes something to do with customs. It is, for example, a marriage among two gay couples. This is again homosexuality. So something, by and large, maybe in a population also, in a country also, this may be deemed as immoral. But nowadays, we see a change in perception. Recently, a law was, there was a law known as Section 377 of IPC. Section 377 of IPC, which criminalized homosexuality. But now judgment was passed which decriminalized it. Likewise, there is a change in perception about dating. So dating was seen as, it is still seen actually amongst many as immoral. But now there is a change in perception with the changes in the education and the value system of the people. And likewise for sati, practice of sati. So what we see is, one is moral, immoral, something that may be universal. It's a judgment first of all. Then it's something that may be universal. It may be something that is different for different people. For example, when we talk about homosexuality, dating, etc. So it is different for different people. Maybe more people who believe more in customs and traditions may not like this. Some person who believes in progressive ideas may believe that it's fine. Homosexuality, they'll be more receptive to this idea, right? So these are certain key observations over here. Now, one more thing over here, that what we can see over here is that morals are beliefs. People believe that speaking a lie is wrong. It's a judgment, but people believe in it. Likewise for homosexuality, etc. So it is a judgment of what is right and wrong, acceptable, unacceptable, and it is intrinsic to a human being. Moment you come across this, you know that this is right, this is wrong. Yes, and morals may change with time, like for homosexuality, dating, sati, etc. They may change from time to time. So what are morals? Definition: these are beliefs of an individual or a group as to what is right or wrong, acceptable or unacceptable. Now, when you're writing the definition, you have to specify that these are beliefs. This may be of an individual or of a group, because different people may have different moral systems. Some may be universally applicable. For example, people, wherever you go, they will say that stealing is an immoral act. But we cannot say the same for homosexuality, dating, etc. Right? So this thing has to be specified. And morals are the principles of right behavior, which we use to judge the goodness or badness of human character. Principles, remember, it's a set of rules. So on basis of certain things, we decide what is the right behavior, etc. Okay. Morals are the prevailing standards of the society, or prevailing standards of behavior. Okay. So not to being honest or stealing, the prevailing standard that if you do this, this is a wrong thing. Likewise for homosexuality, something that is already prevailing. It was there before you also. It may last even after. It may exist even after you also. So it's something that has been there before you. So it's the prevailing standards of behavior. Right. Now this way I'm going to do it very quickly, because obviously we have done this before. So ethics is about making a judgment as to what is moral or immoral. Now, it helps us in identifying, sometimes it is helpful in addressing certain dilemmas as well. For example, corruption, right? Corruption, or sometimes we may talk about breaking of law. Now, breaking of law in general, you break any law, it will be considered as an unethical act. But sometimes breaking of law may lead to the greater good of the people. Let me just give you some simple example over here. Let's say an accident has taken place, right? An accident has taken place, and the accident took place. So this person, being a good Samaritan, takes this person in his car, the person who is a victim, and drives and breaks all the speed limits. Even goes via the wrong side. So that he can reach the hospital as soon as possible and save the person's life. Breaking of the law, but for a greater good. Or it may be a person lies, but that lie leads to a positive outcome. These are dilemmas because your value says that you should not lie, but it is leading to a positive outcome, right? So it's also about dealing with the dilemmas. And how can good morals be enforced in different settings? That is also to do with ethics. For instance, let me just do this once. You must have heard about this code of conduct for civil servants. Code of conduct, how they should conduct themselves. You must have heard about these terms like medical ethics, sports ethics, code of conduct for sportsmen. So it's how a particular body or an authority have created certain set of rules so that people do not engage in wrongful behavior or something by which they get an unfair advantage, like in sports, right? So how it can be enforced in different settings. Okay, so ethics describes inquiry, investigation, analysis, and application of moral principles and dilemmas. It can refer to a personal belief system, same as morals, or rules of conduct or study of moral philosophy, right? Ethics provide a framework for understanding and interpreting right and wrong in a group or a society. Now coming to the relationship between ethics and laws. So first of all, when we talk about ethics and laws, it is about regulating the conduct of the society, the conduct of the individuals, the conduct of the society at large. For instance, the ethics tells us about, it helps us in deciding what is moral or immoral, what is right or wrong. And the same can be said for laws. There are laws that tell us that, hate speech is wrong. Committing a murder or stealing is punishable offense. So there are laws. Now here one thing to be kept in mind is that ethics may be different for different individuals. In a society, there are different types of people. For example, there may be society from community A, B, C, etc. There are different people. And different people have different notions of what is right, what is wrong. Here, law becomes important in the sense that law is some sort of a basic minimum thing that the society or the individuals have to adhere to. Even though A or B or C may feel differently about a particular subject, if there is a law, they have to adhere to it, or they have to limit themselves to it. So it is about some sort of a minimum standard that is applicable to all of them. And somewhere it is about ensuring that there is social order, peace, harmony, etc. Right? Like Indian Penal Code or criminal code that we have, it's about that people should not do wrongful things in the society. So there is overall social well-being and harmony. Okay, so one aspect was this. The other thing when we talk about ethics and laws is that ethics is reflecting, when we make a law, it reflects the ethics of a particular society. So we can say that the laws are a reflection of ethics of a particular society. The society believes, that stealing or doing hate crime or sedition is an unethical act. So to stop people from doing that, the law was created. So the society believed that certain action is immoral, and therefore they created a law for this. In certain societies, prostitution is permitted, right? In Indian society, prostitution may be considered unethical, and therefore a law is made for the same purpose. Likewise, we can talk about the homosexuality also. So society believed that the old society believed that homosexuality is the wrong thing. It should not be the way the people live. So they made a law. So the laws reflect what the society at large believe, what is ethical, what is unethical. Okay, so this is there. Now another thing is, sometimes it's said that what is illegal. Now sometimes we may say that breaking of law is considered as an illegal or something as unethical. For example, if you break the law of traffic signals, or if you break the law of by beating somebody, etc., it's illegal, and therefore normally it will be unethical. But is that always the case? Can we say, can it happen that the law, can we say that if somebody breaks the law, the one has done an ethical act? We have this example of non-cooperation movement where Mahatma Gandhi deliberately broke the law because he felt that the law was illegitimate. It was not for the betterment of the society. So he broke the law. So it is not necessary that what is illegal may be unethical, right? So these are the important things that one needs to keep in mind with reference to ethics and laws. And one more thing with reference to ethics and law is that even though the purpose of ethics and laws are same, it's more or less the same thing, that is about regulating the conduct of the people, the ethics is much wider in its scope vis-a-vis the law. Law is about minimum coordination and creating harmony. Ethics can be much wider in scope. So these things are there that you need to keep in mind. So let's look at the literature over here. Ethics is the reasoned framework in a society about what is a right thing to do. And members in a group have different ways to answer that question, right? I gave you this example of different communities believing differently. Then there ought to be a minimum enforceable standard of behavior in a society. Why? So as to maintain social order, peace, harmony, justice, etc., right? And safeguard the public interest at large. So for that purpose, the laws are created. Now, the law is generally narrow in scope vis-a-vis ethics. And laws are influenced by the ethical standards of a society, but it is not always the case. Okay, one more example I'll give you. Sati was considered ethical. The pre-British times and before this also, it's ethical. It was considered something that is very virtuous. British made a law, and they believed they were from a different society, and they believed that sati is the wrong thing. Burning a woman and a woman giving up her life, the wrong thing. So they made a law. So now we can say that the law that is created, it is not reflective of the society's value. But on the course of time, with this law, the ethics, gradually, what the society perceived of sati changed later on. So now, later on, it was not an accepted practice in the society. Modern day India and what it used to be is different. Right? I hope this concept of ethics and law is clear. I think we have covered every single aspect over here. Right. Now, the determinants of ethics. What are the determinants of ethics as to how we decide what is right or wrong, moral or immoral? So it could be by means of God or religion, right? They teach us certain values, they teach us certain beliefs, and on that basis, we may make our certain judgments. It could be by means of human conscience, where a person deliberately thinks about issues and makes the decisions, or it is intuitive. Aha, yes, this is there. The moment you come across a situation, instinctively you know that this action was right or wrong. It could be influenced by the culture, society, family, teachers, and life experiences, leadership, and philosophies. Okay, the modern day India is in a particular way because the leadership that made our constitution, that made our government, they instill certain values in us. Likewise, certain times we may have some regressive leadership, and those values may inculcate in us gradually. Right? Like philosophies means something to do with, again, religion, the philosophy of, let's say, the Vedic philosophy, the philosophy given by Bhagavad Gita, the philosophy given by Jaina, you name it. We can Bhakti movement, Nanak's philosophy. So these are these influence the conduct and the behavior of the people, basically the ethics of the people. And yes, the constitution has certain values. We have the fundamental rights, we have the fundamental duties. They tell us about equality, they tell us about the free speech of others, the right of the person to freely practice their own religion, live in harmony. So those are coming from the constitution. So various ways the ethics of a person is determined. Okay, I just cut this ethics and I replace this with values. What are the determinants of values? More or less the same thing. More or less the same thing over here. And in this reference, the role of family, teachers, and life experiences in shaping of the values can be an important theme for mains. Till now, a question is not asked. Now, given the pandemic and the schools being shut down and online education is there, the question could be asked from the point of view as to role of educational institutions in shaping the values of the child, basically. So on these lines, a question can be asked. Okay, now next is consequences of ethics. Consequences. So when a person takes ethical decision, or when a person is in a state of dilemma, and if he has to decide if he has to do this or this, two different actions. So one is weighing in on the pros and cons of each decision. So if a person takes an ethical decision, when a person takes an ethical decision, then naturally there are certain consequences, either positive, negative, whatever. So there are certain consequences. I will take this example. Let's take this consequences first. So these consequences that a person comes across could be measured by means of happiness that a person feels by pursuing ethical values, suffering. They may have to suffer. There may be pain, pleasure, etc. This may be at the level of individual as well as society. Now I'll give you an example. So we'll add up all the things over here. So this is a very famous example of an IAS officer, very famous, Ashok Khemka. So he's known for standing up to corruption. And during the course of the time, this IAS officer, because of his position on corruption, he has been penalized by the superiors, by the political class, because he has stood up to the wrong thing. So the higher up wanted him to engage in the corrupt activities, but he refused to do it. So as a result of this, this famous IAS officer has to suffer. He has been harassed by the superiors. He has been suspended as well for his actions. And also he has gotten the ire of the superiors because he didn't toe the line of the officials, higher ups, and did the right thing basically and save the public interest. For example, there was something about an illegal land deal with the reference to the ruling party in power, right? So if that land deal had gone through, the public would have lost. The public money would have been lost. So because of his actions, Even though he was penalized because of this, he has been transferred multiple times. He has been transferred up to 50 times in his career of 29 years. So that's an harassment actually. But in the course of the time, because of this, maybe we can say that the person is standing true to one's values. So the person has been encountering pains, he has to suffer, but at the same time we may say that the person feels, is standing true to one's values. So maybe the person has inner peace, even though he may have material discomfort, the person experiences inner peace. Because he's acting in accordance with the values with which he believes in. He believes in honesty, so he's standing up to corruption. Right? At the same time, the society also benefits, because if he did the wrong thing, the public goods would have been affected. The welfare of the public would have been affected. The money that was to be spent on the public would have been gone to the private hands. So it affects, the consequences of ethics. We can see it may lead to happiness, suffering, pain, pleasure. It may have outcomes at individual level as well as the level of the society. Now, this was with reference to a person standing up to corruption. We can also take an example that if everybody in the society goes by the ethical standards, then in that case there shall be overall well-being of the individual as well as of the society. Right? So it will lead to personal well-being as well as the social well-being. The person will have inner peace. Okay, so this was about the consequences of ethics. Now, one thing to keep in mind is it is distinct from consequentialist ethics. It's the term we'll come to in the next chapter. What does consequentialist ethics means? When a person has to make a decision, let's say person A has to make a decision to achieve a goal. Let me just write this as ends, the final outcome. So one makes a decision, and let's say to make this decision, one may decide to lie as well. Okay? One may decide to lie or engage in some wrong conduct that is considered deemed wrongful as well. But as long as the outcome is good, the end result is good, that action is considered ethical as per consequentialist ethics. It is basically looking at the utility of that action. If it leads to positive outcome, that means that's an ethical act according to this philosophy of ethics. So consequentialist ethics is about when a person is making a decision, keeping in mind the final outcome. Consequences of ethics is once the decision is made, what is the consequence of this action? For instance, I'll tell you. When IAS officer Ashok Khemka makes this decision, right, to stand up to corruption. So he has made a decision that, if I do this, then in that case, I will have to suffer. I'll be posted to a different place. My family would suffer, but people would get benefit as a result of this. So this may be seen as a consequentialist ethics, in the sense, if we think from the point of view of consequentialist ethics, that is, the outcome would be good, so I'm taking this action. Consequences of ethics is telling us about the final outcome, the suffering, pain, happiness, whatever happens to IAS officer Ashok Khemka and the society and the people associated with him. That is consequences of ethics. I really hope you have understood this concept. Right. Now, coming to dimensions of ethics, this is basically about ethics as a discipline or academic study. So when we talk about ethics, dimensions of ethics, so the first question is, what is ethical, what is unethical, what is ethics, what is moral? So basically anything to do with what, right? So what is it? Then when we identify what is ethical, what is unethical, the next thing is we make certain judgments. We enforce the ethical conduct, or what is moral conduct, we enforce it. So that is the action part. Then, can we have some sort of a universal framework or set of rules by which we can automatically come to a conclusion as to what is ethical or unethical? So that is the third side. And application of all of this comes at comes to applied ethics. Let's put it this way. Let's say application of ethics to a particular field. Let's say we talk about medical ethics. So ethics to a particular field. So we are applying certain principles in the medical field. Now in this reference, we're deciding which medical practice is ethical or not, right? Use of private practice during, private practice for doctors, is it ethical or not? What are the ethical conduct for a medical practitioner? So that is what is morals. Then a person engaging in moral conduct, that is judgment or a decision is made or an action is taken. Creating a set of rules so that all the doctors or all the medical practitioners engage in ethical conduct. Right? So this is what is dimensions of ethics. So I have shown you with the example over here. Okay. So when thinkers are working on this ethics, they are looking at basic questions like the very nature and status of morality. So something like what is moral, what is immoral, etc. Then they make certain judgments. And once a judgment is made, they are evaluating it. Then comes the fundamental rules, principles and values justifying moral judgments. So creating some set of framework or set of rules from which we can identify which action is ethical or unethical, or moral or immoral. And lastly, applied ethics or practical application of ethics. Now, when we study ethics as a discipline, the ethics could be divided into certain branches. So first is meta-ethics. Meta-ethics is basically looking at the very basic nature of things like what is moral, what is immoral, and taking an action of it and judging the action if this particular action or a judgment was moral or immoral, right? Next is normative ethics. That is what must be done. So normally when we do with the normative ethics, it's like what ought to be done, what must be done, what should be done, what can be done. So it is about the fundamental rules, principles and values justifying moral judgments. This is to do with normative ethics. The first two is to do with meta-ethics. And last one is naturally it is about the applied ethics. Okay. Now, applied ethics, one example I gave you about the medical profession, right? It could be for anything. The most important from the exam point of view is environmental ethics. So here we have, when we talk about environmental ethics, it's about moral obligations of man towards nature and environment, right? Then the key questions like, should we focus just on economic growth and environment sustainability? When the debates and talks are taking place with reference to climate change, ozone layer depletion, you will come across these themes. The issue of common but differentiated responsibilities, how are nations engaging themselves when it comes to the environment related issues, so environmental ethics, disaster vulnerability, because of the changes in the environment that is taking place, natural disasters are very common. Now here we see that certain countries, certain people are more vulnerable to disasters versus the others. They may not be responsible, those people who are more vulnerable, they may not be responsible for the environmental changes. It may be the action of the other people. So here again we can look at it from multiple perspectives. So environmental ethics. Likewise, we have ethics in governance, which basically tells us about how the governance could be better. Right, we have this entire chapter on this, we'll be doing this. Then application of ethics in sports, we have these issues of doping taking place, right? People engaging in wrongful conduct to get unfair advantage, people cheating in sports. Now most recently from science and tech and ethics is technological doping that was in news. There was this Tokyo Olympics that took place. There was this special kind of shoe known as Vaporfly shoe. So that was giving unfair advantage to people who were wearing these shoes. They were able to clock better timings during the marathon race. So sports ethics, and how can we enforce ethical behavior in sports? So all those meta ethics, normative ethics, and your other one meta normative only, not applied. Yeah. Next is business ethics. So in the course of doing the business, every company is doing a business. So the ethical behavior of that company vis-a-vis the different stakeholders. So one is to earn profit, that is natural, to increase the wealth of the shareholders, but then it is having certain consequences on maybe the environment, right? We have these mining companies which we accuse of pollution and displacement of the indigenous community for land. People are displaced, the local environment is affected. Then the quality of work life there, how does it deal with its vendors, people who are supplying them with equipment? Are they making them timely payments? What is the work environment in that particular company or industry? So all these questions of corporate governance are part of the business ethics. Then applied ethics could also be with reference to international relations, etc. Right? So every single field we can have ethics, apply ethics to it. Okay. Now these two terms are very important. So this is somewhere related to business ethics. So we have these two terms, one is ethical management and other is management of ethics. Don't worry, this management that you see, it is basically talking about a business only. It's about, in a company or in whichever setup you are in. So there are managers in any company, there are managers who are managing the people over there. So ethical management is about the ethics of the manager or the management. And ethical management talks about the end outcome as to how that particular management or that work environment is ethical. For instance, when we talk about ethical management that is ethical. If we write it this way, that will be easier. Management that is ethical. And what management would be ethical? Something that is providing equality. It is not discriminating between the male staff and the female staff. Normally we see discrimination. We see that women are not getting promoted as they should be. Sometimes, silly jokes are made, but somewhere they are insensitive. Okay, so we have this aspect, we have the gender aspect. We may talk about the work-life balance, proper pay to the workers, the benefits of social security, etc. So all of this are the key constituents of ethical management. Okay, one thing that I left was sexual harassment at workplace. So if it is not there, then it is again a reflection of ethical management, which means ethics in management or management that is ethical. Management of ethics is about how ethics is enforced in the organization. Got it? Ethical management was the final goal, that this company is ethical. But how is ethics enforced in that company? That is coming under the management of ethics. For instance, we did this earlier, just now, code of conduct is there, right? The code of conduct for employees. There may be certain norms or certain rules so that discrimination does not take place. If the discrimination takes place, there must be some sort of a feedback mechanism so that corrective action can be taken. There may be some sort of ombudsman, right? So these things may be done so that we can ensure that ethics is better managed in a particular company, and we achieve the goal of ethical management. So these are the things. This is an important definition that was actually asked in UPSC GS4. Okay, now coming to the next aspect. Our society is changing and we are modernizing from rural India. Most of our India is rural, 70%. Now we are becoming urbanizing. People are moving to urban areas for better jobs, better income, better quality of life, access to education, healthcare, etc. And this is obviously taking place when they are joining companies, etc., where they're working together, So as a result of this, what is happening? One is urbanization is taking place. So it's believed that more and more India is going to be urbanized at the cost of less rural will move to urban. So one is this. People from different places, people from different cultures, region, etc., are coming together in in urban areas basically. So you may take the example of Bombay, you may take the example of Delhi. So we call these cities as cosmopolitan. It's basically reflective of people living together in close quarters, people from different regions, different culture living together in a common place. Now, as a result of this, what is happening is, one, we can say that yes, the standards of the living of the people are improving. Then we can say that these people are becoming more demanding, or naturally they should be. So for better governance, accountability, etc. Their outlook is different from traditionalism, modernism. They are more materialistic. They are critical of the wrong practices that used to take place in the rural setups. Right? For instance, again, I will come back to homosexuality or dating. What an urban setup, what a city in Bombay and Delhi would perceive would be very different from a rural area. Right? So this mindset and outlook would be different. But there are certain problems also that are arising because of it, and we can put them under the bracket of ethics. So one is because of this cosmopolitan culture and urbanization, which is centered around a better standard of living, environmental sustainability is a cause of concern. There is too much focus on consumerism and material benefits, material comforts, right? As a result of this, we are becoming too much resource intensive, and this is affecting the environment sustainability as well. We have number of incidents, we have number of reports like Oxfam reports which have highlighted the rising inequality within the country. And this is not just for India, but any place, even the Western society, we will find this, that the inequality is actually increasing. You may also refer to the post 1991 era, where we can see that more industry has come, more modernization has taken place, but at the same time, the condition of the poor and the vulnerable has declined. Then people are coming together, people have their distinct culture. For example, in an apartment, there may be a Punjabi and a Tamilian living together in a Bombay, right? Where there's a Marathi culture. But so people are living together, and in the social perspective, in the sociological perspective, we may call the situation as a salad bowl. As a salad bowl, if you order the salad bowl, you'll find there is cabbage, there is cucumber, other things. So although they are in one common bowl, but their distinct identity is there. We can see, okay, fine, cabbage is there, cucumber is there, it's available, it can be seen clearly. That it basically means that people live together, there's a syncretic culture, but at the same time they identify their own values, own culture. For example, a Bengali living in an apartment would tell the child to learn about the Bengali tradition would be there, likewise for the Tamil person. But today what we see is that the local cultures that are there, it is getting diluted. The basic heritage, the basic culture, the language, the religious values, they are getting swayed away, and we can see a common culture. It's like a melting pot. If you burn everything together, like metals, if all metals are there and if you burn them together, so you'll find a common alloy. It melts and you will get an alloy over there. You cannot differentiate. You cannot, like in a salad bowl, you can say these things are different entities. But in a melting pot, you cannot see that difference. So that is the concern. And then individualism is getting more important. People are leaving their families and joining the urban setup. So individualism is getting more important at the cost of collectivism, at the cost of joint family culture, etc. And likewise, more and more breakups of the family is taking place. Yes, lifestyle changes versus healthy routine. Now coming to ethics in public and private relationships. Now, before moving forward, let us try to identify the relationship, private and public. So you can see these two images, right? And this should give you some idea. So you can see it is a very informal arrangement. It's an informal arrangement. It's between the near and dear ones. It's between couples. It's between husband and wife, father and daughter, etc. And we can see the values of loyalty, love and affection. And it is in the close confines of one's accommodation, house, etc. Nobody is observing you. It could be between two couples who meet secretly also. That is also reflective of a private relationship. So ethics in private relationship is as to how one conducts oneself in this private circle, right? So if a person cheats in a relationship, we may say that the person is unethical. So we do not see the value of loyalty over here, or honesty also. Now next is the public relationship, and you can see how formal the setup is. And it's a formal setup, and maybe it's quite possible, we have seen people, they are very different in their personal life. They may be very irritated, but when they are in the professional setup, in the public setup, and they are being observed, they are very pleasing and smiling, right? So the conduct may differs in the setup in which a particular person is. So yes, it's part of their interactions, as part of their work cycle. It is, and it's based on the profession they are in, and also one more thing, they are being observed all through, right? This is intimate. This is something which is public and something that is visible. Okay. Now, when we talk about this ethics in public and private relationship, the issue arises as far as the GS4 goes. When we see that there is a clash between ethics in public and private relationships. Let me give you one example through a case study that was asked in UPSC. So there was a case study in UPSC GS4 based on this subject, where a person, it's a new entry like you, maybe when you enter the civil services, you have a boss who is very supportive and friendly, who has a very good nature otherwise in the work circle. But in one day you happen to go to the person's house, and you noticed that there was a lady who was crying, and the moment you came in, there was silence. Something to reflect that the husband was ill-treating the wife, the boss was ill-treating the wife. So we see in the professional life the person is very different, but in the private relationship he or she is very, very different over here. So the question was asked, it's about this theme, and it was asked as to how you can resolve the situation. So it is about emotional intelligence as well. We'll do that later, right? So you can see how a person is different in the house, in the private confines, and how the person is different in the professional life. Sometimes it is felt that if a person, let's say if a person cheats in a relationship, basically means that the person's ethics are a bit weak. A person need not be true to one's value system. One is fine with lying if it gives him some sort of a comfort. And this may reflect in the professional life as well, because you may cheat with the colleagues as well for personal gain. It is quite possible, right? But this need not always be the case. This was the thing that I wanted to discuss with you, right? So ethics in public and private relationship. One more way of looking at is when the elections take place and people take political opponents take pot shots. They take shots. They criticize the other people on base of how they are treating their private family members, or if they are having affairs or not. And they tell the people not to vote for them, right? So very important leaders from the ruling as well as the opposition parties, we have seen this, right? So this basically concludes our chapter, ethics and human interface. Now we have some questions. Let's see some of the questions over here. So this question was asked. I had shared 2 questions on values. That was a bit more of contextual, required more knowledge. This is something very basic. You should be able to answer this. What do you understand by values and ethics? And in what ways it is important to be ethical along with professionally competent? Try to answer these questions in your own words. You can share it with me on my Telegram channel, t.me/IASPrimers, or the link will be in the description box. Okay. Next is differentiate between the following. Okay, so law and ethics, ethical management and management of ethics, discrimination and preferential treatment, personal ethics and professional ethics. You have seen all this except for the third point. So discrimination can be like, it's a negative thing. It's like discriminating on the basis of gender, or discrimination in terms of opportunities on the basis if somebody is from a particular religion or based on gender, etc. That is discrimination. Preferential treatment is again a discrimination, but it is positive, to uplift or for better well-being of a particular person or a community. For example, reservation, that is an example of preferential treatment. Now, preferential treatment is not equality, but it is in lines with the principles of equity, justice and fairness. That something wrong had been done in the past. For example, the caste discrimination on the caste used to take place. Education was not there, opportunities are not there. So in the past, something wrong has been done. So now doing justice by giving extra opportunities, additional opportunities. So equity, justice and fairness. Okay, explain how ethics contributes to social and human well-being. So this is consequences of ethics. Remember, consequences of ethics we did. So if we have ethical conduct, then we are listening to our inner voice, a voice of conscience. We are being true to our values, and therefore we will feel peace. If we do wrongful conduct, we will feel fearful, right? We will be under a bit of stress, tension also. It may also lead to violence and fear, tension, if somebody indulges in hate speech and crime, etc. Right? So it may contribute to human well-being, as well as we can talk about the social well-being as well. It will be social harmony will be there. There will be social order, peace, etc. if everybody engages oneself in the ethical conduct or rightful conduct. Okay. I have discussed this in detail, actually, this question. So you can read this. Law and ethics are considered to be the two tools of controlling human conduct, so as to make it conducive to civilized social existence. So discuss how they achieve this objective, and giving examples show how the two differ in their approaches. Now, one question is from environmental ethics. Right, so try answering this question. And now again, we can elaborate this further. We can go ahead, we can talk about business ethics, we can talk about ethics in sports. So we can have a number of combinations through which we can ask questions over here. Right then, so this ultimately concludes our ethics and human interface. Now we'll be moving to the next chapter, that is to do with the contributions of Western moral thinkers and Indian thinkers and philosophers. So now moving on to the next chapter. Now coming to the second chapter, that is contributions of moral thinkers and philosophers. Now this chapter can be split into two parts. So the first one is the Western thinkers and philosophers, and the next is the Indian philosophy and thinkers. So Indian philosophy, ancient philosophy, like the role of religion in shaping the ethics of the Indian society. So Vedic religion, the Brahmin, Buddhism, Jainism, the role of the Dharma Shastras, the role of the Itihasas like the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. So what ethical values does Indian society derive from it? So we'll be doing this, plus the great Indian thinkers like Mahatma Gandhi, Vivekananda, Kautilya, etc. Now, starting with the Western thinkers, we can classify the Western ethical thought into three broad categories. So the first one is virtue-based ethics. This thing that I'm doing is very, very important, so keep an eye on this. So virtue-based ethics. So virtue-based ethics is concerned with the virtues of the person who is performing or who is in a state of dilemma. So it's concerned with the virtues of the person who makes a judgment or who performs a particular action to come to a particular end or an outcome. Right? Every action has an eventual outcome at the end of it. So virtue-based ethics is only concerned with the virtues of the person. So if the person is well-meaning, so the person is likely to perform ethical act. So virtue-based ethics, and the great thinkers associated are Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. The next is duty-based ethics. Duty-based ethics is just concerned with the nature of the judgments that are performed. It is not concerned as to what will be the end outcome of that particular action. And this duty-based ethics is also known as deontology. It is only concerned with the nature of the action that is taken. It is not concerned with the end outcome or who is the person who's dealing with it. Means, for instance, we know that lying is an immoral act. In general, we would say lying is immoral. But let's say there is a situation where lying leads to saving of lives. For instance, let's consider a scenario where there is, the police officials know that there is a bomb in a very crowded society. So they may prefer to speak a lie and keep the public misinformed so that there is no stampede. So, the police officials can work and resolve the situation in the meanwhile. So it involves lying. But lying, we know, is immoral. So according to deontology, it is an immoral act on the part of the police, even though it may lead to saving of lives. And the great thinker associated here is Immanuel Kant. So we'll be covering him, his categorical imperatives particularly. And time and again, the UPSC has been asking questions about it, from it actually. Next is teleology. So it is considered with the end outcome. It is also known as the utility-based ethics, like virtue-based ethics, duty-based ethics, likewise utility-based ethics. What is the utility of the action that is taken into account? End utility. For instance, here, lying would lead to a better outcome. So, according to utilitarianism, lying is a moral act. It is not immoral as it was in deontology. Now, with reference to teleology, the great thinkers are Jeremy Bentham and Mills, who propounded the theory of utilitarianism. Beyond this, we will do some other thinkers as well. But yes, these are the three important categories of ethics when we talk about the Western philosophy. And when we are looking at the case studies, we may have to come to certain conclusions. So we can refer to duty-based ethics or deontology and teleology. Time and again, we may be required to answer this, right? So this is it. Now starting with the virtue-based ethics, that is the great thinkers, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Now coming to Socrates. Socrates was a great Greek philosopher. He is also considered as the father of Western philosophy. The two other people like Plato and Aristotle. So Socrates was first amongst them. So Plato was a student of Socrates and Aristotle was a student of Plato. So he's considered rightfully maybe as the father of Western philosophy. Now Socrates, he belonged to the golden age of Pericles. Pericles was basically a great statesman of Greece. During his time, the ancient Greece had achieved great heights, right? Great developments had taken place. And during his time, Socrates was basically a soldier who served with distinction. But eventually he turned into philosophy. And Socrates had this tendency. He became basically a questioner of everything and everyone. He had this tendency to ask questions. In fact, Socrates, he had this method of him asking questions to his disciples. Let's say somebody poses a doubt to Socrates also. Socrates would ask a counter question. And he would keep asking the question till the time the disciple, comes to one's own understanding of a particular topic. So that was his way of teaching. So he became a questioner of everything and everyone. He also started questioning the about ethics. He started asking questions about the political thought, about the religion, etc. And likewise, he encouraged his disciples also same way. And therefore, the ruling elite were not happy with this. So Socrates was eventually accused of corrupting the youth of Athens, for which he was sentenced to death. He had the opportunity to escape as well, but he decided to consume poison as required and he died. Right, so this was a brief on Socrates. Now, coming to the ethical thought, Socrates would say, Socrates was a great believer of the virtue-based ethics. He believed that virtues are key to happiness. And when I say happiness, happiness is not, when Socrates would say happiness, rather, happiness is not about pleasure or short-term gains. It's about the sense of fulfillment, the sense of the soul feeling content, the element of contentment over here. So he believed that living a life of virtues is important for happiness, doing the right thing. Even having a helpful nature, when a person helps and does a good deed, the person feels happy. So virtues are important for happiness. And he would say that knowledge is the most important virtue. Makes sense, because the knowledge would tell the person, or the intellect would tell the person as to what are virtues. It would tell the person as to what is a virtuous act, what is not a virtuous act, what is moral, what is immoral. And once the knowledge is there, then the person can do the good deeds, and therefore the person would feel a sense of happiness. So knowledge is very, very important as per Socrates. And he would say that there is nobody as such evil. Nobody chooses to be evil. It's just that the people do not know the right thing. They do not know the virtues. If they knew, they would do the right thing and they would lead a virtuous life and therefore be happy. So it's because they do not have the knowledge. So knowledge was key when it comes to Socrates over here, right? So he believed in the virtue-based approach. Most important virtue for human being as per Socrates was knowledge, and knowledge is virtue, and virtue leads to happiness. Furthermore, he said he believed that there is a unity of virtues. For instance, let me put it this way. Courage is a virtue. Courage meaning standing up to the right cause in this sense. So courage. Now to have courage and standing up for a particular cause, you need intellect or knowledge, right? Or one can say one needs wisdom. And to have wisdom, wisdom is to know what is right, what is wrong. One needs to have a balance. One may have their own belief system also. So one needs to have a balance. So for this, one needs moderation or temperance also. And to have temperance, to counter yourself, to counter your views, one eventually needs courage. Courage to question, courage to think differently. So eventually if you would see that there is a unity of virtues. This was a proposal that was given by Socrates. So this is all we have with reference to Socrates. Now I have a question before you, which was asked by UPSC. So UPSC in 2019 asked this question: an unexamined life is not worth living, Socrates. So we have to write it in 150 words. What does this mean, etc., etc., various dimensions associated with this statement. Yes. So an unexamined life. So we know about Socrates is referred to also here. This was a statement that he gave. So it basically means, what does examination means? To see, to introspect, to analyze. So it is something to do with having knowledge. And we know what Socrates said. Socrates said that knowledge is virtue and virtue leads to happiness. So it is about happiness, and if that happiness is not there, that life is not worth living. Right? So you have to basically elaborate this component over here, which I just explained to you some time back. Right then. So this was about Socrates, and now moving forward to Plato, one of the disciples of Socrates. Now, Plato was one of the most well-known disciples of Socrates, and naturally he was greatly influenced by the teachings of Socrates, and he has been referred to in various books of Plato, like the Republic, the Statesman, and the Laws. Plato also, belonged to the time period where there was a lot of instability in Greece, which ultimately led to the capital punishment that was given to Socrates, and this influenced the political thinking of Plato, and he propounded a political theory on ideal state. What is an ideal state, right? So he had written that. Plato also founded his own school where he taught and interacted with his disciples, which was known as Academy. This was in Athens. And Aristotle was one of the greatest. He is actually the greatest thinker of the West amongst the Western thinkers. So he was a student of Plato. Now, as said before, Plato was a disciple of Socrates, and Socrates told us that following a virtuous life or following virtues leads to happiness. What Plato did was, Plato said that yes, this is fine and one should live a just life and that would lead to happiness. Plato came up with 4 cardinal virtues. Now there are so many virtues, like I explained. There is virtue of patience, courage, honesty, etc. So of all the virtues that are there are 4 that are most important, 4 cardinal virtues. And these are necessary for somebody to be happy and also for a good society. So he also believed that an ideal state, remember ideal state? So ideal state should have people with these virtues. And what are these virtues? It is prudence, temperance, courage, and justice. So prudence means right reason in action. So right reason, like you must have heard this statement, like be prudent in your actions, for instance. So use reason. And here when we say, is basically to know by means of prudence as to what is moral, what is immoral, what should be the right conduct. That is prudence. Okay. Next quality is temperance, which basically provides us strength to self-regulate ourselves. It is about not to indulge in excesses. It is about moderation. So temperance. Then next comes after this temperance, it is courage. Courage to do justice, courage to do the right thing. So prudence told us about what is right, what is wrong. Courage is to have the strength, to capacity to implement it. Fine, that is courage. And justice is the end outcome, to do the right thing, to be fair to people, to have equality. That is justice. Justice has a very wide meaning actually. We should not see justice just from the point of view of law, which basically says as to, in law what happens? The judge says that so-and-so is correct, so-and-so is wrong. Not that justice. Justice here has a much wider meaning to do with fairness, equality, etc. Now, one more thing about Plato said that people who are wise, people have certain elements like intellect. Obviously, all people have an intellect, ability to think. People have emotions, or we can call it as spirit. And people have appetite. They have certain needs, like people feel hungry, they have certain needs for money, etc. Basic needs. So the wise people that are there, they are able to manage their emotions and appetite better. They know what is right. They are able to motivate themselves, they have to motivate themselves to do the right thing, and they do it. They keep their appetite in control. Right? If there is too much appetite, means you are eating too much. Or if there is too much appetite for money, then you may engage in corruption and you may do the wrong thing. So here Plato says that if a person is not having wisdom, or the person does not have the strength, then the person will not able to regulate one's emotions, to control one's appetite. Here we can see the prudent, the aspect of temperance or self-regulation, that is important. So therefore we can see that Plato, when he says, it helps us understand why some people do what they know to be wrong. They do what they know to be wrong because they are not able to control their emotions. And their appetite is too much, and they go with they are not able to control the emotions that check the appetite. So that is the problem, and therefore people, even when they know what is wrong, they still do it. Now here, look, you can compare it with Socrates again. Socrates, who said that knowledge is the most important virtue. So when people have knowledge, they will do the right thing. I mean, yes, people, when the people have the knowledge, they will do the right thing and they will get happiness. So here it says that we know that people have knowledge, people know what is wrong, but still they do it. So that Plato is able to explain by this intellect, emotions and appetite analogy. Right? So this was Plato, and now moving to Aristotle. Now coming to Aristotle, his thinkings are quite similar to what Socrates and Plato had said. So Aristotle would say that happiness is the ultimate goal of human life. Makes sense? Happiness is the ultimate goal. That is why we do certain things, because we get happiness. Nobody does things that would make a person sad. So the intention is to be happy. And the next question is, what is this happiness over here? So happiness, he says that it is not merely pleasure. It is not material comfort. It is not having too much wealth. No, it is, he says that it is a consequence of intellectual contemplation. We contemplate what is right, what is wrong, what is moral, what is immoral. So it is a consequence of us taking the moral standard, doing what is morally right. So it's a consequence of intellectual contemplation. And that can be achieved by living a virtuous life. Now remember what Socrates had said, virtues lead to happiness and knowledge is the most important virtue. So knowledge is what? Intellectual contemplation, right? Okay, so this can be achieved by virtuous living. Till here it was almost the same. Okay. Now here we have one more thing over here, what Aristotle had said. Aristotle actually defined what are virtues. So Aristotle said that it is the golden mean between two vices. Between two vices or two extremes. For instance, let's take two vices over here. So we have the vice of being minimal. Vice of being minimal would say that I don't have to do, I'm not concerned, God will take care of everything. That attitude is there, you would have seen with people. And vice of excess would mean that somebody wants excess control, somebody wants excess of everything. So that is again a vice. So the virtue over here would be, the mean would be moderation, being moderate, right? So that is the virtue over here, you can see. It will be between the two vices, being minimal and extreme. Likewise, we can see with reference to confidence. So one person is, let's say, a coward, right? So doesn't have the strength, doesn't have the confidence at all, nothing. He's fearful. And then the vice of being overconfident, that may lead to arrogance also. So confidence is something that is in between the two extremes. So virtues are the golden mean between the two extremes. He believed that everything had two vices, two extremes we can come to every quality. So a virtue is the in-between thing over here. So this is what Aristotle had said, and this basically concludes the virtue-based ethics. So we were to cover Socrates, Plato and Aristotle. Now moving on to utilitarianism and the theories of Jeremy Bentham and Stuart Mill. Now utilitarianism was propounded by two great British thinkers, that is Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. John Stuart Mill was basically the student of Bentham. Now, the basic idea of utilitarianism was to guide the British policymakers. The context being that the British Empire was growing and they had to make new laws. They had to create a new system of governance. And likewise, with the increased prosperity of Britishers because of the rise of the British Empire, the changes were to be made in the United Kingdom itself. So to guide the policymakers on various subjects, the utilitarianism was conceptualized. Now, utilitarianism, when we look at it from the point of view of ethics, it is basically looking at the utility of the action. So that means, remember when we said the person takes an action, so means lead to ends or consequence. So here we are judging a particular action, or if an action is ethical or not, on the basis of one's consequence or utility. And what is utility? How does it lead to betterment of the humans? It basically concerns with the wellness. So people are getting improved, there is improved quality of life of the people, wellness or happiness. In fact, the expression that is used is greatest happiness of the greatest number of people. So if that parameters is fulfilled, then in that case, that particular act is ethical. So action is judged by the consequences. Now, fine. So, one thing could be that if we lie, if a person lies, but if it leads to a good outcome, that means it is a moral act according to utilitarianism. Now, there is a problem also with this theory over here. Imagine if a new study had come, a new economic study had come, which said that if 2% of the population is enslaved, then we can improve the world GDP by a good amount of number. We can greatly improve the quality of life of the rest 98% of the population. So this means that there is greatest happiness of the greatest number of people at the cost of 2% who are enslaved. Right? So here there is a problem in that sense that it leads to the betterment. It means it's an ethical action, but we know that in modern day society this will never be accepted because the human rights of those 2% are affected, and the rights of the people, human rights, are taken away for the betterment of the rest. So this cannot be accepted. In the present day society, it will be considered an immoral thing to do. Right? So this is the problem with this particular phrase, greatest happiness of the greatest number of people. So the thing with this is that it is not looking as to what means are used. Here, enslaving is permitted. It is only concerned with the consequence. It is not concerned with the means or what was the motive behind it. Right? It could be a case where a person's motive was, let's say, a person's motive was to murder a person, but in that action, something good actually took place by an accident. It was not intended. So then also, if a good thing has happened, that means it is an ethical act, which is again wrong, because the motivation of a murder itself is unethical, immoral. So these are the criticisms, and it is difficult to justify when we look at these things over here. Now, to address this issue, refinement has been made, which is known as real utilitarianism. So which says that consequences are no doubt important. They are important, but some rules have to be followed. For instance, the human rights of others have to be followed. Yes, we have to look at the greatest happiness, but at the same time, certain basic elements are there, like protecting the rights or the human rights of people should be preserved, or that bad motivation should not be there. So that is basically real utilitarianism. It basically says that if today 2% of the population can be enslaved, or human rights of particular person may be taken away for betterment of the remaining population, Now that would also mean that anybody's freedom can be taken away from the 100% of the population. So in the long run, this cannot provide us the greatest happiness. So in that way, they have tried to justify it. Right? So this is basically utilitarianism. It's basically concerned about the utility of the action or utility-based ethics. Now coming to deontology, it is the branch of ethics that is concerned with the means and not with the ends, as was the case with utilitarianism, where we were looking at the utility of an action. Here we are just concerned with the means deployed. For instance, let's say we have these two actions. So one is being honest and other is lying. So if a person is honest, and even if because of that honest action, if the outcome is bad, the person knows it, that the outcome would be bad, and even then the person is honest, then also according to deontology, that deed would be moral, right? And likewise, if a person engages in lie, even if that would lead to better outcomes, even if it leads to saving of lives, then also such action would be immoral according to deontology. So here means are most important. Now when we look at deontology, it is coming from the Greek word deon, meaning duty. Duty of the person to, when we're talking with reference to morality, so duty of the person to act according to a certain set of rules. So one has to act in accordance with a certain set of rules, and those rules cannot be changed, broken, even if that breaking of that rule would lead to more favorable outcomes. For instance, it may be a rule to be honest, but honesty does not give you the best result. But still you have to be honest when we talk from the point of view of deontology. Now with reference to deontology, Immanuel Kant is the central figure with reference to this philosophy. He was a person associated with the age of enlightenment, and he has views on politics, society, etc. So here we are looking at his views on ethics. Now prior to deontology, when the discussions on ethics were taking place, and you can relate with even today's time as well, the discussions on ethics revolved around God. So there are these two important theories. So one is the divine command theory, something that is the command of the divine or the God. So as simple as that a certain action is moral or immoral because the God or a deity has decided it. So it is based on the God, what is moral or immoral. So it is deriving from the God, and when we talk about God, it is the religion, because religion is seen as the something that tells us about the path to the ultimate God. Next comes natural law theory. Natural law theory was propounded by Thomas Aquinas, who said that human beings to know, for human beings to know what is moral or immoral, they do not have to depend on religion. Then he says that God has, when the child is born, so the child is preloaded, the baby is preloaded with the knowledge of what is moral or immoral. So God has preloaded the person, or the nature has preloaded. So again, God is central over here, and again religion becomes important because it is coming from the God itself. Even though one is not reading the religion, but still it is coming from God. We are knowing what is moral or immoral from the God itself, even in the natural law theory, because the God has preloaded the person. Okay, so that means the person would inherently know what is moral or immoral. Like we know that stealing is immoral, no matter what culture we live in. We know it's a bad thing to do. Now, Immanuel Kant had a difference of opinion over here. Immanuel Kant would say that religion and morality do not go together. Religion and morality are a bad pairing. He believed that what is moral? He was a moral absolutist. So according to him, a certain thing is moral, irrespective of one's religion, irrespective if one follows a religion or not. Something that is moral will always remain moral. Honesty is moral. Stealing is immoral, no matter what religion, what custom, what society. That is always the case. Now, with reference to religion, the problem, you can see is that there are people with different religions. And even with reference to the religion also, people interpret the religion for their own personal gains, especially the religious leaders, political leaders. So this is a problem. That means the morality could be different according to the interpretation. There are these militant organizations like, they have this concept of jihad is different from the extremist, while they propound violence, while religion would say violence should not be there in general. So religion could be misused. So morality, what is moral or immoral, should remain the same irrespective. So that was the view of Immanuel Kant. So according to him, we should not go by the religion, rather we should depend on reason to know what is moral or immoral. And for this, he propounded a theory known as Kant's categorical imperatives. Here, if you can see, categorical means something that is explicit, something that is obvious, right? Categorical. And imperatives means commands or something that has been told to you by a higher authority. If you look at the dictionary, these are the meanings that come over here. It's not what Kant really said actually, right? So when we say a command, we can say that a command to a person to go by a certain set of rules. And with reference to command, let's say your higher up gives you a command, then you have to follow it irrespective. You cannot change and act differently. Whatever command has been given or whatever set of rules are there, one has to go in accordance with that only. So according to Kant's categorical imperatives, moral action is not a choice. It is not dependent on your desires. Now you may desire, look here, means and ends. So you want a particular outcome. It is your desire. So irrespective of your desires, moral obligations remain the same. So if you have to be honest, you have to be honest, no matter what the end outcome would be. So the commands have to be followed regardless of the desires. These are categorical imperatives. And if you look at command is something that a person is obligated to do. So commands or moral obligations can be derived from pure reason. We stated this earlier also. And how do we know what are moral obligations, what are reason, on what basis do we do it? So like in maths, we have formulas. Likewise, Immanuel Kant gave us formulations. So here we are using two main formulations. There are basically four, but we are using just two formulations. So first is something that is universal, right? So this principle over here, which says that act only according to that maxim, it's maxim, not maximum, maxim which you can at the same time will that, it is not wrong English, it is just that English that was used that time, right? So which could become a universal law without contradiction. It's English just very confusing, right? So act in accordance to that maxim or act in accordance with that rules. Something that can be universal without any contradiction. For instance, let's say stealing. Now stealing, you feel hungry and you don't have money and you decide to steal. But you cannot universalize stealing in the sense that you won't like somebody stealing from you. Maybe stealing led to a good outcome, but you will not want somebody stealing from you. Likewise, we can say that lying, maybe lying leads to a good outcome, but it cannot be universal. You don't want to be lied upon. right? So, but if it is, when we talk about honesty, that is something that is universal. It can be, it is, there is no contradiction over here. We want others to be honest, and we be honest also. That is also fine. So we have to act in accordance to that maxim, which can be a universal law. Lying cannot be universal. That is wrong. So without any contradiction, right? So this principle was given by Immanuel Kant over here. Now the next formulation is, treat humanity as whether in your own self or in that of another as an end and not as mere means. Right? So human being is an end in one's own self, and we should treat it like that and not as a means to something. Let me explain this. These two words are important: mere means and end in itself. Human beings as end in itself. So first of all, mere means. You know, we as human beings, when we interact, we are using each other as means, and that is fine. For instance, when I am teaching you ethics through YouTube, so I have voluntarily posted my videos and you are learning from me, so using me as a means, but it is something that I have voluntarily accepted this. So I am not, it is with my consent. So we do this all the time. So a teacher, a person teaching a students, or a person selling something to the consumer, it is something that both have in mind, both are using each other as means, but not as mere means. Mere means here implies that we are using a particular person. Let's say A is using B as to achieve a particular goal. So B is only for the purpose of achieving a particular goal. We are not concerned as to what our actions or how our actions are going to affect B. We are not concerned if it benefits B or not. We are only using B as the mere means. For instance, if we know that let's say if we know that on a particular information, B will act in a particular way, in such a way that A is benefited. So A decides to give wrong information, or A decides to lie so that B acts in a way which favors A. So B is being used by A as mere means. B has no knowledge about what he's being fed into, right? So A, by lying to B, is using B as mere means. He's not concerned about what happens to B after that. So lying is one example. Lying, deceiving a person, that is a good example of using a person as mere means. So we should not use human beings at mere means. So when we are using a human being as mere means, then that act, according to categorical imperatives, is naturally unethical. Okay. So that is violative of the set of rules. Now, other expression was that human being is an end in itself. So human being is an end in itself. That is, human being has its own priorities. The human being is a rational being, rational person, rational. The person is autonomous and therefore should not be misled. One should always have a moral conduct towards B, so that one should always be honest towards B, so that the B has the best input and can make a rational decision for itself and act accordingly. So when we lie to B, we are not seeing B as an end in itself, but rather we are using B as mere means. So this is what this particular statement means over here, right? And when we say that a person has, when a person has is an end in itself, one is autonomous and therefore one can set one's own priorities and goals. So that is also one aspect with reference to using a person as an, seeing a human being as an end in itself. Okay. So UPSC asked this question in 2014, and it says that human beings should always be treated as ends in themselves and never as merely means. Explain the meaning and significance of the statement, giving its implications in the modern techno-economic society. 150 words naturally. Okay, so I hope you are able to explain this, the same thing that I just explained to you. Can explain as to how interactions leads to human beings used as means. How is it different from mere means? Right? You can explain this. You can explain the concept of human beings as being end in itself. Right? They are autonomous beings. They can set their own priorities. Right? So all of this can be, you can write this in your own words. Now, next aspect is, I think this should give you greater clarity. Explain the meaning and significance of the statement given its implications in the modern techno-economic society. I think this will give greater clarity. So I'll give you two examples, both with reference to social media, because I think modern techno-economic society, social media is predominant and all of us are dependent on it. So when we talk about social media, right, I think social media, and one more I can give you is clinical trials. Okay, so when we talk about social media, right, when we talk about social media, all of us have our user accounts, and based on our activities, some data is getting created without our consent, and that data is being given to advertisers. It may also be given to political parties, who then would be targeting us in a particular way. So there was this controversy with reference to the political party thing also. There was this thing that happened with reference to Facebook. There was this consultancy known as Cambridge Analytica. So they had data on the political preferences, political viewpoints, and based on that, they gave this information to the political parties and tried to shape the opinions of the people so that they vote for a particular political party. So people are being used as mere means, right? People are being used as mere means over here. So we are not treating people as end in itself, as we are not asking, we are not giving the choice to the person as to decide as to what they want. We are being used as data, but we are not being given the choice. We are not given the autonomy as to make our own decisions as to what we want, we don't want. We are talking about, with this Justice Shri Krishna Committee report, we are talking about the right to be forgotten. That is also not being given to us. So in this reference, you can explain. Then with reference to clinical trial, or, here again, one can say that with lot of advancement in the science and tech that is taking place, people are being used as mere means. Sometimes without the consent also, people are being vaccinated, or people are being tried with new medicines. So without informing them properly. This is a malpractice particularly taking place in less developed countries, something that happens in India. So in USA they won't do it, US based company, but in India they won't do it. So this is one example that you can explain, put over here. So we are not giving the choice to the individual as to decide what they want. So we are not using the people as end in itself, right? I think this now explains to you. So when we are looking at the categorical imperatives, these two things particularly have to be fulfilled. Is your action in accordance with something that is universally applicable? And other thing, is it treating men as end in itself, human being as an end in itself, or using it as mere means? If it is using it as mere means, then it is violative of deontology or categorical imperatives given by Immanuel Kant, right? So this basically covers. Next is interesting in the sense that it covers both, teleology as well as deontology. Now coming to the next great thinker, that is John Rawls. Now John Rawls belonged to the 20th century, so he was contemporary as compared to Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, etc., etc. So he was very contemporary. So he was able to identify the problems that people face in the modern day society. His approach was not towards ethics, morality, right or wrong, virtues. No. He was concerned with the injustices that are prevalent in the modern day society. So his approach was very different. So injustices. What are injustices in a society? For instance, we have poverty, right? We have poverty. So people who are poorer are injustice as compared to people who are well off, who are rich, affluent. The people who are born into a poorer household are again disadvantaged in terms of the opportunities are there, so they are injustice, right? So poverty. Then there is discrimination. If you are born as a girl, you are going to be chances are you are going to be discriminated. So discrimination on the basis of race, discrimination on the basis of gender, caste, in India caste, discrimination on the basis of the place from which you belong. So that is again an example of injustice. Then war is also one example. There are certain countries which are always war-torn. Afghanistan is one, Syria is another. And compare people who are living in Syria and Afghanistan, aren't they disadvantaged vis-a-vis a person who's an Indian or a person from the United States of America? So these are all examples of injustices. Now, when we talk about the injustices that are prevalent in our society, most of the people who are privileged or those who are in the position of policy making may not, these discriminations or these injustices would not be easily available, easily seen to them. So John Rawls postulated a theory known as the social justice theory. It was based on an experiment to help policymakers, to help people identify the injustices and take corrective measures to fix that injustice. So this is also known as a theory of justice. So it was a work of John Rawls. So he says, first thing is that things as they are patently unfair. We live in a patently unfair world. So as you can see, we have various examples where we can see the unfairness overall. And to identify this injustice that is there, he came up with an approach known as the veil of ignorance. Veil means something like a parda or something like a cloth that stops you from seeing. So you are in a state of ignorance. Let me explain how this works. So as children, we never had a choice as to who our parent would be. Somebody was born to Mukesh Ambani, somebody was born to a poorer household. Somebody is born in USA, somebody is born in India, somebody is born in Syria, somebody is born in Pakistan. We don't have a choice as such, right? So just on the basis of one's birth into a particular society, one may be disadvantaged, one may suffer injustice. So veil of ignorance could be put in this way. Let's say you are in a preconceived state, right? It has not been decided as yet, as to you are in space, maybe you can assume that, and you are yet to be conceived into a particular parent in a particular society. So if you had a choice, right, this is you, and if you had a choice, where would you prefer to be born? So let's say you had a choice as to which country you would like to be born first, right? Let's look at the macro picture and then we'll come into finer details. So you would not like to be born in, let's say, Afghanistan, maybe not even in India. You would say that, Switzerland is beautiful, I want to be born in Switzerland. The air is very, very clean, there is good taxation system, the access to healthcare is very, very good, education is there, so I could have a much better life if I'm born in this particular country. Or you could have also compared it with the United States of America. Fine. Let's say USA, he was from USA, so let's consider US. So you are born in USA, but does that mean if you are born in this particular country, you will escape injustice. Is it possible? Is it true? No. Even in USA, you're likely to be injustice. There is income inequality in USA. There are people who are very, very rich, and there is poverty. There are people who are living in slums and who do not have a proper accommodation, who maybe do not even have a house, who are having a difficulty in having a proper meal. Right? So here again, within the country, there are certain injustices that you can see, and this is the most developed country of the world. I mean, the most advanced country, powerful country. So you know what injustice is there in a particular location, in a particular household, in a particular community. You know, in America, if you're born in the black house of a black person, you will be disadvantaged vis-a-vis a person who is racially white. So you know the shortcomings of various societies, various communities vis-a-vis people who are better off. So you know the gap that is there, and therefore you know what needs to be fixed. So this is the veil of ignorance. So what can be done? Because now, when you are born, you don't have a choice. You can be born in any place, in any household. So how that risk can be minimized? That is the approach of veil of ignorance. So to minimize the risk, you would like to minimize the gap between those who are disadvantaged or injustice vis-a-vis those who are well off or privileged. So this was the veil of ignorance that was propounded by John Rawls' social justice theory. So veil of ignorance is basically a situation of complete ignorance about our possible position and status in society. We didn't know where we would land up. So each person would decide in the way they generally do in terms of their own interests. Right? So we were deciding, okay, we want to be in US based on our own interest over here. And within this also which household? Again, based on our own interest. So this is it's a very fail-proof model because it's very, very simple, and it can help in forming a critique of our society and what needs to be done to solve it. Okay. Now in 2016, UPSC asked a question on John Rawls. So it says, analyze John Rawls' concept of social justice in the Indian context. Fine, so you know the John Rawls concept, you have it right here with you, you can write in your own words. Now with reference to Indian context, how will it help? Very simple, it will help in forming a critique of a society. It will help tell us what are the injustices that are prevalent in a society. What are the injustices that are prevalent? Obviously it is poverty, it is caste, it is discrimination, it is communal violence, tensions, name the problems that are there, and what needs to, and how this John Rawls approach will help us in fixing that problem. We have to write all of this in 150 words, which is not much actually, right? So you should be able to attempt this after doing this question. So this is an application with reference to the Indian context over here. Now coming to Indian philosophy and philosophical thinkers. Now when we are looking at ethics of any society, that is what the people of that society believe as to what is the rightful conduct. Then we have to look at the philosophical system of that place. For instance, in Indian context, we have the religion. So religion tells us as to what should be the rightful conduct of the people so that they can reach to the God. Then we have to know about the norms and customs of that society. Norms and customs again regulate the human behavior and the human conduct. So in Indian context, we have the Dharam Shastras. Dharam Shastra tells us about the rituals that a household must perform. And beyond this, it tells us about the norms or behavior that a individual must have within the society. Or in other words, it is about the social morality. And then maybe some literature that is very, very common in the households and which influences the value system of the people. In Indian society, we have these two great epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, which tells us about, how a virtuous person would be. For instance, the character of Lord Rama would tell us, from there we can know what a virtuous son should be like, what a virtuous king should be like. So we know what should be the conduct of the person, plus it should be able to tell us certain important life goals or life lessons. What Ramayana and Mahabharata is able to tell us. It tells us about how the good always prevails over the evil. Right? So in any case, if you can see over here, it is telling us about the rightful conduct. That's a common thing over here. And there are many other ways from which we can know. But for the purpose of a study, we have to restrict to religion, Dharam Shastra and Itihas. Now, coming to the religion, if you look at the religion over here, especially in Indian context, we are only talking about Indian context actually. So religion would tell that the human being is required to follow rightful conduct, and that will lead to happiness, else it will lead to evil. Now, rightful conduct in Indian context, it basically means there are two things. One is karma and other is dharma. So this is very, very important. So karma means rightful action. So one has to do good deeds basically. And dharma means one has to follow the duty or the obligation that one has. So dharma can come from the religion. That is again religion itself, one calls it as dharma. So the duty of following the religion or dharma, that is one thing. Dharam Shastra, the rules or the standards or the norms that are prescribed, so that have to be followed, that is the duty. So if this is done, then there will be happiness, else there will be evil. Furthermore, there is this concept of transmigration of soul. The basic thing being that human beings have a soul. All living beings have soul. So they have a soul or Atma that is eternal, it never dies. Human body may die, but not the soul. So the soul remains in existence by a series of, it goes through a series of cycles of birth and rebirth. So it is trapped over here. Clear? Now, if a person does good deeds, there is a good conduct, then it implies that this good deeds would be carried forward to the next birth. For instance, it will lead to better life in the next birth. And if one does bad things in the previous birth, then one has to bear the consequences in the next birth. So if we look at it this way, when we talk about rightful conduct, or when we include the concept of transmigration of soul as well, we are basically saying that one has to, one reaps what one sows. One reaps what one sows. So according to the conduct, one will get the fruit, right? So this is the basic concept over here. Okay, in Hindi, if I say, it basically means jaisi karni vaisi bharni. Okay, so this is a common element. No matter what religion we are talking about, this element is common. Buddhism is an exception in the sense that even though the basic idea is the same, that rightful conduct is required for happiness, evil, etc., happiness, but they never talk about the soul or God. It is silent about that aspect. Therefore, it is known as an atheist religion or as an ethical religion. Right. Now, coming to the Vedas, what does Veda tell us? Vedas have this concept known as Rita. Rita meaning duty. So from Rita, we can infer that it is telling us about the karma and dharma. So if one does good karma and dharma, then it will lead to happiness, right? So Rita would lead to happiness. And what does this karma and dharma mean in the Vedic context? We have to be mindful of the time period that we are looking at. So when we're looking at the Vedic religion, and when it says that a person has to do rightful conduct, here it implies that a person should have love, love and the feeling of sacrifice while worshipping God. One must follow the right rituals, ceremonies when worshipping the god. When this is done, then it will lead to eternal happiness, or happiness in heaven also, you can say. So Vedas, if you see, it is basically God-centric. That you have to worship, you have to please the god, and the god will give you happiness. So it is talking about the God-centric ethics. Then comes Upanishads. Upanishads was, when we were looking at the Vedic period, the life of the people was very simple and they needed basic things to survive. Very simple. They were pastoralists, then shifting to agriculture. Deaths were very, very common. Wars used to take place. And they were dependent on basic elements to survive. Like milk, they wanted to have more children, that to a boy child. So those were the basic requirements of the people. But by the time of the end of the Vedas, so this was the time of the Upanishads, also known as Vedanta. So Vedanta, end of the Vedic period, end of the Vedic times. So Ant, Ved, Ant. Ant means Hindi Ant. So Ant means end. So Upanishad says, Upanishads believed in the concept that if one does rightful conduct, one will be free from the bondages of birth, the cycles of birth and rebirth. One will be able to achieve moksha, freedom, liberation. So this will be possible. And for this, one need not rely on the worship of God, or one need not rely on rituals and ceremonies. That is what it said basically. So no need on the rituals, no need of the priestly class also. It was basically a reaction to that. Okay, so this is what it says. It says if a person itself has knowledge, if one knows what is right, what is wrong, so if that knowledge is there, that virtue of knowledge, then the person will not do bad deeds, and one will be able to escape from the trap of birth and rebirth. So one will be able to achieve moksha, or one will be able to be with the supreme being. So that was the idea. Okay, supreme being is basically Brahma, like Atma, then there is Brahma. Okay, then comes Dharam Shastras. So as I said earlier also, if we look at the Vedas and the Upanishads, this was about the individual. But now we are talking about individuals' conduct in the society. So it's a book on rituals. What rituals should a person do? So that is again dharma, and how one should be in a society, conduct itself in the society. Now here again, we can split this into two parts. One's conduct in a society, because in the society there were people that were divided on the basis of caste. So there was different obligations of a person based on one's varn and one's age. So those norms were established and written in the Dharam Shastra, and one had to live according to that. Right? So this was the basically how the human being must conduct itself. So one's conduct would be different according to one's varn or one's age, one's responsibility in the caste order. So it will depend on that. So it was relativist. Okay, so this was Dharam Shastra. We have done this, and now moving forward, we have the way of righteousness in Gita. Basically, I'm referring to IGNOU syllabus over here when I'm doing this. Now, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavad Gita is taken from the Mahabharata over here. And it tells us about the concept of Brahma Gnana. It's basically J, Brahma Gnana. Let me just rewrite this again. Brahma, as I said earlier, it is about the Supreme Being plus Gnana. This is J, but it is pronounced as Gnana. I think this should help. In Hindi, this means Jnana, Gyan. And the English word knowledge. So it was actually the British English not able to pronounce with the G thing. So it was actually the G or that thing had gone vacant, and it's pronounced with no. But it's actually Gnana. Said Brahm Gnana. So way of righteousness in Gita is about realization of Brahm Gnana. And this could be done by means of renunciation, devotion, and self-surrender. So it can be done by the means of devotion, renunciation, and self-surrender. Now, when we're talking about Gita, it is about also the Bhakti movement. So one's complete devotion to the Supreme Being, or one's Lord that one perceives. Like for instance, Shri Krishna can be the Lord, and one completely surrenders, one completely devotes itself, renunciates everything, and self-surrenders to that Supreme Lord. So that is one teaching that we get, realization of Brahm Gnana. And further it says that this realization can be done by actions that are performed without any attachments to the fruit of actions. We perform our actions, but we are not concerned about the end result. So this is known as Nishkam Karma. Right? So way of righteousness in Gita, you can talk about the Nishkam Karma. That is, one needs to do the right things and not worry about the fruits or the final result of that action. Okay, so this is it. Then comes Jainism and Buddhism, which are very, very similar actually in their teachings, except few differences. Jainism has this concept known as Tri Ratna, meaning the three jewels. That is, a person should have the right faith, right knowledge, and right action. And it tells a person must, abide its life in accordance with the 5 vows of Jainism. That is, 5 principles according to which a person must live. That is, ahimsa, non-violence, one should be truthful, satya, asteya, should never steal, aparigraha, non-acquisition, and brahmacharya, that is, should have a chaste life. Likewise, with Buddhism, we have the 4 noble truths, and we have the Ashtangika Marg. Basically meaning, when we look at Buddhism tells us that a person must ensure that one's life is in moderation. It says that there is sorrow in a person's life, dukh is inevitable, and that dukh can be, dukh is basically because of a cause, or it's basically because of our desires. So if we can live with moderations, if we can live by moderation, if we can keep our wants, if we can control our desires, then dukh can be managed, it can be contained. And this can be done in accordance if we live a life according to the eightfold path. Right? So this is basically the teachings of Jainism and Buddhism. Right, then, so we are done with the Indian philosophical thought, and now we'll move on to some great names, some great Indians, and what we can learn in the context of morality or ethical life from them. Now coming to the Indian thinkers, we'll be covering these personalities, and if we look at UPSC has a tendency to ask repeatedly from these personalities. Furthermore, these are very, very well-known personalities. Furthermore, they are also in news. For example, Thiruvalluvar is a key personality in Tamil Nadu, and Prime Minister Modi particularly has been tweeting about him. Then there was a military exercise by the name of Operation Thiruvalluvar. So we should know more about it proactively. Right. Now coming to the first thinker, that is Kautilya. Now when we look at Kautilya is also known as Chanakya. He was the Prime Minister of Chandragupta Maurya. And his key contribution, he was the Prime Minister, so his key contribution was in establishing the governance structure of the Mauryan dynasty, one of the first great empires, and therefore his ideas on governance are very, very important, and the duties and responsibilities of the ruling elite. So these are important, and we know about it, we know his ideas from a book that he authored known as Arthashastra, which is a great source of knowing about the key concept of good governance and political economy. Now we'll be covering two ideas. One is a quote, that is Yatha Raja Tatha Praja, and Kautilya's views on corruption. So Yatha Raja Tatha Raja Praja, it basically says, as is the king, so will be the subjects. Praja means public or subjects. So this work, you have the right literature over here. This work is basically concerned with between the relationship between the king and the subject. It says that the king cannot be whimsical. King cannot be self-centered or selfish. King cannot conduct itself in such a way that it is concerned only with the happiness of king itself. Rather, the king should be concerned about the happiness, welfare and well-being of the subject. So as this says, in the happiness of his subjects lies the king's happiness, and in their welfare lays his welfare itself. So welfare of the subjects will mean welfare of the king. Think about it. If the public is not happy, they will start revolting against the king, and it will make it miserable for the king to sustain for a longer time. There will be rebellions, there will be revolts. So king does not want this. So this is one concept. Other thing is that it tells us, in a very early India, it tells us about that the king has to be responsible to the subjects, and it gives us the concept of welfare state. Kautilya's Arthashastra about the welfare state. That is, king is not just concerned about ruling or administrating. He is not concerned about maintaining law and order, etc., or collecting taxes. It is concerned that how the resources can be created so that the welfare of the subjects can be done. So it gives us an insight on the welfare state that we are today after so many years. Right then. So this was the concept that he gave, and so it basically is emphasizing on good governance, and this can be done according to Kautilya if the king is always accessible and available. Right? The king will know about these subjects only if the king is listening, king is available to the subjects, right? Then only the king can be proactive and deal with the problems of the subjects. It tells us about a code of conduct of the king and his council of ministers, and if I say it also about also about the bureaucracy or anybody who's governing. So it tells us he emphasized on the code of conduct. And if we say code of conduct, it is also about the behavioral aspects of the king. Further, it says, if we are looking at establishing a welfare state, king is going to require a lot of resources. King will need resources to perform welfare functions. That could be to provide relief to the poorer people, poverty relief. It could be finding a way to provide them employment. Right? Could be anything, to provide them free food. All of these are going to require resources. So Kautilya says that the king is going to need huge amount of resources and administration, and for that the king will have to tax the subjects. Right? The king does not generate revenue by itself. The king taxes. The government today also taxes as people, and then the revenue is generated. So it gives us an interesting idea. Actually, you must have heard about this. That is progressive taxation. That is, the people, assume this as the kingdom or the society, and these are the people, rich and poor. So the poorer people should be taxed less, and rich, because they have more money, they should be taxed higher. So this will give more revenue, plus it will put less burden on the poorer people because less taxation is there. And once this revenue is generated, this should be spent on establishing a good governance structure and providing welfare to the needy people. So that was the idea that was conceptualized through the statement Yatha Raja Tatha Praja. Right. So when you are writing a question on this, we'll discuss the question. You have to elaborate the literal meaning of Yatha Raja Tatha Praja. Then explain what he said. You can explain briefly about the relationship between the king and the subject and what measures have been enumerated. So this will easily be 150 words. Right. Next is Kautilya's views on corruption. Right? Kautilya's views on corruption. Okay. So Kautilya, tried to compare, he tried to bring in an analogy. He says that like government people or the officials who are indefinitely engaging with public, they are dealing with public and also dealing with expenditure or collecting money from the public. So it is inevitable that there will be corruption. He tries to compare it with fish, which is always in water. So we cannot stop the fish from drinking the water, as the fish is in that medium. So likewise, he is comparing the government officials who are dealing with public and who are in some way or the other dealing with money, that we cannot really stop them from corruption. It is inevitable. But yes, something can be done to deal with corruption. He does not go into if the corruption is good or bad. But yes, he does give us a certain way by which we can deal with corruption. So this is basically Sam Dam Dand Ved. I think you must have heard about this. It's a very common Hindi phrase. So Sam means making the either, we have the public and the public officials when corruption takes place. So it's basically public officials taking money from the public or the public offering corruption. So what should be done is that the people, either the public should be made aware as well as the public officials about the issues concerning the corruption. So public officials should be, the ethical values that are required in governance structures, that should be reinforced amongst the public officials, while the public should be made aware as to what they can do to deal with an issue of corruption. So if they are aware that the corruption is bad, and if they are aware of their powers that they can take or complain against corrupt officials, then we can stop corruption. So it is basically making the people aware or sensitizing the public officials about the ill effects of corruption. And for this purpose, you can also correlate with the modern times, where we have the code of conduct for civil servants. Then there is a proposed code of ethics. So these are brought into force even today. We are focusing on these so that we can deal with the bad practices that takes place in the governance or bureaucracy, whatever. Okay, so one was Sam, the other is Dam. With reference to corruption, Dam means giving money. So with reference to corruption, it says that we need to incentivize hard-working officials, recognize them, give them awards, whatever. Plus, we should offer them better salary structure, better accommodations, better avenues of life. So if the basic needs of the person is covered, maybe something more than the basic needs also, if that aspect is covered, right? The public officials have pension and so many other things. So to sustain, they should not be required to go beyond their salary. The salary is more than adequate to live a good life. So if there is a good salary, then the corruption should not take place, right? But people still do engage in corruption. So if Sam and Dam do not work, then in that case, punishment can be given and should be given. So those who indulge in corruption, they should be punished, right? We have several laws also for this. Okay, so Sam Dam Dand. Be this vigilance or creating an intelligence system so that we can catch the people who are engaged in malpractices. So one is, we can stop. So we are stopping the corruption. Plus there is a fear that if we do wrong things, somebody will catch us. So there is a constant fear because of this, right? So this was it, Sam, Dam, Dand, Ved, and you can see its relevance in the modern times. So even today we have the code of conduct, code of ethics. We are focusing upon the DAM aspect as well, that is focusing on providing better salary structures, better working conditions, right? So we have this. Then if this is not done, then we have the corruption system also. There was this Lokpal Act, there was this Prevention of Corruption Act. So many things are there to deal with corruption. And then BED. So we have the CVC, Central Vigilance Commission, we have the CBI, right? So we have CAG is there. So we are finding ways so that we can stop corruption from taking place. Right then, so here are the questions that you can see. So discuss Kautilya's philosophy of Yatha Raja Tatha Praja in the context of today's political leadership. Examine Kautilya's ideas on governance and discuss Kautilya's views on corruption. So these are the key ideas, and I think you should be able to answer. Yatha Raja Tatha Praja, you can correlate both. You know, when you're asking, when you're answering about governance, you can borrow aspects from both and write your answer. So all these questions, as you know, is 150 words. Now coming to Thiruvalluvar. Thiruvalluvar belonged to the time period from 400 to 500 Common Era. He was a great Tamil thinker belonging to the Sangam age. Now Thiruvalluvar wrote Thirukurul, sometimes just referred to as Kurul, which basically contains the ideas of Thiruvalluvar on good governance, right? So what is good governance? And more importantly, it tells us about everyday virtues for an individual. So how should one conduct in the life? So it tells us about that. Now Thiruvalluvar in Tamil Nadu in South, it is considered as important as is Bhagavad Gita in North. So these are considered equivalent. So in North India, the importance that Gita has, to similar importance Kurul has been given in South India. Now, as I said before, Prime Minister Modi tweets, right? So this is particularly on 15th of Jan, that is Thiruvalluvar Day. Now coming to Thirukurul, from where we know about Thiruvalluvar. So this Thirukurul, this work can be divided into 3 books. So one is Aram, that is virtue, Porul meaning government and society, and then Kamam meaning love. So as it says about the Porul or the government and the society, it contains certain key elements or key concepts of political science, like about the state, the nature of the state, government, what is a good king, the duties of the king. So such things are mentioned over here, like qualities of a king, the duties of a king. So such things are referred to. Further, as you can see over here, there are certain quotes basically referring to the virtues. Now I'll be discussing just one over here, that is the one on the truthfulness. And what I want to do is basically I'll explain this, I'll explain the approach, and I want you to do the other ones in your own words, right? So that's how the skills will come. Okay, so we'll be doing this. So truthfulness is basically even a lie could be considered as a truth if that lie is harmful, harmless, and brings unquestionable benefits. Okay, likewise it tells us about one to talk with caution, right? One should not have a loose tongue will always get you in trouble. Then it tells us about grace, charity, righteousness, nation state, wealth, etc. Okay, now coming to the question that was asked in UPSC. So it basically says, falsehood takes the place of truth when it results in the unblemished common good, which is basically as the same as what we just did, that even a lie could be considered as a truth if that lie is harmless and brings unquestionable benefits. So here it is asked with reference to the word falsehood. Now if this question comes to you, this is 150 words, right? You can explain that Thirukurul has 3 elements. You can explain this, that it has 3 elements, that is Aram, Porul and Kamam. So this basically contains everyday virtues for an individual that is important to lead a good life. And amongst them, Thiruvalluvar highlighted the aspect that sometimes falsehood can be equated to truth if that results in unblemished common good. So even if somebody says a lie, somebody is engaged in falsehood, but if that results in good, we can feel that if the intention is good, then that falsehood has some element of truth in it, according to Thiruvalluvar. So that falsehood has an element or has a nature of truth. So it is not really a lie if that could lead to common good, if the intention behind it was good and it leads to uncommon good. A good that is free from fault. Right? So you explain this, by the time you are here, you will be around 40-50 words. Then you can explain this by giving certain situations where one may be required to lie, but that lie would lead to some good. I think I have said this number of times. A lying may lead to saving of a life. So that is one example. Or a bomb disposal squad, or something to do with a stampede-like situation where a civil servant lies. He says that everything is under control, even though there may be some problem over in that particular locality. So he lies so that a stampede does not take place. So in that context also you can add. So there was this context that I read when I was researching on this topic. So this was about heroes in the movie. So heroes in the movie would even break the law to benefit the society, benefit the people. Right? So here it says not just about speaking the truth or speaking a lie, but it is also one's actions. If that action leads to breaking of the law, and that law, if somebody does something illegal, but that illegal results in common good, then it is also fine. So this was the idea that Thiruvalluvar had shared. Right. Now try writing these in your own words. Take any quote and try to write it in your own words as to what you understand by these statements. Okay. Now coming to Swami Vivekananda. So Swami Vivekananda was a disciple of Ramakrishna Paramhans. So he was a disciple of Ramakrishna Paramhans, and he was the follower of the Vedanta philosophy. And Vedanta philosophy have different school of thoughts. So within that, he was a believer of Adi Shankaracharya's Advaita philosophy, which said, literally it said, Jagat Mitya, Brahm Satya. That is, world and the material things, everything is an illusion. And only truth is Brahma. Right? Sometimes only N is not written, so Brahma. So only Brahma is Satya, or the Supreme Being. Everything is an illusion. Now he came up with his own practical version of Vedanta. Now think about it, when we look at the Vedanta, it doesn't solve your problems of life. It is not practical, it is intellectual. Like it tells that human beings have a soul, and this soul is one and the same as Brahma. Now if the soul is different, or if the soul is part of Brahma, how does this affect you? How does it affect your conduct? It is intellectualistic, as simple as that. So, and you know what Adi Shankaracharya further said, that the soul can be one with the Brahma by means of true knowledge or Gyan Marg. So what Swami Vivekananda did was, this concept is important actually when we are doing Vivekananda on ethics, ethical conduct. So Vivekananda said was that he came up with his own version of Vedanta that was practical. So he basically came up with this philosophy that human beings have Atma or soul, right? So all individuals have soul, and the soul is one and the same as Brahma. Or in other words, I can say that every person has an Atma, and this Atma is one and the same as Paramatma. So one should have good conduct with other person also, or with one's neighbor, because the Paramatma resides in it. And we should be just and fair to the other person. So that is what is practical Vedanta, because it's something that can be practically applied. Okay, so this is what he said. So other thing is, other key element of Swami Vivekananda was that Vivekananda believed that materialism is important. He believed that West, materialism, Western countries, European countries, Britishers were ruling, they had the Industrial Revolution, they were having prosperity and advancement. But he believed that, it can borrow from India's spiritualism. This was a time when India was looked down upon as something that was just spiritualistic in nature, but is not able to, it is backward basically, but spiritual. And he felt that if West could incorporate India's spiritualism, then in that case it will lead to prosperity was always there, but it will lead to a man being happier. And likewise, India could borrow from the West, the materialism of the West, the scientific temper of the West. So if they borrow, it will lead to prosperity. Prosperity means we'll be able to move away from poverty and other challenges that are there. Furthermore, we had the problem of, the Western values are also there, like liberalism, democracy, equality. So we had this gender, female infanticide and sati and so many other problems. So we can, with scientific temper, we can overcome those challenges. So by the values of West, we can overcome, plus we have spiritual by itself. So it will lead to happier humanity, happier life of a man across the world. So it will benefit the mankind. Okay, now coming on to Vivekananda on ethics. Ethics is to do with the conduct of the man. Okay. Now, if we look at ethics conventionally in the Indian society, even now, our behavior is determined as to what our neighbors would say or what our relatives would say. Right? Let's say a man decides to marry a man, then what will our neighbor say, what our relative would say? So it is dependent on societal censure, it defines it. In fact, Vivekananda himself, he said that ethics is nothing but it is a code of conduct. So this is again a man marrying a man. This is not in accordance with the code of conduct maybe. Right? So it is nothing but a code of conduct. Vivekananda said that, we can do away with these things. If we can believe, we can come to this philosophy of practical Vedanta, where he says that the soul or the Atma resides in living different beings, and Atma is basically Paramatma. So if we are pure and if we are able to realize the Paramatma in the other person, then we will have ethical behavior or ethical conduct, right? So if we know that there is Paramatma, then we should love and serve our neighbors and serve other people. So he basically focused on the aspect of a human being's conduct should be in such a way that it is to do service to the mankind or the service to the disadvantaged, right? So this was his philosophy on ethics. Now Swami Vivekananda's views on religion. Now Swami Vivekananda, he said that, think about it, religion again can be split into two things. So one is institutional religion, what the Gurdwara or the temple or the priest tells you to do, havans and other things, right? So which you do. And other is the personal religion, which you do by yourself. Maybe you read a Hanuman Chalisa, maybe you read the Gutka. So you read and you try to conduct yourself according to the religion. So here he is focusing more on the personal religion of the person. He distinguishes institutional and personal religion, and he focuses more on the personal religion. Furthermore, Swami Vivekananda was a disciple of Ramakrishna Paramhans, and Ramakrishna Paramhans would say that the religions that are there, the different religions of the world, they are basically like rivers. Imagine this is India and this is Ganga, Yamuna, different rivers are there. So these rivers ultimately merge into the same ocean. So it is like a path to the same supreme being, or paths to the Paramatma or the supreme being, right? So this is what he said. So basically all religions are the same and they are pathway to the eternal supreme freedom, supreme knowledge, supreme happiness, whatever. And this can be done by realizing one's Atma as one's part of Paramatma. Now again, realize what Adi Shankaracharya had said. Then one can realize oneness with the Supreme Being by means of Gyan Marg, that is knowledge. Right? So this is what again Swami Vivekananda said. Right. Now his contribution. Now he was a philosopher, he was a disciple of Ramakrishna Paramhans. Now Ramakrishna Paramhans died very soon. So Swami Vivekananda became the champion of the teaching of Ramakrishna, and he started this Ramakrishna mission, under which they took up various activities. So they focused on the education and the social service of the people. He emphasized on the brotherhood amongst the people, and the brotherhood between the Indians and the other people, Western society, right? So brotherhood of the people across the globe. And he emphasized on the rationality and the scientific temper. We should be away from the superstition. We should, superstitions, we should focus on rationality. So those values were focused upon. Right, I have explained this, materialism and spiritualism, religion also, and he believed that Vivekananda believed that youth energy is very, very important if India has to develop and India has to liberate itself from the British. So he emphasized more on the youth. So youth was a key element, and he tried to instill the feelings of patriotism. And what was patriotism? Service to the nation. And what was service to the nation? Service to the people of the nation. And youth should work in a way that they could eliminate and reduce the miseries and the poverty of the Indian society. Right. Now, there was this question that was asked by UPSC. So it literally writes as, what does the quotation mean to you? Condemn none. If you can stretch out a helping hand, do so. If not, fold your hands, bless your brothers, and let them go their own way. Okay, so what do you mean by this? So condemn none. What does condemn none means? Condemn could be two things. One could be criticize, or it could be to do with punishment. You must have read in the newspaper by now that so and so was condemned to death. So condemn is either of the two things over here. And when does one person criticize or condemn somebody or punish somebody? When the other person does not go in accordance, one's actions are not in accordance with what is the ideal thing to do or what you believe is right. For instance, a human being is maybe lazy, or a human being does not believe in, let's say, a particular religion or whatever, doesn't believe in God or anything. Now let's say two people have a different opinion. Maybe you are A and B doesn't go in accordance with what you feel is right. So Swami Vivekananda says that we should not criticize, we should not condemn that person. Criticism, if we criticize that person, right, for any reason, if we criticize that person, then that leads to negative energy, right? Imagine somebody tells you something to study also, you have to study, but when somebody tells you to study, you just feel negativity, right? That negativity comes into that thing. And rather this stops you from reforming or doing the correct thing actually, because there is this reaction and there is this defensive mechanism. So you don't like to do that. So he says that don't criticize. If anything, try to help the person. You cannot make a person do something that they don't want to do. That is what Swami Vivekananda said. At best, you can offer a helping hand. You can help the person. If a person is facing a problem, you can give an advice or facilitate the person. But if that doesn't help, if you offer help and the person does not take, then you can fold your hands and maybe greet a person respectfully, or you can pray to the Almighty that please help the person. He is a problem. Please help him, and just move away. Because you cannot do nothing. You offered the help, you could do that. And that's where you should stop. So don't criticize, don't punish. That is what Vivekananda says by means of this quotation over here. Now coming to Gandhiji. Gandhiji, as we know, he is the father of the nation, and he played a pivotal role in India attaining Swaraj, that is evicting the Britishers and creating a self-rule. Now this was done by means of something known as Satyagraha, of which the key elements were love, truth and non-violence. So he never advocated or never went with the feeling of that one should engage in violence, even if that meant to fight against the most unjust of the powers or unjust of the government. So for him, he was adamant on these virtues of love, truth, and non-violence. Now, this is something that we learn about the Gandhian ethics. Okay, we can know more about his ethics by means of studying his ethics of Satyagraha. I think this we've seen already. Then his constructive program, trusteeship, Gandhian model of trusteeship, Swadeshi, Khadi, basic education, truth and non-violence, etc. We'll come to the 11 bows. Okay, let me just explain the trusteeship model. Trusteeship model basically means that there are people who are richer, there are people who are in a position of power, and others who are not, others who are poor, who are in need of help, etc. So people who are richer, people who are zamindars, that time zamindars were there, so they are the trustees of the wealth or the power or the authority. They are trustees. They are not just the people who have wealth or it is their personal property, but they are trustees, and therefore they have a responsibility. They have a greater responsibility of doing good for the people who are marginalized, who are disadvantaged. So this is Gandhiji's trusteeship model. Right, so he wanted to create a harmony between the rich and the masses who were not well off. Right, so that's what trusteeship is all about. Okay, now Gandhiji's views on politics. Now Gandhiji compared politics with the coil of a snake. You know, the snake encircles a person. The snake encircles a person and it constricts and ultimately kills the prey. So Gandhiji compared this with the coil of a snake, something that is very rigid, something very, very tight, but he's not able to get out of it, out of the trap. He wants to throw away the snake, but the snake has a very tight grip on him. So whenever he tries, he again realizes the grip of the snake. So Gandhiji felt that politics was like something that had encircled him, like a coil of a snake. But he needed politics also so as to address the problems of socio-economic exploitation that was there in the country and the political subjugation. Now imagine when Gandhiji is fighting against the Britishers, that is obviously politics. He is doing politics. He is using the cadre and the masses to fight and to stand against the Britishers. When he is doing the non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement, when he is talking about Hindu-Muslim unity, that is all politics. So he is using the means of politics to address the problems of the contemporary society. So here again we see Gandhiji's views on politics, which is about, ethical politics. Politics should be used as a means for the welfare of the masses, for upliftment of the society. In fact, Gandhiji was an advocate of dharmic politics. Dharmic. And when we talk about dharmic, it's basically integrating religion and politics. But it is not in the modern sense where today's politicians are using religions to divide people on sectarian lines, using religion to create communal clashes and then, get rewards by basically focusing on vote-based politics that is dependent on religion. So he was rather saying that the ethics of the religion should be applied to politics. So the goodness of the religion should be applied on politics. In fact, Gandhiji would say that the goal of Swaraj is to attain Ram Rajya. For him, the Rajya of Lord Ram was ethical. It is not that it was Hindu Rashtra, that's not the thing. It is about creating ethical governance, ethical political structure. Ram Rajya meant that integrating the aspect of virtue, morality and justice in governance. So that is what he basically meant, Gandhiji, with Ram Rajya. Okay, so this is what was his philosophy with reference to politics. Now Gandhiji's views on Swaraj. Gandhiji believed that Swaraj naturally meant that self-rule and it meant evicting the British. But for Gandhiji, evicting or removing the British was not the end goal. It was the means to an end. So Swaraj for Gandhiji would mean that it would ultimately lead to upliftment of the society, upliftment of the poor and the backward. It meant creating a just rule. It is not that a particular community, anybody who is in position of power, like majority in a democracy, who has majority has ultimate power. So that was not his idea. He wanted to create democracy for sure, but that democracy should not trample around the rights of other people, especially those who are in minority. So he basically looking at the aspect of ethical government, ethical where the rights of individuals, even of those who are not from the majority, are taken care of. So that is what Gandhiji believed in. Furthermore, he believed in the freedom of expression that should be secure. He believed in the basis in self-sacrifice, and he believed in a Swaraj that should be attained by truth and non-violence. So it should create a future political structure also like that. Right, so this was the idea of Gandhiji's Swaraj. Now moving on to Gandhiji's Sarvodaya. Sarvodaya. Right, so Sarvodaya, when I say Sabka Uday. Right, so Sarvodaya. So it is about the upliftment of all, or universal upliftment or progress for all. So that was the idea of Gandhiji's Sarvodaya. Again, here you can see it is talking about Swaraj to the poor, right? No majority rule. So somewhere the idea is to create, the idea of the Swaraj is to create Sarvodaya. And that would come when the people in power, people in authority go in a way that, and in fact all the people have this virtue of self-sacrifice. Rather than focusing upon gaining and making oneself better off and rich, rather they should be focusing upon service to the humanity and service and help to the others. So that was the the pathway to Sarvodaya. Okay, now what are the principles of Sarvodaya? So first of all, if we have to look at the benefit or the upliftment of all, we have to think not as mere individuals, but as a society, as a collective. So Gandhiji would say that the family relationships, they go beyond the blood relationship. Rather, we have to look from the entire society, not discriminate on the basis of one's race, caste, religion, nothing like that. So that was important. So family, individual and family. Then he was a great advocate of the panchayati system. He believed that panchayati and the local self-government could be the pathway of upliftment of all. So he wanted to strengthen the village councils and make them more autonomous so that they could make decisions and act in a way that the collective village benefits. Then he did not like, he did not like the capitalism and the British capitalist industries gaining at the cost of the others. So he knew that the British industries, when they were developing, India was getting impoverished. So he did not like the factory system as such. He didn't want people to make factories and produce at mass scale for the others. So that means somebody is gaining money from the other. For example, when you are using the Jio phone also, Jio, Airtel, whatever. So somebody is providing you service and you all are paying money for that. Now sometimes it also leads, it is leading to inequality of wealth also. So that should not take place. So rather he was a champion of production at the cottage level or at a smaller level. He was a champion of cottage industries, small scale industries, MSME. So that should be done so that the inequality can be addressed within the society. Yes. So everyone should be equally represented. Everybody should have equal representation. So and there should not be discrimination and exploitation. So if we see Gandhiji's Sarvodaya was basically socialistic in nature. It is talking about a state. It is not talking about the governance or the administration. It is focusing on the upliftment of the people. Uday of Sarvodaya. So that is what Gandhiji would say. So it was socialist. It was talking about the welfare state in its true sense. Right. So this is what Gandhiji would say. Now Gandhiji came up with two things. So we have two things. One is Gandhiji's 7 sins and 11 vows of Gandhi. Vows means 11 vows that the people need to take. So vows basically means solemn promise. So one is that the people should ensure that they use only locally made goods or Swadeshi goods. So means the money of India will remain locally, means it will benefit the local households rather than money going outside of the country. So your local community would benefit if if you are in a village and you buy from your neighbor or any other, so the wealth will remain intact in that place. Then we should address the problem of untouchability and casteism. One should focus on bread labor, that is one should engage in physical labor, right? Rightful amount of physical labor, and one should focus on one's intellect, building one's intellectual capability, right? So it is not just about physical labor. One should work to earn a money or a livelihood. That is the basic meaning over here, and earn in such a way that one is able to meet one's need and not about one's greed, making oneself richer. Not, that is not the idea, but rather one should earn so much as to sustain itself. Non-violence, truths, non-stealing, self-discipline, non-possession, again similar. A control of the palate basically means plate over here. That is, one must eat so much as that is required. So one should eat like it is a medicine. So as much as it is required, not in accordance with one's taste buds, right? And again we can borrow the elements of non-possession from here. So one should be fearless, because unless if you are fearful, you are not going to stand up to the authority or stand up to the wrong that is taking place. So you need to be fearless. And there should be equality of all religions. Gandhiji would himself say, even though he says Ram Rajya, but he would also say that Ram and Rahim for him are same. Then comes Gandhiji's 7 sins, right? It is not Gandhiji's 7 sins, it's 7 sins that are given by Gandhiji, which should be avoided at all costs. So one is politics without principles. If you look at in Indian context, this question was asked. So if you look at politics without principles, so in a modern day we are looking at vote-based politics. We are looking at religion being used for petty political gains. We are looking at cash for votes, all those things. So these are bad things. So this should be avoided. Wealth without work. That is, one should not look for easy money. And here when we look at easy money, is basically referring to the issue of corruption, cheating, bribery, black money. So those things should be avoided. And again, we have a lot of examples that are, is taking place in the modern day. So rather we should be focusing on social moral responsibility. So earning should be in such a way that social moral responsibility is taken care of. Pleasure without conscience. It's good to have pleasure, good to enjoy life and other things, but one should have conscience also. For example, your materialistic comforts, and you're switching on the AC and you're consuming electricity, but it is ultimately affecting the environment. It is causing pollution, right? So that is one. Then pleasure without conscience could also be a case of engaging in sexual exploitation or sexual harassment, rape, etc. Then one should not be self-centered or selfish. So pleasure without conscience, one should be considerate about others as well. Then comes knowledge without character. That is how the knowledge is used. Modern day we see that hacking is being used, the knowledge about computers, programming, etc. So it is being used to hack and steal. So then again, with reference to manipulation of the stock markets that is taking place, right? So these things, journalism is there, then paid news is also there, that is taking place. So one must use one's knowledge, one's craft with character, one's obligation towards the society. That's so aspect of social moral responsibility should be there. Then comes commerce without morality. Here we are basically referring to business ethics. Then comes science without humanity, self-explanatory. That is, science should not be misused for inhuman things. Like nowadays they were talking about this COVID-19 that may be caused by, it may be an instrument of bio warfare. So rather science should be used for solving the problems of the humanity, the problems, the diseases that are there, that should be rectified rather than just making money out of it. Those things should not be there. Worship without sacrifice. Worship without sacrifice. That is, first of all, whatever religion that you worship, there should be an element of sacrifice. There should be an element of service to the people. And here again, one needs to target the stereotypes, the superstitions, prejudices, or the wrong mindset that people have. And the ultimate goal should be helping the humanity. Right. Now, here are these questions that UPSC asked. I've tried to compile all of them actually. So, what do you understand by Gandhian ethics? Discuss with examples of the application of the Gandhian ethics in public services. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of the others. I think try writing these. 7 sins is asked, right? So try answering these in your own words, and I think you will be able to answer all the questions over here. We have discussed all the concepts, so you should be able to apply yourself. Try it a bit, you'll be able to do it. Now moving on to Amartya Sen, and basically as we covered roles, I wanted to cover somebody who's very, very contemporary, but has almost the same sort of aura, prestige, and he's there also in the newspaper as well. His ideas on economics are often quoted when you're writing essays or answers of GS. So I wanted to cover Amartya Sen. Now Amartya Sen, we have these two concepts, two key elements in many teachings, but two key elements, that is, one is capability based approach and other is basic welfare economics. So, as people, as policy makers, they are trying to bring people out of the trap of poverty and uplift the society. So, one approach that has always been there is focusing on utility of the policy. So, utility of the policy, as to, they are saying that if we make a policy, this will lead to creation of industry. Right, they are focusing on the industry, as you can see. Then they are saying that this industry will be there, then there will be creation of jobs. Jobs would mean that there will be creation of income, right? Or you would have heard about this thing in the modern day, that they are talking about the ease of doing business, so that more industry comes into picture. Then more incentives are being provided as per the production linked incentive scheme. So okay, fine, this has its own application, but this should not be end in itself. If we want to uplift the people, yes, it will lead to jobs, it will lead to income. Income would mean, education and better welfare for the people, better money for education, better money for spending on the healthcare sector. That's fine. But that cannot be the sole basis of uplifting the people. What Amartya Sen argued was that we have been doing this thing in one way or the other, but it has not been able to bridge the income inequality. In fact, it has only increased, right? For this theory, he got the Nobel Prize. So he said, rather, what we should do is we need to improve the capability of the individual. So we need to focus upon the moral significance of individual's capability. So if the individual is capable in itself, if one is capable, one will be able to create industry, jobs, whatever. So one's capability needs to be enhanced, right? And that capability can be improved by focusing on the people as such. One needs to focus more on the people rather than the industry, jobs, income. So he says, if we focus on the people will create assets for a better life themselves. So this is what the capability based approach says, right? So they will be able to achieve the kind of lives that they have reason to value. Fine, so it's talking about people, and people's capability can be improved by focusing on education, providing access to education, quality healthcare, nutrition. So if these things are there, if they have a level playing field, they will be able to provide for themselves a better lives and for others as well. The other is the basic welfare economics, which seeks to evaluate the economic policies in terms of their effects on the well-being of the community. So it is not merely concerned with the poverty, like the base parameters we are covering, the poverty and the income levels or the calories that one has to consume. Here he's talking about the overall well-being of the community. So the basic welfare economics is overall upliftment of the well-being of the society, which could be measured on various counts. Right. So this is all I had to cover on Amartya Sen. Right. No question has been asked as yet, but yes, given he's important. Right. Then so this covers the contribution of moral thinkers and philosophers, and now we'll be moving on to attitude. Now coming to the third chapter, that is attitude. Now this attitude chapter is very important if we look at the case studies or even theoretical questions have been asked from this particular chapter. Now just looking at how attitude can be applied actually, think about it. You want to be an IAS officer, you're appearing for the civil service examination, you will be deputed to a district, and it may so happen that you are required to change the attitude of the people to bring about a reform or for betterment of the society. For instance, you are posted in a district, some backward region where there is a where there is a case of high female infanticide. That is, there is lack of preference for the girl child and she is being killed unethically by the parents. Or you are witnessing something that is not quite visible, but you are witnessing high dropout rates, with reference to the schools, high dropout rates among the girl child. So why is this happening? Because it is most likely because the people have a negative attitude towards having a girl child. They do not want to invest in the girl. They feel the girl is the paraya dhan. The girl will be married off to a different family. So some examples. Then this I have witnessed personally. One of my friends was working with the immunization programs of the government. So there is a lot of resistance to the vaccination programs of the government. So people believe if they are vaccinated, then bad things will happen to them. They may become impotent as well. So some rumors are there. Some people spread rumors and people do not enroll for the immunization programs. They do not get the children vaccinated, and then obviously there are more diseases. So with reference to immunization, again, we see that there is a problem of attitude of the people. People do not feel positively about it. So if you want to bring about a reform, right, as an officer, you want to change things, you can force people to do it, but some things should come automatically for the people. People should automatically feel that, see, we should not differentiate between the boy and the girl. So something has to be done so that the attitude of the people is altered, right? So in any case, you see, it is about changing or altering the attitude of the people for the betterment of the people. And when we have to alter the attitude, most likely it is to do with using tools like persuasion and social influence. Okay, we'll come to that. I actually have two questions that were asked by UPSC, so we'll cover that. Okay, so here if you see, it is all about attitude. So with reference to attitude, we need to know as to how we can bring about a change in attitude of the society, of the people around us. And to do this, we need to know about the components of attitude. What is attitude and what are the different parts or the aspects of attitude? What are the different functions of attitude? What are the factors that form the attitude of a person? And when we know form, we will know as to how we can alter the attitude. And when we look at altering the attitude, what is the role that persuasion and social influence can play? So we'll be covering all these aspects in this particular chapter. Now coming to the first thing, and we are basically looking at what is attitude. Now, as you can see before, when we were discussing these cases over here, we were looking at a situation where we see that the people believe on a particular object or on a particular subject, like female infanticide or the high dropout rates. It is about the people's thought process or how people think on a particular subject. Now coming to the definition of attitude, when we look at attitude, as said before also, it is how we feel about a particular subject, right? So this will depend on what we know or what we have experienced. So that will affect our tendency to act or behave in a particular way. So attitude is the learned and enduring predisposition, something that we know or something that we have experienced. So knowledge, what we learn, is coming from what we read, what we have heard, or our experience of a particular social environment we are in. So learned and enduring predisposition, our tendency to behave in a particular way. Normally this is our attitudes are defined by something that is from a very long period of time. The issues that we just discussed, the issue of female infanticide or dropout rates amongst the girl child, this is a thing that is happening from a very long period of time. The attitude of distinguishing between the boy and the girl. So it is an enduring predisposition. So to either behave favorably or unfavorably towards something. Now this can be an event. It could be a person. With reference to a person, we feel, let's say we are talking about the Prime Minister of the country. So we may feel positively, we may feel a bit negatively maybe. So it could be anything. It could be with reference to an event, it could be with reference to a person, it could be with reference to an object or class of such events, etc., etc. Now, we can infer certain things. We can break up this definition into further elements over here. So first of all, when we look at the attitude, it is influencing a person's behavior and perception about a particular thing. So it shapes the people's perception. Attitudes change with experience and knowledge. For instance, female infanticide was very common. In fact, if you look at the notions of patriarchy, that is favoring the boy over the girl and having gender defined roles, that the boy should work, the girl should be limited to the house. So this notion would be very much visible in the earlier times, and even today in the rural areas, more backward areas, you will find this. It's quite likely. But with greater knowledge, with greater education, especially in the urban areas, you will find that this attitude is changing. Yes, we have patriarchy, but we find that more and more girls are aspiring for higher education and striving for better career opportunities, just as the male counterparts. So with experience and knowledge, we find that the attitudes is changing. Then attitudes are naturally shaped by our values and belief system. See, it's quite simple. Let's say this person is there. So this person feels about something in a particular way. Its attitude is how we feel about a particular thing, and this feeling influences our behavior. So we feel about a particular thing, or we feel in a particular way based on what we believe is correct, right? Something that is in consonance with what we believe is right. So our belief system will shape as to what we feel on a particular subject, right? So attitudes are shaped by our values and belief systems, and naturally they are distinct, they are different. So yes, they are related, values and beliefs of a person, but they are different. So the attitude is more to do with, it is, yes, again about priority, like values, as I said before, it is about the importance that we give to a particular thing. For instance, we give higher importance to honesty or discipline, punctuality, those are values. Or we believe in certain aspects, like we believe in feminism, or we believe in we have a belief against the practice of homosexuality. We do not like homosexuality maybe. So that is a belief, and naturally when we see somebody engaging in homosexuality, we will have, if our belief system is such, then we will have a repulsive feeling for that, right? So our belief is what we think, and ultimately that will affect as to how we feel on a particular subject. Now coming to the structure of attitude. Now this is a very common, very simple model, very famous, that is the ABC model of attitude. We are basically breaking up attitude into different elements because we have to know as to how we can influence the attitude of the people around us or ourselves or the society. So this is important. Now attitude itself can be broken up into three elements. So one is cognitive, then is affective and behavior. So basically A, B, C. Let's do this with an example. Very simple and relatable example. Let's say we are considering a person, we are considering a situation where a person, let's forget a person also, let's say going for a morning run. Right, going for a morning run, and we know it is for fitness. Now the cognitive component of attitude, this basically tells us that, it's basically with reference to the human being. Let me draw the human being here. So it's about the knowledge that a person has that, see, running is good for health. Running is good for health. It improves the blood circulation. So various benefits. So that is the knowledge that we have, and naturally based on that knowledge, this knowledge will influence our behavior. If we know that running is good, running is beneficial, so the person is likely to practice run, go for run, right? That is quite natural. Okay, so this is basically behavior means a person going for a run. Simple. I go for a run, just a simple statement. Go for morning run. Why? Because it is good for health. Affective would mean I love to go for a run, or I hate running. I love. So this is the emotion or the emotive part. This is the action. Behavior means action, and cognitive means knowledge. Knowledge or awareness, experience, whatever, that is the cognitive part. Now it is likely that you have the knowledge, so you know that running is beneficial and you do it. So you do it because of that, but you do not love it. If the three are there, that is perfect. Cognitive, affective and behavior. Okay, it may so happen that you like to go for a run. You know that running, you don't like, maybe you haven't done anything, so it's not about liking. Let's say, like common people, they know that running is very good, but somehow they miss going for a run. They know, maybe they are not very fond of it, but still they know that they have to wake up early, but they miss it. So they feel very dissatisfied. This feeling is basically to do with cognitive dissonance. This phenomena is known as cognitive dissonance. You have to do something, but your behavior is not in accordance with that. So that affects your inner peace. It gives you a sense of dissatisfaction. So cognitive and behavior should match. Now take one more example. Let's say we are looking at ethical behavior for public servants. So when we look at the cognitive side, we know that ethical behavior should be done and we should not engage in corruption. But now if somebody engages in corruption, so one is going against one's cognitive. So that will again lead to cognitive dissonance. Right. So this was one thing that I wanted to get done with. Now let's look at it again, cognitive, affective and behavior. Now we are looking at influencing the behavior or attitude of the society. Let's consider sati practice is very old example, I don't want to give. Let's say you are in an office, right? Everybody goes to an office after a point of time, and in your office gender stereotyping is very common and people are passing lewd comments as well. I'm making it even worse. Right. So lewd comments are being passed. Okay. Now, let's say you are the manager, and what can be done now so that this thing stops? What can be done? So one thing is that we can work on the cognitive side. I think if you compare with Kautilya also, so Sam Dam Dandbed, so making people aware. So focusing on the cognitive side, maybe one can bring about a code of conduct or code of ethics that see, we should not, gender stereotyping is wrong. We can also say that there are certain laws like the Companies Act, according to which you cannot do this thing. This comes to even sexual harassment. So establishing a code of conduct would be a good practice. So once a person knows about something, then their behavior should change. Okay, but this will take a very long period of time. Changing one's mindset will take a very long period of time. So this practice will continue, and this is an unethical thing. This should not happen. So other thing could be that maybe it can also happen that you prepared a code of conduct and people still do not behave. So other way of doing things is changing the attitude is, first of all, bring about a law or bring about a norm that see, this practice will not be tolerable. And if somebody engages in it, then that person will be punished, and punish the person. So when you do this, you are altering the behavior of the person. You're stopping the practice right away. And when you do that, the cognitive will get developed as well as the affective. People will know that, see, this is the wrong thing to do, we should not do it. And people would know that if we do this, gradually people will know that if we do this, then we will be punished. So we alter the behavior, and by altering the behavior, we are changing the attitude of the person. Right, so this basically I was sharing this, I was going beyond the theory part so that it will help you with the case study. Right, so this is the application of the ABC model basically. Now coming to the functions of attitude, basically meaning that attitudes fulfill certain functions for individuals. So we have these following functions with reference to an attitude. So that is knowledge function, utilitarian, ego defensive, and ego expressive. Nobody is going to ask you literally the definition of these terms. So let me just explain this with the help of an example. Let's say there are different people in a room. So you are in a room and you just bring about a topic. Attitude is what? Remember the attitude. Attitude is as to how you feel on a particular subject. Right? So let's introduce a subject to a group of people that are sitting, and let's say we talk about patriotism. So when we say patriotism, there will be certain people who would have a feeling of approval. Most of the people actually shouldn't have an approval, right? Patriotism means your devotion to the country, how you feel about it, positively primarily. So most of the people would approve to it. So the utility of that subject or utility, you see a particular thing from the point of view of utility. So most likely there should be an approval. Now if somebody said equal pay for, let's say with tennis, with tennis there is this controversy that the male winner gets more reward prize as compared to female, especially with the Wimbledon. Somebody would disagree with it. So that is basically your utility in the form of approval, disapproval, what you feel. That is basically utilitarian function. To be fearful of a particular thing, because that fearful attitude sometimes makes you more cautious, and that is beneficial because it helps you survive. So now coming back to patriotism, so when we refer to utilitarian function, that is basically when people are sitting together and they say, yes, I agree with patriotism and it's a very, very good thing, it should be there. Now somebody in the group would say that yes, our country is indeed very great, we have to be patriotic, and our country gives us so many things, we have this great culture, great heritage. So one is basically giving knowledge. So knowledge function is basically with reference to knowledge to support one's claim, right? So that is the knowledge function. Now within the group, somebody says that, but you know what? Yes, our country is great, but we have too many incidents of sexual harassment that takes place. We have, our national capital is also known as the rape capital of the world. Then somebody would say, no, ego defensive. So something to save the self-esteem of the people. So people believes, somebody else believes that, nothing wrong can happen. Nothing wrong with the country. So to justify the harassment that is taking place, they would say that, see, this is the influence of the Western culture. Our society is very great. So this rape and sexual harassment and all the wrong things that are taking place, that is because of some other factor. So they are defensive about it. They want to safeguard their esteem. Now, if imagine one more scenario, let's say a child, all of you are preparing for the civil service examination, and it's quite likely that very few will pass and most people would fail. So somebody would say that I worked very hard, it is just that the paper was very, very difficult. So few people pass. So what if I fail? I wasn't lucky, others were lucky, so they passed. So that is one is trying to protect the self-esteem. So ego defensive, right? Then comes ego expressive. People, going for watching the cricket match, somebody and wearing the blue jersey that signifies India, or one's pasting the flag of the country. So that is expressive, to be very, very expressive as to what they believe is right. Right? So that is basically ego expressive. So attitude, if you look at it, so one could be from the point of view of knowledge function, where we have certain views, we may have certain prejudices also. Normally people don't know that they have a prejudice. So they use the knowledge to justify it. We look at the knowledge part and justify it. Utilitarian is basically the utility of that attitude or of that subject, whatever. So we are looking at the utility part. Then comes ego defensive, protecting one's self-esteem and, if required, even blaming the others for the shortcomings of oneself. And ego expressive is being showcasing oneself, putting your attitude on your sleeve, right? So that is basically ego expressive. Now coming to the types of attitude. Now there are these following types of attitude actually, primarily. That is civil services attitude. So with reference to civil service, we have these two attitudes, that is democratic or bureaucratic. Let's say you are a DC or any bureaucrat, think about it, and that DC believes that everything should be in accordance with rules, systems, procedures. One should follow the hierarchy. Right? So that is basically the bureaucratic attitude. Democratic attitude is when we are not just concerned with the voting or those things. No, we are just looking at how the DC is able to, devolve powers to the juniors. How the bureaucrat is being citizen-centric while looking at the outcome of a particular scheme, or when the policy is being made, so he's taking feedback of the citizens. So when we look at the citizen charter, when we look at the citizen feedback system, appraisal system from the citizen, that is basically reflective of the democratic credentials of a civil servant. So these attitudes are of two types. So one who's too much insistent on the rules, systems, hierarchy, so that is bureaucratic, and other is the democratic, where one is more liberal and more citizen-centric in the outlook of the person or official. Next type of attitude is environmental. Now don't mistake this environment, we are not merely referring to the nature, right? Nature, environment, ecology, not that attitude. Here when we refer to environmental, we are basically referring to the environment in which a particular person is. So this environment could be family, it could be the formal workspace, basically ethics and human interface. So the environment with which a person interacts with, that is environmental attitude. So attitude of the person vis-a-vis one's environment. Then comes corporate attitude. Here we are basically concerned with attitude of the corporate in the business. We're basically referring to the business ethics. So attitude of the corporate with reference to the customers, with reference to clients, with reference to the vendors, people who are supplying things to the corporate, the attitude of the corporate with reference to the employees, or maybe the society to which, within which it works, right? So that is corporate attitude. And lastly, it is political. Now, what is political attitude? One very simple this thing is, like, for instance, some people like BJP more, some like Congress, some like left, some like right, some like the values of liberalism, some are more conservative in their political outlook. So that is political attitude for sure. But we can extrapolate this, we can expand this further, and we can look at politics and economy, politics and agriculture. So we can look at the political attitude from a much wider perspective. So this is basically the types of attitude over here. Now moving on to formation of attitude. Now, as we know, attitude is what we feel, or the emotions that trigger within us when it comes to a particular person. We hear a name and some emotion triggers, we feel happy or we feel contempt for that person, right? Or a particular event like Revolt of 1857, if that thing comes in your mind, you would feel a sense of patriotism. So that is basically attitude formation. Some attitude, some feeling, some emotion came. Now naturally this is to do with what we know about it, so our knowledge, and maybe it can also be to do with our experience. Maybe we met a certain group of people and we felt very, very happy meeting those people. So we hear the names of those people or those friends, and suddenly that we get those positive vibes, we feel happy, and all those attitudes. So attitude is dependent on the knowledge and the experience. And naturally, human being's life is not something that is static, it's always evolving, and during the course of the time one may be exposed to new knowledge. New knowledge would mean new perception would mean new attitude. For instance, let's say a person belongs to a very conservative household, right? So notions of patriarchy is very, very strong. Now when the child, obviously after 12th, one goes to the college, so he encounters a different experience where people from different strata of society are there, men and women are equally there. So one feels differently when one enters into the work circle. So those notions, those prejudices are challenged. Why? Because of new knowledge and because of new experience. A person went into a different environment, there was a different value system over there. Gradually the attitude of the person is altered. So it is something that attitude is learned, obviously, it is formed, it is changed and reformed all the time. Now when we look at attitude formation, it is basically, there are these three techniques, that is classical conditioning, instrumental conditioning and social learning. Starting first with classical conditioning. And classical conditioning, if we have to talk about, there is something known as Pavlovian technique. So there was a scientist who was experimenting with his dog. So he would feed the dog. Whenever he would feed the dog, when we feed a dog, if you have a pet dog, the dog starts drooling. It's quite natural. Now when the scientist was feeding the dog, he would also ring the bell, right? So that meant, for the dog, it meant that when the bell is being rung, the food is also being given. Now gradually he stopped giving the food and he would just randomly ring the bell. So by listening to the bell, the dog felt that he'll get the food. But there was no food, but still the dog was drooling. And eventually the dog also knew if the bell is being rung, there is no food coming. But still the dog would drool. Why? Because the dog was conditioned. So anytime the bell rings, then the dog starts to drool. So that is an example of classical conditioning. So basically enforcing, if we can look at it this way, conditioning a person to behave in a particular way time and again. For instance, when we are driving on the road, we are being conditioned, with the help of CCTV cameras, by means of challans, we are being conditioned to drive within the speed limit, wear the seat belt. So even when maybe there is no traffic guy, traffic police official, then also we have a tendency to wear the seat belt. That is one example. Okay, then comes instrumental conditioning. Instrumental conditioning is basically to do with rewarding or encouraging a good behavior and punishing bad behavior, right? So punishing wrongful behavior. So when naturally this will, if a person is punished, then the person would stop doing that act, and gradually it will condition the person to change the attitude. So one will do the act that is more acceptable or rewarded. So that is instrumental conditioning. Again, finding by the traffic officials, that is one example of instrumental conditioning. Then we have this. With reference to the school, you can think that when we go to the school, when the child is given homework, so when the child does homework very well and in the time bound manner, then the child is rewarded with better grades, appreciated. And if that is not done, then we are punished, right? So this is instrumental conditioning. Then there is social learning. So learning from the environment, learning from the environment that is there, or what the people or the leaders of the society is telling us. Based on that, we are altering the attitude. So this is social learning. For instance, you can consider the example of school itself. So when you see your peers are submitting the assignment on time, then there is a peer pressure that you will also submit it on time. So that is one example of social learning. Now, one way of changing the attitude of a person or attitude of the society is persuasion. For instance, let's say a civil servant, an IAS officer or an official is reaching out to the public that they should enroll for immunization. He's trying to convince them that yes, you should do this. So persuading them. Or recently there have been a lot of agitations, right? There have been a lot of agitations. There have been right-like situations, and in case studies you will come across these. So here again you would find that somebody from the government side, he takes the leadership position, leadership role. You would be expected to do that, and one persuades the people that see, we will resolve the problems. We are one and the same, and we will resolve the problems, and you should go back and protest in a non-violent way. So persuading the people, trying to bring about a change in the attitude of the others. That is the purpose of persuasion. Right. Now some tips or tools for effective persuasion. That is, firstly, the person who is persuading should try to establish, naturally the attitude of two people. Let's say A is trying to influence B. So attitude of A and B do not match. There is a difference of opinion, and therefore A is persuading so that B acts in a way that A wants. So what should be done is that try to find a common ground where A and B both can agree. And then A can point out certain benefits, and try to change the attitude of B. Now let's say the B brings out certain objections. Let's say, let's do this with help of an example. Let's consider immunization. So let's say the B objects to immunization. He says that, if immunization is done, my children would get sick, would be unwell maybe, right? Maybe there is some water in it. Nobody is putting real medicine in this. That also happens. So A would try to say, yes, maybe your doubts, your concerns are legitimate. One can agree with it, and then try to point out that how one can overcome those objections, right? Maybe try to showcase, maybe the person who is persuading could himself get vaccinated, or maybe ask some other volunteer to do it. Or one can show that if somebody says it is water, then one can show by means of a test, or show the bottle from which the medicine is being taken. So, once the objections are expressed, one person then you can convince the person that this can be overcome, and then those becomes your strong areas or strength points. Now the objections of the B or the concerns or which bring about a rigidity in the attitude of the B can be contained. Then one can ask the other person to, if it's very difficult to, let's say, have a full-time commitment, whatever A wants B to do, then one can say, okay, fine, do it in small portions, take small commitments. And then gradually when one starts feeling comfortable with something, then ask them to embrace greater change. So commitment and consistency, starting with small commitments and then pushing for bigger commitments. Then use the reciprocity formula. That, see, I have listened to you, I have done some things for you, let's say for agitation or riot people who are engaged in this. So I am trying to do this. You also have to help me with certain things. You have to agree to certain things that I have been saying. And normally this works. Then using the social proof techniques, let's say with vaccination or with schooling, that or with any government scheme, that see, others are doing it. You don't want to do it, but others are doing it. Why do you want to be left out? Or why does your community want to be left out? You will be at a loss. So using others, using the examples of the others to build your case and putting a pressure on the other person to change or mend his or her ways. So that is social proof technique. And then also say that, see, especially with the, let's say, immunization or any government scheme, that you have to do it soon because others are doing it and these things are very scarce. There are very limited means, and if you don't do it, you'll miss out. So you have to do it now. There is a pressure because a person has to do this in a time-bound manner, else that resource would be over or extinguished, right? So these are certain ways by which a public servant or by which any particular person can influence the other person or persuade the other person to change the attitude or conduct itself in a way that is acceptable to the person who was pursued. Coming to the next way by which we can alter the attitude of a person. So that is social influence. So naturally, a human being is part of the society, and the way the society conducts or the message that the society gives would also influence the individual. Now there are broadly these ways by which the society can play a role in influencing one's conduct or attitude. So this could be conformity meaning that one acts in a way that is in conformance with what the society believes is right, or conformance with the norms of the society, right? So yeah, that's basically that's it. Then comes socialization. Have you considered this, like when you're going to a 5-star hotel, you are dressed in a particular way. There's certain etiquettes that you would have. Some people also start speaking in English, otherwise they will speak in Hindi, but they start speaking in English. But if you go to a lesser restaurant, then your attitude, your conduct is a bit different. So that is basically socialization, how we conduct ourselves into different social environment. So that again is an influence on us. Then comes peer pressure, where basically your near and the dear ones, they tell you to act in a particular way. You haven't got your child enrolled in a particular coaching institution, that's very, very good, right? Or don't you go to Maldives? We went for a holiday over there. Why don't you go there? This is peer pressure, right? Then obedience, when our elders tell us to behave or conduct ourselves in a particular way. So we are obedient. Even if we do not agree with certain things, we would still listen to our elders. Then comes the role of the leadership. Leadership means maybe the political leaders, like Prime Minister of the country tells us, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. So that is a message emanating from the leadership. Prime Minister is telling us to get immunized, get vaccinated for COVID-19. So that is leadership, and it is leadership playing a role in influencing. It's a social influence by the leadership. And yes, then comes persuasion, right? So social influence occurs when one's emotions, opinions or behaviors are affected by others, right? Now there are broad varieties of social influence. More or less I think we have covered it. So first one is compliance. So compliance with what people agree with, what society agree with, compliance is very, very close to conformity that we just did, right? So we comply with the norms that are there. Even if we dissent with their opinions, then also we will act in a particular way because that is the way we are expected to act. So that is basically compliance. Okay, identification. When certain people of a society tell us to act in a particular way, then we believe them. Sometimes when we talk about communal harmony, when there is an issue of communal harmony, when there is an issue of maybe, there is a agitation going on, some protest going on, or riots are taking place, then normally the people from the leadership, leaders of the community or people who have good social standing, they are called upon to give a message of peace and harmony. So that is again identification. So here we have politicians, religious gurus or celebrity. And then comes internalization, when people accept a belief or behavior and agree both publicly and privately. Compliance was when they agree publicly but disagree privately, but internalization is both. Now coming to UPSC past year questions. So the first question is about the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. It basically says how can social influence and persuasion contribute to the success of this scheme. Now, as we know, this is obviously Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. This thing is about changing the attitude of the people. Naturally, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan also has certain components of the government where the government is constructing toilets. It is hiring machines and other things to clean the streets. So those things are there. But primarily the key component over here is changing the attitude of the people so that the people do not litter, right? They do not litter. They throw the waste in the dustbins. They segregate the waste. And furthermore, it is also about construction of the toilets. So people construct the toilets and then they use it also. Many times government is spending on building of the toilets, but nobody is using it. So until and unless the attitude of the people is changed, and this will happen, attitude of the people is changed, the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan will not succeed. And here social influence and persuasion is very, very important. Remember Prime Minister Modi himself, he took up this charge of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. He used catchy slogans and focused on the aspect of creating awareness. Again, this is cognitive aspect, using emotions, affective component, to draw people to engage in rightful behavior so that Swachh Bharat Abhiyan can be successful. Right? Now, when Prime Minister Modi or the government is using this Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, you would notice that it is trying to build upon what is the right behavior or what is the right conduct when it comes to when it comes to cleanliness and sanitation, hygiene. So somewhere it is creating standards in the society, standards or norms in the society, and people have to conform to it. So it is using the society and trying to influence the people who do not want to change. So by means of conformity, because of this, they have to conform to the standards that are there. Then socialization, peer pressure. If somebody does not use the toilet, then there is a peer pressure on them to use because others are using it. Obedience of the government, obedience of the leadership. Then the role of the leadership, the key leader saying that you have to do it, people believe in him and they have to do it. And then persuasion, of course, persuading the people to change. So you can mention these points and this will be helpful. This will help you in differentiating your answer and help you fetch more marks. Okay, the next question is about young people with ethical conduct are not willing to come forward to join active politics. Suggest some steps to motivate them. Now here again with reference, this is about people believing that politics is unclean. And people who are living an ethical life, people who are not having a criminal record, people who are having a good corporate jobs, I think that's what we mean over here. So they are not willing to join active politics. Now, how can we change this attitude? This is again a question of attitude, and we know, we know the ways by which the attitudes are formed and can be changed. We know the components of the attitude. We need to convince the people by projecting to them key facts and figures as to why ethical people should be part of active politics. So give good reason, give good logic as to why they should be there. Then appeal to the emotions of the people, right? So these are certain things that can be done over here with reference to changing the, motivate the people in joining the active politics. Now coming to the next question, this is interesting. This question is asking us about the contrasting attitudes that we have with reference to the caste system in our society. I'm just covering this aspect over here because I think this requires a bit of the context. So basically, when we have this caste system in a society, people advocate of equality, and by and large in a society, people say that there is no jat path, everybody is equal. But when it comes to practice, for example, when we look at let's say marriage alliances, so when it comes to personal relations, we want to be associated with the same caste. Our parents, or if you look at the if you look at that marriage section of the newspaper, so people are asking for the particular caste or particular gotra. So this is one aspect over here. Then other thing we could refer to is Dalit activism, then caste-based activism even from the higher community. Then in the Indian society, even though we say we will have to abolish the caste, but then we are talking about reservation. On its own merit, maybe reservation is justified, but then if if reservation again amounts to differentiating the people on the basis of caste. So the caste identities become strong, and if we want to deal with the issue of caste, then we have to erase that identity. Right, so these are certain things I think you have to mention this, and you have to address this from the point of view of attitude. Right then, so this basically concludes our chapter on attitude. Then moving on to the next chapter, that is emotional intelligence. Now, when we look at emotional intelligence, this word, I'm just explaining you the concept over here, key concept. So this is basically two words. So one is emotions, right? So one is emotions and other is intelligence. Now intelligence, as you must have seen with reference to IQ test or whatever examination you're giving. So they aim to judge your intelligence. So what is intelligence? Your ability to apply your knowledge or whatever you have learned and use it to solve problems, right? So that is basically intelligence. Your ability to apply yourself and resolve a situation or solve a problem. So normally your academic exams, your IQ test, CAT, all these exams are basically judging your aptitude or intelligence vis-a-vis a certain, in a certain way basically. And normally this is academic. When we look at emotional intelligence, so we're using knowledge, and here what is knowledge? Knowledge of, let's say there is this one person. So knowledge of one particular person, one's awareness about one's own emotions, what makes a person angry, what makes a person happy. So one's awareness about one's own emotions, and the interface, the society or the people with which a person interacts. So to be aware of the emotions of the other people, right? So when one is aware of one's own emotions and the emotions of the other persons, then in that case one is able to use that knowledge to solve problems or solve situations. For instance, let's say you are an IAS officer and you have been asked, or you are a police officer and you have been asked to solve a riot-like situation. People are very, very angry against the administration. It is quite possible that, riot-like situation, riot hasn't taken place as yet. So now you go there, since you are IAS officer, you are a very senior officer, the leaders have come and they are listening to you. So now how do you use emotions? as a person, your job is to resolve the situation, but at the same time you have lot of pressure, you have lot of tension, you may be having political pressure also. Then there is a team that you have to, that is looking up to you. So you have to manage yourself, your own emotions, your fear, anxiety, whatever you have. Plus you have to keep others motivated, and then learn about what is the concerns, what are the emotions that are running in the minds of the people who may engage in riot, and how can you solve the emotions or taper down the emotions or the anger or the unrest that the people are facing. So that is basically emotional intelligence, where you are using your knowledge, awareness in resolving a situation. So I basically discussed a case study that was asked in UPSC. Right. In fact, if you look at all case studies, it is to do with either attitude or emotional intelligence. That is very, very common. Okay. Now, here are some questions that were asked by UPSC. So you can have a look. So one is about the definition. Then there is anger. The questions on anger and intolerance are very, very common that are asked by UPSC. Then how can you manage negative emotions? Then what is crisis of conscience? So such questions are asked, right? You can pause and have a look. I'm moving ahead, obviously. Right. So I had explained to you emotional intelligence. Now let's look at the definition of EI, because you would be required to write about it. As you can see, the first question, emotional intelligence is the ability to make your emotions work for you instead of against you. Do you agree with this view? Discuss. Okay. So emotional intelligence is the ability to understand our own emotions and others' emotions and use them constructively to guide one's thinkings and actions. Right? One has to be aware of one's own emotions. If a certain thing makes a person angry, right? Or let's say a person is angry, one must be aware that a person is angry and therefore should maybe avoid talking to other people, because with anger one's thinking abilities, one's rationality is compromised. So one must first focus on cooling down the person, cooling down oneself, right? And one must know what things work for that particular person, right? So one's own emotions, or if one feels fear or anxiety, whatever, and others' emotions of other people, and guide one's thinkings, one's own thinking or the thinking of the interface that we were referring to. For instance, here we were looking at police officials or whoever were looking up to the IAS officer, or with reference to people who are, with whom this person is negotiating with. Right. So this is what is emotional intelligence. So you can write this answer actually it's very simple. You have to define what is EI. You can maybe quote a particular thinker on this, and you can give example as to how this can be used. So you'll have to do that. So this, again, all these questions are 150 words. Okay. So this definition was adopted by Goldman and further categorized the emotional intelligence into self-awareness. If you look at it, understanding one's own emotions is again self-awareness. Managing emotions, managing the emotions of oneself. One feels angry, one feels revenge-like feeling is there, then that is not a good thing. So managing that emotions, managing yourself at that point of time, managing others, emotions of other people. The other people were angry when we were doing the case study on riots. So managing their emotions. Motivating oneself. You're preparing for civil services, things are not going your way, you're doing mock test and you're getting 60 marks out of 250, you feel dejected. So you have to keep yourself motivated and feel like continuing, right? Motivating oneself. You should have empathy. Empathy means, if you want to know about the emotions of the other person, you have to put yourself in the shoes of the other person. So empathy is the quality of, putting oneself in the position of other. Like for instance, here IS officer, maybe when we were doing this riot thing, So one can try to be in the shoes of the other person, or place oneself in the position of the people who are angry with the administration. So that will help the person get a better insight about the emotions of the person and what can be done to solve the situation. Okay, so empathy and handling relationship. That is, you can see this. Use them constructively to guide one's thinking and actions. So oneself and those of the others. So it will help handle the relationships. If you can't handle relationships, let's say two people are angry and you start fighting, relations are bad. So you have to find a way so that if two people are angry, how you can control your anger if you are angry and the other person is angry, and how you can, make the other person, you can come to a compromise and ease the relationship that is there. If you start fighting, then the relationship is obviously gone. Okay. Now, with reference to emotional intelligence, why is it important? First of all, it helps us with, if we are emotionally intelligent, it will help us in management of emotions of ourselves and those of others. And if we are able to manage our emotions better, it is quite likely that we will take ethical actions. For instance, if a person is angry, if you are angry, and if you are, if somebody has given you anger or somebody just pushed you and you feel anger, so in return you may push the other person back. So that means violence, and that is an ethical action. But if you are calm and composed, then you will take ethical decision. You will not engage in a fight. You will avoid confrontation, right? So taking ethical actions. And even when it comes with reference to administration, let's say a person is there who suddenly feels greedy. A person in position of power feels greedy. Again, greed is a kind of emotion, and one must keep emotions in check. So emotional intelligence will help keeping emotions in check. So that will ensure that the person does not engage in corruption, right? So I think we did this also when we were doing the Plato component, right? So a person's conduct can be is dependent on one's intellect, emotions, and appetite. So if emotions are not able to keep in check the appetite, then one person will do wrongful conduct. Even if one knows what is wrong, then also this will happen. So if you can go back and move to Plato, if I had explained this. Okay, next is controlling and managing negative emotions. Naturally, if you can manage emotions, of course, helps in self-motivating and also brings social awareness. To be aware of the emotions of the others, you need to be aware from the point of view of the society. You need to have social awareness. And yes, lastly, it comes to resolving conflicts. Okay, now emotions. Basically, what is emotions? Now there are 10 basic kind of emotions, that is joy, surprise, anger, disgust, right? So there are these kind of emotions. Sometimes a person may feel two things at a time as well, right? One may feel surprise and disgust at the same time. So it is quite possible. Now, normally when we talk about emotion, we say that, it's basically to do with one's feeling or one's mood, right? One's feeling, one feels joyful, one feels surprised, or I feel very moody. Somebody says, I don't want to go out, I feel very moody, right? So they say like this. So that again means that the person is not in a good shape, and one is not feeling very good when one says one is moody. So feeling and mood is fine, but emotions, feeling and mood is something that is the frame of mind of a particular person at a particular instant or at a particular point of time. Emotions is something that is long term. It is happening for a longer period of time. So feeling and mood is, yes, it is emotion, but it is very small component of it. Emotion is something that is much longer, right? And emotions of a person are dependent on one's physiological conditions. For example, if a person, let's say our parents maybe, so if our parent is having a high BP, high blood pressure. It is quite likely that a person would feel anger, would be rude also, quite possible, would not like to talk to people, right? So physiological phenomena. Or it could be one's own temperament. Certain people are calm and composed, just happens, and other person feels fidgety and loses one's cool very, very soon. So one's own temperament, and that happens. Every person has their own persona and they have their own temperament. Likewise, personality, mood and motivation, right? You feel motivated, you feel that let's say civil services and you're going to get good perks and you're able to do good for the society. So you are motivated, so your emotions would also be in accordance with that. Now emotions are very important. It's a state of mind, something to do with a state of mind. So naturally it affects as to how we feel on a particular subject matter, and also how we would act. Now let's say we have this emotion of revenge or anger. So naturally it is quite likely that we would act in haste, we would engage in a conflict, right? So this is quite obvious, it's quite natural. Now let's say there is this emotion of patriotism and nationalism. So let's consider an army soldier, army official. So an army soldier is risking one's life when he's fighting on the border, when he's patrolling or fighting the terrorist. So what is driving that person? It is primarily patriotism and nationalism. And for him, it is, it's the absolute thing, it's the most important thing. So that is again affecting one's attitude and behavior. With reference to civil servants, as you are writing the exam for that. So with that also, if a person feels the qualities of patriotism and nationalism, naturally the person would work in a way that it will, his or her actions would benefit the society, benefit the country of which one is part of. So it will lead to committed bureaucracy. Okay. Empathy, compassion, tolerance, forgiveness, sensitivity these emotions are again very important. Then Gandhiji's talisman, it's there in your NCERT books. It basically says, if you are confused as to what actions you have to take, then contemplate the weakest person that you can imagine, right? Think about the weakest person, and does your action benefit that person? That is what the talisman basically says. So it is driving on the emotion of your empathy, your ability to understand the vulnerability of the other person and what you can do for that. So it is influencing the thoughts of or actions of a person based on one's emotions. Right. Concept of committed bureaucracy require emotion. Here I had explained this with reference to patriotism and nationalism. Charles Darwin had said that emotion helps in survival. The emotion of fear, right? The emotion of fear would help a person to be cautious and not take risk, not take risky behavior. So that is again one thing one can look at it. And yes, positive emotions would naturally lead to positive behavior. If negative emotions lead to a negative behavior, likewise positive emotion would lead to positive behavior. If you feel happy, if you feel joyful, then you'll be pleasing, you'll be motivated, right? So positive emotions lead to positive behavior. Okay, now coming to management of negative emotions. If you look at the past year questions that we had seen over here. So if you can look at the past year questions, you will notice there are some questions like with reference to anger and intolerance as the enemies of correct understanding. So here again we have to write about there is one component of managing that negative emotion. Anger is a harmful negative emotion. This is again to do with the effect of anger and the conduct of a person, but yes, how can we manage that anger or the negative emotion? I count him braver who overcomes his desires than him who overcomes his enemies. So again, obviously you will write some context over here, and then there will be a part of management of negative emotions. Right, so if you look at these questions over here, whatever we are going to cover, we are doing much more than management of negative emotions. So this content will help you with these questions. Now coming to management of negative emotions. So broadly, there are some parameters that thinkers have created by which a person can manage one's negative emotions, and this includes anger as well. Right. So the first thing is that one needs to be self-aware. One needs to be self-aware as to, let's say, we are referring to anger. So what factors lead to anger? What is the state of mind of a particular person? Is a person angry? Does that person know also that a person is angry? Right? So one needs to be self-aware. A person tends to get very, very angry, and this is linked to one's physiological condition, maybe high blood pressure, right? Or one tends to feel nervous very, very soon, right? So once you know this, you will try to take suitable action. So one needs to, if one has to deal with the problem, one needs to know about that a person has that problem, and one needs to know how can a person overcome that situation. Right. Now, if a person feels a particular emotion, let's say this emotion would be as a result of a particular event or a situation that had taken. You feel anger because something happened. So some situation had happened. So one needs to do an appraisal of the situation, and that too objectively. It is quite likely that the situation maybe did not warrant that emotion, negative emotion, particularly anger or hatred, whatever. It's maybe because there was some past experience which made you to think that way. Maybe that situation was not about that, right? We can look at certain, movie scenes are there, or some comic situations are there where comedians are, people are outraged with it. So sometimes it is just that we feel that they must have done something. So it is not an objective judgment. So one needs to appraise the situation objectively, think neutrally, and think if that situation really required that emotion. Then comes self-monitoring, right? Assess yourself. Time and again assess yourself where you are with respect to your emotions, how you have been. So keep monitoring yourself, and that again would lead to enhancing of self-awareness. Engage in self-modeling. Basically meaning, role model. So be an ideal for yourself, for your own self. You being a role model for yourself in a way. Okay, so that means like how you have dealt previously with your past experiences of negative emotions, how you have been dealing with it. What benchmarks do you see for yourself as to what kind of a person you want to be, right? Everybody wants to be, there are certain qualities that a person wants to be, and normally it should be positive. It should not be that I want to be an angry young man, right? No, except if it's talking about Amitabh Bachchan, but you want to be positive, you want to be happy, jovial, and this is how you want people to see you also. So create an ideal for yourself and work towards it, and see how you dealt with a particular situation in the past. Okay, perceptual reorganization and cognitive restructuring. When this word comes, cognitive, it basically implies one using one's mind to think. And here we are basically referring to, let's say, the particular event that triggered an emotion. So to think about that situation, right? Think about that situation and what led to that emotion and how you can deal with it. That is basically perceptual reorganization and cognitive restructuring. Then normally, if you have an hobby like painting, writing, that is again being creative. So if you are doing that thing, you're cooking, whatever, you are channelizing yourself into something else. And this is something, it is quite likely that this is something that you really, really like. And normally I have seen this, like I like playing cricket, batting. So when I'm doing that, I forget everything and I just see the ball over there. So for that time being, my emotions are channelized or controlled. And if I feel anger, maybe I can divert my mind to something else. Something maybe that is more productive. So it is important to have a hobby, some sort of a recreation, so that one can channelize or move away from that situation for the time being. Okay, so be creative and channelize your energies. Develop and nurture good relationships, right? Have good friends. Don't fall into bad company. So your good friends will guide you better. If you feel anger, if let's say there is a mean friend of yours, you would say, if you feel anger, punch that person in that face, right? Punch that person, engage in a fight. So they will tell you wrong things, but your good friends will guide you appropriately. So develop and nurture good relationships. Have empathy. Place yourself in the shoes of the other person. And maybe this will give you better insight as to why a particular person acted in a particular way. So when you have an empathy, then your emotions would also be different. Let's say this person caused you anger. So if you have empathy, you will place yourself in the shoes of the other person, and naturally, when you place yourself in the shoes of the person, you will see the perspective of the other person. So this will help you contain the negative emotions that you have for the other person. Participating in community service, when you do, it's like maybe providing for langar, food, or providing some service in the temple or any other place, providing water. So these things, normally they inculcate good values, and good values would inculcate positive emotions, right? So these are certain things that can be done. Now what I'm seeing over here is, like, if you look at the past year questions, you have only 50 to 60 words to write this. Maybe if there is a holistic question also, then also 150 words. So you can be a bit selective over here, like enhancing self-awareness, you can leave out self-monitoring. Appraise the situation objectively, you can leave out perceptual reorganization. Then be creative. So like that, you need to cut down on the points and elaborate these more. So that will help you. This is a tip that I can give. Right. Now coming to motivation. So when you are looking at, let's say you are a civil servant, or I gave you this example earlier in the class, right? The first thing that I gave you. So you need to be motivated. You are in a situation or in a problem, you need to be motivated yourself. Maybe you are having your own problems. You need to motivate the other people in your team, right? So you need motivation. And therefore, when we look at emotional intelligence, ability to motivate yourself and motivate your team is very, very important. Now there are some tips for motivation. So here it is. One needs to be planned and organized in whatever one does. One needs to prioritize one's goals, right? If you have set goals, agenda, and you meet it, you feel good about it. Set short-term targets. So if you have a long-term goal, you will feel disillusioned. But if you have short-term goals, you know you are on the right track and you will feel motivated. Reward yourself for hitting the tight target. Say, cheers, I did it. Oh yes, okay, right? Whatever. So do those things, and I think you read it yourself only. Now we had seen earlier, that is how we can curb our negative emotions. Now positive emotions are very, very important. So how we can enhance them, how we can improve or increase them. So here we have certain ways by which it can be done. So first of all, the person needs to have positive personality traits. The trait of being optimistic, hopeful, happy, or having a positive self-regard. That is regard for oneself. If one feels pathetic, one feels, that I am not good anymore. If one feels that way, then the one is going to have negative emotions. One is going to feel dejected. But if one feels that, I am the best, I am very, very good, I can deal with those challenges, that is positive self-regard. So positive self-regard is very important, right? So this is one way where a person can deal with such situations by means of personality traits. Second is, it so happens many times in a life that things do not go the way we want it to be. Maybe some of you are attempting for this civil service examinations and not able to clear prelims, mains, whatever. So in that dire situation, in that problematic situation, you try to find positive. So what if I didn't do well? Yes, it's a very bad thing actually, but so many people do fail. So you try to find positives, like look, my skills improved, my knowledge improved, I have a better experience about writing the exam, maybe next time I'm going to crack it. So finding positive meaning in dire situations, right? I think you will find this sports people when they lose the cricket match and they say, but we have many positives to take out from the match that we lost. That also you can see. Okay. Then if we have a good circle, good social circle, good relations, then that can also bring about positive emotions. Engaged in mastery, being engaged in a work. So when you are engaged in a work, you are diverted, or when you are very good at work, you feel appreciated. That again leads to positive emotions. Okay. Then a faith that binds social support, purpose and hope leads to a life of purpose. So with a life of purpose, again, if you feel that there is a purpose in your life, you feel motivated. Motivated means positive emotions. And positive interpretations of most daily events. Again, these are something very similar. Okay, so this is about enhancing positive emotions of a particular person. Right. Now, approach towards emotions. How we see emotions. Now, when we talk about emotions, like if I say that, ABC, let's say this is a person, I didn't want to take a name actually. So ABC is very emotional. And when I say emotional, normally it would mean that a person is not able to control one's emotions. One starts crying very, very soon. That is what we mean when we refer to a friend as emotional, or so and so in a family as emotional. Right? And other thing is, when we say so and so is emotional, and we also mean that their emotions get the better of them, right? So that they get swayed away by their emotions. So one starts crying, then that crying attitude affects their emotions. One loses the rationality, and it also leads to a person being irrational and inefficient. So this was the conventional way by which emotions are seen normally. So it is seen as something that makes a person inefficient. It is seen as a weakness, right? You are getting dejected very soon. You feel sorrow, or your emotions get better of you, right? So these are certain things that you can look at, basically in the negative sense. Now in the modern aspect, you can also say that emotions make a particular person as effective. You feel motivated. Let's say motivation is also an emotion. So motivation makes you effective, more purposeful. It is a sign of strength. Maybe you can look at compassion. So you are compassionate. So again, let's say civil servant being emotional. And when I say emotion of compassion towards the weaker section. So one is going to go out of one's way to do better for the society, better for the marginalized, and that's the goal of civil services. Else that will be not very helpful. It's just administrative work that a person is doing. But if one has compassion, one is going to go out of the way to do better for the society. Right. Emotions would also lead to making of good judgments. Sometimes we say that it leads to, like I said, a person being irrational. But if, let's say, when we are looking at compassion, when we are looking at the quality of compassion, then a person will make a good judgment as to how the resources have to be used. A civil servant has access to resources and power. So how that has to be used for the benefit of the society. It can be used for bringing in equity in the society, justice to the society. And justice is not about what is right, what is wrong, but having a fair attitude towards the weaker and the marginalized people, those who are discriminated, whatever, right? So it on one hand it distracts us, on the other hand it motivates us, right? So this is known as the bureaucracy on emotions, the conventional way of thinking, and other is the modern way, also known as the modern neuroscience on emotions. Okay, coming to the components of emotional intelligence. Again, I think we did this in the first when we were referring to a riot-like situation. So on one hand, if we can look at this components of emotional intelligence of a person. So one is a person being aware of one's own emotions. So that is intrapersonal, within oneself. And other is interpersonal, that is one is aware of what the society wants, what are the sensitivities of other people, right? So that is interpersonal. So there are two elements. One is within intrapersonal is one is aware of oneself, so self-aware, and how one is able to keep oneself motivated, self-motivation. And other is how one is aware of others, emotions of other people, sensitivities of the other, and how one is able to utilize it. So social awareness and social competence. Social competence is basically one's awareness about the society. You refer to the emotions over here. So how one is able to motivate other people, right? How one is able to motivate, persuade other people. Again, social influence is also one part of it that we did in Attitude. Then team building exercises, resolving conflict-like situations, that is all part of social competence. So by now it is very clear that when we look at the administrators, in fact for anybody, but yes, specifically for administrators, emotional intelligence is very important. And for that purpose, naturally, the government is doing certain things, taking certain measures. So in this reference, we have certain steps, some recommendations for inculcating emotional intelligence in administrators. So first we have this recruitment. So we are writing the civil service examination, and in this we know that there is this ethics paper recently introduced. And in that we have a chapter on emotional intelligence, right? We are doing this. And furthermore, even the case studies that we do, some way or the other, they are judging, how you are able to deal with problems and situations and challenges. Obviously in the written form, but still it is checking your aptitude. And emotional intelligence is also one kind of aptitude. Okay, so recruitment. Then comes training. Now, time and again, the government keeps doing certain workshops. So here, Niti Aayog has recommended that there should be a mid-career training, right? Mid-career training to improve the competencies of the civil servants, which includes also the emotional intelligence of the officials. Furthermore, the performance of the administrators have to be, it has to be evaluated, how they have been performing. So for this purpose, when it comes to governance, we have this annual confidential reports. So all officials, they have this ACR reports based on which promotions are done. And ACR is normally written by the senior officials or your boss or whoever is your superior, basically, immediate superior. So he writes your ACR. Now with reference to this, Niti Aayog has recommended that there should be a multi-stakeholder feedback system. That means there should be a kind of a 360-degree appraisal system, that is feedback of your juniors, subordinates, feedback from the people who you are serving. So there should be a multi-stakeholder feedback. So this will help better assess the performance of the officials. Right, so it will help maybe gauging is also the biased emotions in civil servants. That is a problem actually. So biased emotions, and it will help civil servants being more sensitive to the needs and the concerns of others. For instance, let's say an official, a senior official is not sensitive towards one's colleagues. He's insensitive. He's not treating them well. That is again a sign of bad emotional intelligence. But only here he's very nice with the superior, and superior is very happy with the official. So how the person is conducting oneself with the team, that feedback is required, because that will help us in knowing the emotional side of things. Then with respect to the juniors of the person, juniors do not write the ACR. So a person may be rude, right? May have a bad temperament, may lose anger very, very soon. So that is again very bad thing. So here junior would also be giving the feedback. So that is what it basically says. Right, so this basically concludes, and now we have these questions, and you can try attempting these. Obviously you should try writing these answers, and that will cement your understanding of the topics that we had done already. So this is all about emotional intelligence, and now moving on to the governance side of ethics. Now coming to the fifth chapter, that is aptitude and foundational values for civil services. Now one thing I wanted to be very clear over here was there are various values for civil services, right? There are various values, but foundational values is a class amongst the values. And you cannot mention any value as a foundational values. For instance, the question is asking you what are the foundational values for civil services. You cannot just randomly place any value as you deem would be something that is very, very important, right? Foundational means something that is basic, something that is important. So when we refer to foundational values, it has been mentioned by the second ARC. There are certain values that are mentioned by the second ARC and only those have to be quoted. So you have to state that as given by the second ARC, the foundational values are as follows, right? We'll cover that subsequently. In fact, in this chapter, primarily we'll be covering the concept of foundational values. So which values are foundational values and why we didn't pick other values and prioritized certain values as foundational values. Okay, so one thing was this. The other thing was aptitude. Aptitude is basically one's ability to perform or one's ability to be more suitable for a particular role. For example, when we were looking at various exams like let's say after 10th we have this, in 10th we are studying all the subjects, but when we enter the 11th standard, then we have to choose particular streams. Like certain students are deemed to have good aptitude for engineering, so they take science, non-medical. Some are deemed as better for medical stream, so they take bio as a subject. Some are seen more suitable as humanities. So when we are referring to this word suitable, it's basically what people deem as a person's or as a child's aptitude. That is one's ability to perform well in a particular role. So as we look at civil services also, civil servants are performing something that is a very specialized role. Yes, we do call them as generalists, but what civil servants do in their day-to-day lives is what a person in the private sector or a person who's merely an engineer or a doctor would not be doing. So it requires a special type of an aptitude, and therefore we also need to emphasize upon certain values that are very, very important for civil services. Now when we refer to civil services, you can see some categories that I've made over here, but broadly if we look at civil services, these are people who are in charge of the civic machinery. They are in charge of the government, the day-to-day routine work that is taking place. They are in position of power and authority, right? Especially when we look at the IAS, IPS, IRS, they are in position of power and authority. And they are required to function in a way that their performance or whatever task that they do fulfills the goal of, they meet the public interest. That is, they are able to perform their task in such a way that it does good for the society or public welfare is fulfilled. So that is their primary role and responsibility. Beyond that, there may be a situation where they have to deal with chaos. They are required to manage, there is a riot-like situation or there is a lot of floods that have taken place. There is a lot of confusion all around. So they are in that kind of a situation. They are in conflict resolution mode, right? So there are certain things which are very, very unique to civil services. And therefore there is a need to look into the aptitude or something that is very specific for a civil servant. Okay, so as I said earlier also, aptitude is the combination of abilities and other characteristics, whether native or acquired, known to be indicative of an individual's ability to develop proficiency in certain particular area, like engineering, medical, whatever examples that I had given you. Now you must have noticed some people they have this innate inborn ability. Some people by their very nature are extrovert, so they have the aptitude for public speaking, and therefore roles that are associated with public speaking. Some people are introvert, so this is something that was maybe innate, something that was there by naturally to that person. Or it could be a person's ability to learn something. A person's ability, for example, when we are looking at a person's ability to be an engineer, so we are basically looking at a person's ability to learn science, non-medical, right, or learn medical, whatever. So either it is an inborn ability, or it is the capacity to learn or to do a certain type of work. Now the aptitude can be both physical as well as mental. Actually we can also add emotional as well. Okay, so normally we are referring to mental aptitude, especially in our country. When we are looking at all these exams that are there, the civil service examination, we are looking at this IIT JEE, CAT examination, NEET examination, all of them are paper-based exams. So they are gauging your mental ability or mental aptitude for, obviously, if you have the aptitude for IIT or whatever thing you want to go into. But aptitude can also be, and it has to be physical also. For example, a scientist may not require the physical strength that is required, but an army officer requires the physical strength. He may have to engage in counter-insurgency operations. In fact, with IAS officers also, they are required to travel from one place to another. Maybe not, their task is not as hardy as army officer, but still they have to travel from one place to another. They may be required to walk long distances to meet the concerned people or the people they want to serve. There may be no road connectivity also. So aptitude is both physical. If the physical side is not there, then it may hamper the functioning of or ability to fulfill a certain type of a role. Okay, then there is aptitude and then there is intelligence. Now here I wanted to just make a distinction over here. Normally we would say that aptitude and intelligence are used interchangeably. But it can so happen that a particular person has intelligence, lots of intelligence, and is a great engineer, right? Likewise, there is a person who has lot of intelligence but does not have the aptitude for engineering, but rather that person is very good in accounts or what is happening in the financial markets. Likewise, a person would be again very good in engineering or whatever, but does not have the ability to to engage with the people that are there, like for civil services, does not have the ability to talk to people or how to manage the emotions of the people, emotions of oneself as well as the emotions of the other, does not have the emotional intelligence. So intelligence is there, but that aptitude is not there for a particular role. So aptitude is something that is narrower. Intelligence is one's ability, but aptitude is what one is good in, basically, or what one would be good in. That is aptitude. Okay, one more thing to be kept in mind is there is something known as skills, abilities, and aptitude. They are very, very similar. Let me explain the differences here because you need to know this. You have an aptitude for an IAS exam, for becoming an IAS officer. That is an aptitude. So you should work towards it, right? Or let's put it engineering. Okay? Let's put it engineering. So you have an aptitude to become an engineer. So for that, let's say you were in 10th standard and somebody said you have aptitude for engineering. So you took PCM and ultimately went to college. So now by going into the college, you have the skills to perform certain kind of work. For example, you have skills of becoming a software engineer, right? You were trained in computer science and whatever things are there, and coding and other things. So you have the skills to do it. Your ability to perform the task of a software engineer. Understood? Aptitude is what would be in the future or your potential. Skills is what you have learned. Ability is what are you at the present moment. That is ability, right? So you need to know the difference over here between these terms. They're very, very fine, not much difference is there, but you are required to articulate the differences there in two lines or something. Okay, now one more thing is there that is left. There was a state PCS exam where they asked the difference between aptitude and attitude. Attitude is what, if let's say you have an attitude for a good civil servant, you have the attitude for it, but aptitude is having the attitude, of course, you need to have the attitude, but you need to have the potential of being that person. So that is the difference between aptitude and attitude. Attitude is about your state of mind or how you think on a particular subject or an object. Aptitude is what you can be, right? That is your aptitude, and to be able to become that person, you need to have an attitude towards certain things. That is very, very important. Now coming to the first foundational value, that is integrity. Integrity, in very simple terms, it is the quality of a person to be truthful to one's own value system. So whatever a person values, for example, a person may value honesty, a person values being neutral, that is not being biased from one community to the other. A person values the concept of public interest. We are referring to foundational values, so we are concerned about public servants. So person values public interest, that is public resources should be used in such a way that public interest is served. So whatever, there are different values that a person has, a person believes in. We can also call this as principles. So person believes in certain things. So when we refer to integrity, it is the quality of a person to be truthful to one's own values. Right? So that is basically integrity. Now in this case, it could be that a person is subjected to extreme pressure. Maybe, let's say we have this example of Ashok Khemka, IAS officer. So he was subjected to extreme political pressure and he stood up against corruption. So he didn't engage in wrongful activities, even though he has been transferred many a times, he has been given bad marks in the ACR, his promotion prospects were naturally hampered, harassment took place. But even despite the pressure, one was true to what one believes is right. So that reflects the quality of integrity. Now, one more way of looking at integrity is, even let's say we can also say that a person, even if the person is not being observed, right? Normally, let's say when we are in the public glare, when people are seeing us, so we are nice. We tend to be nice, we tend to be courteous, but when nobody is seeing us, we may use cuss words as well, or we may be abusive also. So when nobody is seeing you, then also you are true to your values. So these are all elements of a person with integrity, right? So it is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, right? You have moral principles, but strong moral principles because you are going to adhere to it. Okay, so this is one thing over here. Now, how can we ensure that a person engages in integrity or a person actually has integrity? So for a person to have integrity, one must know what is the right thing to do. One needs to know what is right, what is wrong, right? That is paramount, that is very, very important. And then when you know what is right, you need to act consistently accordingly. So in fact, when we look at integrity, consistency in actions or reliability is a key trait, right? So this is one thing. And we see this, that some people publicly say to other people that, see, we stand for these values and we will not change ourselves. Somebody tells Ashok Khemka that you engage in corruption. Actually, nobody would tell him because they know what he will be doing in real life, because he has set a standard for himself. So openly declare where one stands. So when people know that this is what you believe in, you believe in this thing and you're not going to change yourself, then people will not expect you to do wrong things. Right? So openly declare where one stands. Now, integrity is very, very close to honesty. If we say a person has integrity, we should imply that a person has honesty. However, honesty as a value in itself, the second ARC did not mention honesty as a value, as a foundational value, rather they said integrity. So honesty, merely speaking, honesty is being truthful, being honest, engaging in right conduct. But integrity is the value that you will adhere to honesty, even if there is pressure or nobody is seeing you. Right? So this is one way of differentiating honesty and integrity. The other thing is, if we want to really compare honesty and integrity, we can look at it this way, that when we refer to a person being honest or truthful, we can say that it is basically one is going to be truthful or one is going to speak the truth. Right? One is going to speak the truth. If such and such thing happened in a particular way, then one will say accordingly. For example, you went to your neighbor's house and you accidentally broke the glass. You accidentally broke the glass. So you say, I broke the glass. Right? But now if we have to compare integrity and honesty, let's say the glass was broken. But if somebody asked you, you would have said that I broke the glass because you are honest. A person with integrity would own up to this issue. That I went to your house and I broke the glass. How can I make up for that? That reflects the quality of integrity. Right? And if one is asked that if you broke the glass or who amongst the following broke the glass, then the person says, I broke the glass. That is not integrity. That is being honest, merely honest. You're speaking the truth, but only when somebody asked you. So integrity it's much more than that. Right? So these are certain differences that I wanted to pinpoint, because I expect a comparison may be asked between the difference between honesty and integrity. And logically thinking, even the second ARC didn't mention honesty as a value, rather they preferred integrity. Okay, now we have some past year questions. Actually, a lot of questions have been asked on integrity. So we have this question from 2018, which is a statement by Warren Buffett, the famous investor, financial investor. So he says, in looking for people to hire, right, and while hiring a particular person, he says that we need to look at three qualities. We are looking at three qualities. So first is integrity, second is intelligence, and third is energy. So he says, if they do not have the first, if they do not have integrity, the other two will kill you. You have the intelligence, you have the aptitude to do a particular work, you have the aptitude to solve problems, whatever. You have the energy and the enthusiasm to do and perform your duties, but if you do not have integrity, God knows what you will do with the intelligence and energy, right? So integrity is very, very important. For instance, a person who is very, very intelligent but does not have integrity would easily use his intelligence and energy to violate the rules and focus on personal gains, right? So that can happen. One is very intelligent, so one is very innovative in corrupt activities, corrupt means. So integrity is very, very important. So here basically you have to say the significance of all the three values over here and why integrity is the most important one among all the three that are mentioned. Okay, one of the tests of integrity is complete refusal to be compromised, right? This is what I explained over here. Okay, explain with reference to a real life example. So we have number of there is Ashok Khemka is very, very common. There is Durga Shakti Nagpal, who stood against sand mining mafia that was taking place in Uttar Pradesh. So, she had a problem with the incumbent chief minister as an IAS officer, much junior, and the chief minister of the state. So she stood up to it. Then there are various whistleblowers. There are people who were working in a particular department. They identified a wrong and they stood up for it, even if that led to risking their lives. right? So we have some examples that you can mention over here. Again, you can look at this 2018 question and compare this with 2014, where it says integrity without knowledge is weak and useless, but knowledge without integrity is dangerous and dreadful. What do you understand by the statement? Explain your stand with illustrations from the modern context. So it's very, very simple, very comparable to 2000. Coming to the next foundational value, that is objectivity. Now, objectivity in essence, it basically implies that a person is being neutral or unbiased. When a person is discharging a duty, and during the course of performing that duty, it may happen that a person is making a judgment. So that judgment has to be done not in accordance with one's own feelings or opinions or a belief that a person has, but rather it should be in accordance with the merits of the case. Now consider a case where a person is required to award contracts, right? This may happen that an IAS officer is in a position where some public work has to be done, maybe construction of a road has to be done, and for that the government will not be in a position to do it, so it will ask for different contractors A, B, C. So the person, when allocating this, a public authority, when allocating the public work to a particular contractor, right? So it cannot be that this person says, IAS officer says that A is better than, I feel that A is better, A will be able to do the work, so we'll give that person a chance. No. Objectivity implies that a person will check out the credentials of different players, and based on those assessment, the person will take the call, right? So it is basically that the person or that the official is going by the merits of the case or by sticking to the facts, right? That is essentially objectivity. So it is not that I believe that so and so will do a better job this day, so I will take this call. No, equal chance has to be given to different individuals, and suitable interviews or whatever processes they are taking, files or gauging what other people have done in the past, based on that assessment has to be made. So when those parameters are followed, that basically implies that that thing is objective, or objectivity has been used while coming to a decision. Okay, so this is objectivity, and this is just like we have the second ARC in India with reference to bringing reforms in the civil services of United Kingdoms. There was the Nolan Commission. In fact, Nolan has also given some set of values we'll cover in the next chapter, so we'll do that. So Nolan Commission is there, and here again he says that the public office is required to perform various duties, is required to make certain judgments, decisions, and while doing that, one has to follow the criteria of merit, or one has to go by the merits of the case, and no other criteria shall be followed. And here he has appreciated the way judiciary works, wherein judiciary, when the judgment is made, you must have read your polity, whatever. So if you look at the judgment, you will find that the judge has given reasons as to why they have taken a particular stand. So with reference to judiciary, there is this rule of suo motu supply of reasons, that we have to give reasons as to why we have come to a particular conclusion. So the same attribute, same quality could be applied in civil services, where a public official, when a person takes a particular action, then a person is required to give reasons. And naturally, when a person is giving reasons, one cannot say that I felt that so and so would do better, right? So naturally, it will imply that merits of the case, facts, evidence will have to be given, while the person gives a reason as to why certain action was taken. Okay, so this was importance of objectivity. Now there are some ways as to how objectivity can be ensured. So one way is that we have a well-defined system of rules and procedures, which do not allow, there is limited discretion basically. If there is more discretion, then a person can go by as to what one believes or what one feels in. So the system or whatever protocol is there for making a judgment or action, that has to be done in accordance with a well-defined set of rules or criteria. Okay, then it is very important to develop emotional intelligence, and the civil servant should be having emotional intelligence and also empathetic. So if they have empathy towards people, especially who are marginalized, who belong to the weaker sections, so that biasness that a person may have, let's say biasness with reference to caste, religion or gender, that will go away if a person is able to put itself in the position of the weaker section, right? So in that case, one will be able to overcome the beliefs or the curtain that a person has, the veil that a person has, which stops that person to see the viewpoint of the other person. So that will allow a person being more objective. Allowing freedom to implement good innovative ideas, but that has to be done by the written permission from the seniors. Then by ensuring transparency and maybe we can also say participation of the people. If a person has taken a particular decision, let's say an IAS officer has taken a particular decision, then there should be transparency as to what basis the decision was taken. I think the thing of the suo motu supply of reasons, and if those reasons are transparent to the general public, that is basically transparency. So if there is transparency, there is objectivity, then automatically the person is likely to engage in objective decision making. Then information management system as one of the innovative information management system would help. Again, this is to do with what are the tasks that a person has performed. So that will be revealed here, and this is something that is automatically that is taking place, and that will ultimately lead to objectivity, because the basis on which the decision was taken, that will be made public. So transparency is there, so automatically objectivity. Now coming to the next foundational value, that is impartiality. And actually speaking, really speaking, it is very, very similar to objectivity. I'll explain the difference. So coming to impartiality, impartiality here implies that a person does not take sides. One does not take sides, one does not discriminate. That is basically impartiality. And think about it, a public servant is in a position of trust, authority, and public servant is a part of the government, and the government is expected to be neutral to everybody. It cannot be biased to one community vis-a-vis the other, right? So impartiality in that sense. So one has to be neutral in the sense that one is not taking any sides. One is fair-minded in one's conduct. So impartiality could be with reference to political, or it could be from the point of view of public. So when we refer to public, right? So when we refer to, let's say, when we refer to discrimination on the basis of gender, public servant doing discrimination on the basis of gender or caste or on the basis of religion, that is basically partiality on those grounds. One is being biased and one is being swayed away by one's views. So we have to set that aside. Personally, you may believe certain things, but in public conduct, you cannot do that. Okay, now coming to political. Now, one way could be that there are different political parties in power, BJP, Congress, and some regional party. Let's say there is the state of UP, Uttar Pradesh. So let's say a person believes in a particular party, right? So one cannot be, when one is conducting oneself, one cannot be one cannot take sides in favor of a particular political party. That cannot happen. It could be for any case over here. So one scenario is this, where a person has to be, one cannot openly take sides. So that is one thing over here. Other thing is that, let's say whichever party is there in power, one has to ensure that one gives the best possible advice. Whichever party is there, one gives the best possible advice, And whatever schemes or policy a particular party or the government in power has recommended, like Narega or whatever scheme, so that scheme has to be implemented with the best of the abilities of the person. Now let's say this person does not believe in Narega, right? Does not believe in Narega. He believes that Narega is not a good scheme. Maybe some other way could have been used to benefit the people. Then also one has to implement the Narega scheme to the best of the abilities of this person. Right, so this is one concept. So when we look at impartiality, it also means political neutrality. One has to be politically neutral. And to be politically neutral, one more important thing is that one has to conduct itself in an anonymous manner. So anonymity, that is, one should not go to the public directly and express one's views as a public servant. Rather, it is the case for the particular political party or the particular politician who's in power or who's in opposition. It is for them to deal with the public as such, express their views or criticize the policies of the government or whatever. They should not be doing this, because if they start doing this, so they become the face of that particular government. If the government changes, they will have to suffer. Right? Because people will believe, let's say BJP was in power, and they will feel that, and this person was speaking in favor of BJP because BJP was there. Tomorrow Congress is there, they would say that this person is associated with BJP, or this person reflects the views of that party, so we cannot have this person. So this is a problem. So anonymity and political neutrality is very, very important. Now you would notice that there is this word, another word over here, non-partisanship. Non-partisanship is basically impartiality when it comes to political views, political party in power, whatever. Right? So non-partisanship is basically impartiality in the political context. Right. Now coming to importance of impartiality. Okay, one more thing over here. I told you that I'll explain the difference between objectivity and impartiality. Think about it. Actually, both mean the same thing. More or less, it means the same thing. Objectivity again meant that one has to go by the merits of the case. One has to set aside one's own feeling. Impartiality is also the same thing. So, if you have to memorize, or if you are preparing for this exam, obviously you are. So you just need to keep in mind that objectivity is when one is making a judgment or a decision, right? And impartiality is when one does not favor one at the cost of the other. So that is impartiality, right? That thing you have to keep this in mind. Otherwise, both are very, very similar actually. Okay, now importance of impartiality, and in fact also of objectivity in a way. It brings credibility and trust in public, right? It brings credibility and trust in the public with respect to the functioning of the public service. That this government is not biased, it is neutral, right? It is acting in a just manner, therefore. And if a particular civil servant is neutral, right? If a particular civil servant is neutral, let's say whichever political party is there. So if a person is neutral, right, that person will be able to say what is the best opinion. And if a person is told to do the wrong things, right, then a person will be able to stand up to it. So this will make a person gutsy. That is the meaning over here, right? It would make the person gutsy because that person will have the strength or the ability to do the right things. It will ensure equality and justice among different sections of the society. It's given, I think, understood. It ensures the moral effectiveness and efficiency of civil services. If you are neutral, right? If you are neutral, so be it in terms of transfer, posting, or whatever, if things are being done in accordance with the merits of the case and no other factor, then one thing is that only the merit is the criteria, so that is the only motivation for the public servants. So that will ensure morale of the people, effectiveness as well as the efficiency. But if it happens that a so and so IS officer is posted in a particular place because he favors a particular political party, so that becomes an extraneous factor, So efficiency is now not a parameter, or merit is now not a primary parameter, rather it is the political inclinations of a particular person. So that makes this ineffective, inefficient. So this is the problem. Now, measures to ensure impartiality. I think the best that we have is the civil services conduct rules that were created. Then we have the All India Civil Services rules, right? So they have basically to tell us as to how a person should conduct oneself. So the civil servant, to perform the duty with full devotion, shall not adopt dilatory tactics in the dealings with public, etc. Should not accept bribe. So somewhere, if again taking a bribe and then you take a decision in favor of a particular person, that is partiality, right? So those things, some essence of impartiality have been stated in the conduct rules. Unfortunately, we have the conduct rules, but we do not have the code of ethics or the ethical values that a civil servant must actually have. That is not really specified as yet. So an attempt was made, that is the Code of Ethics 1997. It has not come into force actually. So there is this Code of Ethics. Then there is this Public Services Code. A question was asked in 2016, but that again is not in force. But yes, it has a lot of credibility, even though it was a bill. Bill has to be converted into a law by legislation. So even though it is a bill, it has some value. It is considered as a benchmark as to how civil servants must conduct itself. So they must uphold the rule of law, respect human rights, maintain objectivity and transparency in their conduct, maintain utmost impartiality. So these are specified as, but yes, they are not in a position of law, or they are not in action as such, but they have a credibility. Now coming to some challenges with reference to neutrality, because when we are referring to impartiality, objectivity, we need to look at this concern with reference to neutrality, where a public servant is swayed by the political pressures or whatever, and that forces the public servant to be impartial or not to be neutral basically. So there are these concerns that are listed, and I think you should note it down. So lack of independent institutions for transferring, posting and other service conditions, right? So we need an independent institution. Then secrecy in official functioning. You remember earlier also we said, if we want to bring in objectivity and with reference to impartiality also, here again it was talking about bringing in transparency. So if the transparency is not there, objectivity will go. So this will ultimately affect the neutrality. Then in-service and intra-service rivalry. So within the service, a particular person, let's say there are so many people, A, B, C, D in a particular cadre. So A wants to be promoted. So it is quite likely that A will favor the political views of the boss vis-a-vis the B, other contender for a particular post, so that A is favored. So in-service rivalry, intra-service rivalry, then there is rivalry between IAS, IPS, IRS. Then there are rivalry between the different state cadres, Punjab cadre, Gujarat cadre, Haryana cadre. So there is rivalry there also. Then there is rivalry on the basis of one's caste, language, religion. So these also affect the neutrality of the public servants. Next comes wrong notion of committed bureaucracy. Now, a committed bureaucracy is basically that bureaucracy which is committed to the cause of the people or the public interest. But really speaking, committed bureaucracy has become, bureaucracy that is committed to the government or the particular political party in power. So this is the wrong notion, and therefore, when the bureaucracy is committed to a particular political party in power, right? Then again it will not be neutral. Then the issue of election and corruption. Now, I think this is something that is well known, that in election a lot of money is required, and one of the main sources of money, that election money, is corruption. So the people in power, political executive, they favor those people, public servants, who allow the corruption to take place, which is a great means of money for financing elections. So this again affects neutrality, Right, so these were certain aspects with reference to impartiality. Now coming to the next foundational value, that is dedication to public service. Now I'm just building up a scenario over here. Consider this IAS officer, very good IAS officer, in the sense that the person is fulfilling whatever duty that has been given to that person. So he comes to the office, he or she comes to the office. One is required to sit from 9 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. in the evening. So one is doing that. One is doing all the file work or whatever duty that has been given to that person to one's best of the ability. Right? So this is an example of a person who is committed. Now imagine if a person comes with problem, the person comes with a problem right at 5 p.m. in the evening with some problem, genuine problem is there, a poorer person comes to the office. Person says, no, my duty was till 5 p.m. in the evening, I cannot, you come tomorrow. And that happens actually, and when you go to any public department, you'll find this. So this is not an example of dedication to public service. You're committed, fine, you're doing your duty, fine, you come next day, but this person is in need of help. This person has come out of the way, left whatever work that person had and come to your office. You have to solve it, rectify it. So a person who is dedicated would try to find a way as to why this problem is there. And if that requires sitting till 7 p.m., 8 p.m. and going, doing extra for that person, so be it. So this is an example of a person who is dedicated, who is going beyond the commitment that is there. So dedication is beyond commitment. It is distinct from commitment. In fact, when we look at dedication to public service, it is when the people see or when the official sees public service as a duty, right? It is not like a task that has been given to that person, but he or she feels that this is a duty of the person, that to do the good of the society, to go by the public interest. So one has to have the sense of duty, and one has to have the notion of what is public good, do good for the people. And this requires an element of spirit of sacrifice. For instance, this was a very minor sacrifice actually, if one has to sit a bit extra in the office to solve the problem of a particular person of the governed, right? So this is the element of dedication to public service, and it is exactly these people we want when we're looking at people who are getting hired into public services, who go beyond the call of the duty. Now here again we can take another example over here. There are IAS officers who have, let's say we have this example over here. So he's actually going into a pit, and he's cleaning the pit where human excreta is there. This is the human excreta that you can see over here, right? You can see it. So this is human excreta. So he's trying to emulate a change where people go inside the pit. People don't want to go because they perceive this as a dirty, something that is dirty. Of course it is dirty, and something that is maybe seen as a task of the lower community, lower caste. So this person didn't have to, but he is doing it. So this again reflects one's dedication to public service. Right, so there are actually n number of examples that one can go with. Okay, now importance for dedication to public service. Now if you have the element of dedication to public service, right? So even if when you are in difficult situations, when you are in the position of crisis, if you have this notion of duty for the public, then you will be able to perform even in the most difficult of the situations. Then dedication to public services requires the quality of being empathetic to the job as well as empathetic to the people. So one needs to have a concern for the people, right? One cannot be that, see, I am being discomforted, I cannot, you are coming to my office at such hour, I'm not concerned with that. My duty was still so and so time. But if you have empathy, if you have concern for the other person, you will go beyond what is required. So this requires empathy. And to fulfill the obligations, to fulfill the goals of the constitution, like in the preamble it says that to provide justice, equality, right? Justice also social, political, economic. So if we have to fulfill those, we need public servants who are dedicated to public services. So this is very, very important. Now coming to the next and actually the last foundational value, that is compassion towards weaker sections. Now, you must have gotten some idea, so I'm not going into it. I'll go into it later. But I want to explain a key difference between three terms, because that is more important to me. One is compassion, other is empathy, and the last one is sympathy. So where, here it writes as compassion towards weaker sections. That means you feel something for the weaker sections and you want to do something to solve that problem. That is essentially compassion. So it basically means, let's say you are A, you feel the problem of B, and therefore you want to alleviate the problem of B. So here, as a person who is maybe privileged, who is in a position of power, authority, you feel for the concerns of the weaker sections. You not only feel, you understand the misery of that person and you take steps to solve it. That is compassion. It is the urge to solve the misery of the other person. Now, to have compassion, you need empathy and sympathy. First of all, to understand the misery of the other person, you need to put yourself into the position of the other person. Then only you would understand the misery of the other person. So that quality of placing yourself in the shoes of the other person, that is empathy. And to feel bad, I am so sorry about your loss, right? I feel sorry that you could not clear the examination. I feel so sorry that you got hurt. You could not get selected into the basketball team. That is sympathy. But that is happening because you had empathy. Right? So again, sympathy does not help. Neither does empathy help. Okay, fine, you understand the misery of that other person, you are able to know that. But what with that? You felt so bad, so what's the big deal? You need to do something about that. That is compassion. A sense of urge to help the people, that is compassion. So desire to alleviate. And this is the concept that I actually wanted to cover over here, and I think you understand the difference between these three terms over here. So compassion towards weaker section, otherwise it would have been written as empathy towards weaker section, sympathy towards weaker section, right? And that's what I basically mean to say is, you need to know the meaning of these terms over here. Okay, so compassion should be there. And with compassion, why is it important? It will help curb, obviously, to discharge duty, and you have a sense of duty, dedication to public service, everything. You need to have compassion. As simple as that. So those things set aside, if you have compassion and if you are genuinely concerned about the people who are affected, who are marginalized, whatever, you will meet them, you will meet those people, you will address the grievances, and therefore this will help address the disconnect that is there between the people who are in position of authority, power. People feel he's a babu, she or she is a babu, will not address the problems. So that disconnect will be rectified. The government and the public will come closer. So this was now moving beyond the foundational values, there are certain other values that needs to be covered, and they are important. So the first value is innovativeness and creativity. Now you don't want your public servants, people who are in position of authority, to be bogged down by the rules or go in accordance with how their seniors or colleagues are doing. You want them to be able to find new ways of doing things, so that within the limited resources, within the limited means, they are able to be more effective, they are able to bring in more efficiency, as well as make the administration more effective for public interest, for public service good, right? So this is important. So innovativeness has to be encouraged. there is a requirement of having an entrepreneur-like zeal, because like entrepreneurs, they find new and new opportunities. Like that, we want our public servants to be. So there are examples of police officials who have been very successful in using the community engagement or community policing when it comes to police work. There was this case study of an IAS officer. I think in the previous slide we saw about zero cost initiative for educating children. There was this IAS officer who posted in Sikkim, who created this initiative known as DAV, basically standing for District Administration's Adopted Village. So where there was a lot of backwardness in this particular district, so the DC created this initiative DAV, where the district adopted a particular village and they worked towards creating better infrastructure and better quality of life in that village. So when one is done, other villages will emulate it, right? So they sought the cooperation of the people because the means are limited. So they sought the cooperation of the people, and that really worked. So people came forward in helping and enabling the village being prosperous. And likewise, this model was emulated in other villages in the same district, and also it was appreciated by the central government, and across the country this initiative is being encouraged. Then there is one more initiative where an IAS officer, again a DC, she sent her child to study in the local Anganwadi school. So in the Anganwadi, she sent her child. Normally they don't do that. So in the Anganwadi, the child is expected to obviously get some learning, get some education, and beyond that, the child is supposed to get cooked meals. But rather than giving cooked meals, they gave packets of cereals. So on further investigation, the DC came to know that, the problem is that they don't have adequate resources. So she came up with the initiative of My School, My Farm. That is, each school, rather than procuring grains from outside and spend money, each school has certain land, and that land should be used for farming activities. So from that, the grains are procured and the children are fed. So this was again encouraged, right? So there are so many ideas actually you can find on this, find it from the Google. Okay. Then comes courage and bravery. Right? Courage and bravery. This is important. You are having political pressure. There is political pressure on you as an officer, and you are required to do the right thing. You need to be fair, you need to be just, and not be biased as maybe the political pressure is wanting you to do, or engage in corruption. So you need to have courage to speak what you want. Courage, even if the consequences are bad, you need to have the courage to face it. So courage and bravery is required. Now coming to some past year questions. So we have this first question which is asking us about 5 terms and its relevance for civil services, right? So if you look at it this way, we have 150 words and 5 topics. So this is 30 words. You will write some intro, you will write some conclusion, or maybe just one line on civil services. So roughly you have about 25 words actually. So this is around 2 to 3 lines. So you have to be very, very crisp when you're writing your answer. Okay, coming to the first term, transparency. Transparency means openness, right? Transparency means openness, and what steps are and what will openness lead to? This will lead to greater scrutiny, right? This greater scrutiny of actions, why a particular decision was taken. So this will help make the government more objective, or public officials may be more objective, as well as this will enable fixing accountability on public servants. Accountability is the second term, which essentially means that public servants are answerable or are responsible for their actions or deeds. So that is basically accountability, right? So every person who is in position of power, some authority has been bestowed, so that authority has to be done in the rightful way. So why that action was done in a particular way, the person needs to be answerable for that. So that is accountability. Now again, one way of fixing accountability is promoting transparency and participation of the people. So once transparency is there, when scrutiny is there, people should have the right to ask questions. So one way is this. Then we can use these institutions like the CBI, the CAG. CAG looks into the accounts and says, okay, you didn't implement the scheme properly, or you did unwarranted expenditures, money could have been saved. That is again fixing accountability. So we have the CAG, we have the CVC, which looks into the aspect of corruption, right? So they are fixing accountability, they are scrutinizing the work. So again fixing responsibility on the public servants. Then comes the aspect of fairness and justice. Fairness essentially means to be impartial. I think we did that. To be impartial, to be neutral, and to be neutral in one's own conduct. Now, one more aspect with respect to justice is when the court is dispensing justice, just giving you some example over here. So let's say there are two parties over here which come to the judge. So let's say, one thing is that the judge needs to be neutral, needs to be impartial. Now let's say A did something wrong to B, and that is established. So judge will punish A and try to undo or try to compensate B. So that is justice. So in this sense, justice means those people who are marginalized, people who are from the weaker groups, who are poor, or from the weaker communities, or those who are discriminated, find ways so that the discrimination stops and to compensate for that. So that is essentially justice, right? So maybe a public servant taking a proactive approach towards the issue of child marriages that are taking place, right? Taking a proactive approach. So that is again justice. Or the issue of discrimination on the basis of caste, with the reference to midday meals, a woman worker is cooking meals and the people from higher community says we don't want to eat. So that again is a reflective of an injustice being done. Okay, so fairness and justice. Then comes courage of conviction. Every person has a conviction, and conviction says that what is moral, what is immoral, what is right, what is wrong, this idea should be implemented. Some conviction is there. Courage of conviction essentially means to stand up for what you feel is right, what is your conviction, to have that courage and do the right thing according to you. Then comes spirit of service, seva ka bhav, or dedication to public service. That is essentially, it's the same thing basically. Okay, next two topics are actually very similar. Let's do the first one over here. How do the virtues of trustworthiness and fortitude get manifested in public services? Right? Explain with examples. Now here I was thinking, trustworthiness you will be able to explain, fortitude you have explained over here. How can they be get manifested in public services, or how they can be essential part of the public services? Now we do not have anything extra over here, right? If this point comes over here, how do we make public service, public servants have more fortitude? We don't have any extra point over here. So essentially, we can say that there is a need to implement a code of ethics, introduce that with the spirit of the public services code. We'll do that. 2016 a question was asked, right? There is the code of conduct which tells the civil servants as to how should they themselves conduct themselves, how should they conduct themselves with the public, with the politicians. Those conduct is there. So if one goes according to that, the virtue of trustworthiness or fortitude can be seen. Okay, sensitivity training, sensitizing the public officials on these aspects, emphasizing on transparency and accountability. So even if the pressure is, if the pressure is there on a bureaucrat to act in a particular way, or to engage in corruption, or to favor a particular person, if there is transparency and transparency leads to accountability, then the person will have to go with, person knows that if I take a wrong action, I'll be held accountable in the future. So the person will have to be impartial, will have to be objective, even if there is most severe kind of pressures on the particular person. right? So these are certain things that can be done. Then furthermore, you can say that creating institutional structures which ensure neutrality, right? Neutrality and objectivity in administration, those things can be placed. Okay, next is what is meant by public interest. Basically looking into the aspect of what is good for the public, what leads to the welfare of the public, that is essentially public interest. What are the principles and procedures to be followed by the civil servants in public interest? And I think it is essentially the same points over here. Can't do much about it, right? We can't be more specific. This is all we have over here. Right then, so this basically covers this chapter. Now moving on to the next one, that is again a continuation of this values in public services. Now coming to the sixth chapter, that is public civil service values and ethics in public administration. Now if we just want to break up as to what things we'll be covering in this chapter. So the first thing is, what values are we talking about? Which actually we have covered in the earlier chapter, foundational values and aptitude for civil services. Foundational values, so we have covered that. Why are these values important? And we'll be covering this under the heading of importance of values, ethical values, values and ethics in public administration. Then we'll be moving ahead with what steps are put in place, what measures have been taken by the government or the political executive, whosoever, to ensure that the public administration has these values and ethics. So measures like code of conduct, proposed code of ethics, etc., etc. We'll cover that. In fact, we'll be doing simultaneously with past year questions. Then there is another concept that we'll be doing, which is known as Max Weber's idea of a good bureaucrat or bureaucratic morality. This was asked in UPSC. Then ethical concerns in public sector, which basically means the government, and the private sector. So we'll be doing this briefly. Now coming to the importance of ethics and values in public services. I think all these points will make more sense if we can, if we can discuss this past year question. This will give us a greater clarity. So this question reads as, what do you understand by the terms governance, good governance and ethical governance, right? So this makes sense, because importance of ethics and values in public services, and we can say ethics and values in governance, because public services are in the business of governance. So what is governance? Governance is how people in position of power or authority, how do they exercise that power? And the basic idea of exercising that power is how that power is being used to provide public service delivery, right? We did this key task of a bureaucrat. So one task is this, another thing is policy making, and again this is for better delivery of public services. For example, there was a policy as to introduce Aadhaar card, and Aadhaar card was to provide digitalization of the subsidies. So various services were digitalized, and that was supposed to bring in good governance, right? Or make the public service delivery more efficient. So the key task is public service delivery. And some of the things that we see that the government is doing is like law and order, maintenance of law and order, maybe regulating certain things. For example, you go for how the housing sector will be governed, how the aviation sector would be governed, what will be the relationship between relationship or the rights of the consumers with the sellers, right? So regulation related services. Then obviously welfare related, access to providing healthcare, education and many other services. So governance is to do with public service delivery, how the people use their power and for what purpose. That is governance. Good governance would mean that if this public service delivery is being provided in a very effective and efficient manner, and that would again entail that there is minimum leakages, and that should mean minimum corruption, right? So lack of corruption, we can say this. But yes, it is about being effective and efficient. And this also would mean optimum utilization of resources. So this is good governance. Now, how is a good governance model different from ethical governance? Ethical governance includes good governance, but good governance need not include ethical governance. So ethical governance is when the people in position of power, or when the public service delivery is being given in such a way, the government is run in such a way that it is driven by ethics and values. It is driven by some key values like honesty, integrity, right? Honesty, integrity. Then we can talk about transparency and accountability, with the idea of empowering the public, doing good for the public. That is the core idea. When the public interest is served, that will be ethical governance. Now, when the public interest is served, when people are benefited, when people believe that the government is there for the welfare and the well-being of the citizens, they will not engage in corrupt activities. They will use the resources in the best possible way and everybody will be benefited. I think sabka saath, sabka vikas. So that government naturally will have legitimacy. Legitimacy, I have mentioned accountability also, right? Some system is there so that there is accountability. The officials are answerable for their actions, right? So that is ethical governance. Now remember, I said one thing, that it may be that there is good governance, but it will not be ethical governance. But ethical governance has to be it has to include good governance. So ethical governance is basically good governance plus ethics and values in governance or public services. So something that is value driven. Now I'll give you one example. I have heard, this is an anecdotal evidence, I have heard this, that when the Britishers were there in India, that government was very effective and efficient. That government was very effective and efficient. The law and order was very well maintained. The health services were very well done. In fact, if you look at the old foundations also that was built during the colonial era, that were much more better in quality as compared to what have been built today. Right? So that is an example of good governance that is effective and efficient. But we all know that the British government in India was not considered as legitimate, because that government was not answerable to the people. That government was not concerned with the well-being of the Indian citizens. It was providing good governance, it was providing good law and order and all other things. But the basic idea was that the Britishers should prosper, and because of that, the Indian society which they were supposed to serve was getting impoverished. Right? There was a lot of misery and poverty in our country. So that government was not deemed as legitimate. So when Mahatma Gandhi would struggle, he would say that British government in India is not legitimate. The laws made by the British government are not legitimate. It's an illegitimate government. The government that is made by the Indians, that is self-ruled, that will be legitimate government, because that government will look into the aspect of public interest. That government will be accountable to the Indian citizens because it comprises of the Indians. Right? So that is one example of ethical governments and anecdotal evidence that I shared. But all of these points should make sense if we look at these points over here. Importance of ethics and values in public services. That government will be deemed as legitimate in actions. It will have legitimacy and actions. If a government is accused of scams, and such government, even if it tries to do something good, people will not trust it. And when there is no trustworthiness, for example, the government is very often accused of crony capitalism. So that government also loses legitimacy. Okay. Now, if you have legitimacy when there is, when there is accountability or answerability. And to do that, there has to be a framework as to how we can make the public services more accountable. That is, we have a system where the public servants are answerable for their actions or why they did not do a particular action even then. So there has to be a framework for accountability. And yes, the behavior, there should be some sort of guidelines for appropriate behavior. They cannot indulge in wrongful activities. They cannot indulge in corrupt activities. Right? So some norms have to be created, like we have the code of conduct or conduct rules for civil servants. And naturally, it secures public interest because that is the sole goal of any government, of the ethical government. Right? So these are the importance of ethics and values in public services. And I think we are done with the past year question as well. Now coming to the current status of ethical standards for public servants. So at the time being, we have these two things. So first we have the Central Civil Services Conduct Rules, and second one is All India Service Rules, which are very similar. All India services are IAS, IPS and Forest Services. So for them, the rules are a bit different, but yes, they are in their very nature, they are conduct rules, which are basically a kind of do's and don'ts for public servants, right? So do's and don'ts of public servant, which is again to curtail or to bring in probity and governance, to curtail corruption or wrongful actions of civil servants. So it defines as to what should be the rightful behavior of a public servant. So we can also call it as a standards of behavior. Okay. So it is a standards of behavior. It tells the public servant as to how should they conduct themselves, that they cannot engage in political activities, they cannot share political views, they have to disclose their income and income of the immediate members. Those things are there and they are very, very detailed. We can say that we can infer some values from there also. Right? These do's and don'ts is basically deciding as to what is right, what is wrong, and that is coming from certain values for sure. But these values are not explicitly stated. These conduct rules are telling the official as to how it should conduct rather than focusing on the mindset of the officer or the officials. So the Public Service Bill or the Code of Ethics, the very idea was to inculcate certain values in the public servants, so that even when the conduct rules are in contradiction, there may be some rules, there are many rules. So sometimes, one rule vis-a-vis the other, they contradict. Or there may be a situation that the conduct rules do not cover, where a public servant has to decide what is right, what is wrong. So maybe a person is, according to the conduct rules, is doing the right thing, but in reality the actions are immoral. So there is a need to define the values of a civil servant, and for that purpose these two things were brought into picture. But even today they are not non-existent, but yes, they have lot of value. In fact, in the year 2016, UPSC asked a question on this as well. Public Services Code, which is essentially Public Services Bill. Now, one thing I want to add is in the recent times there is this trend of Social Accountability Bill. Social Accountability Bill or Public Services Bill or Public Service Delivery Bill for different state governments, which essentially means that the government is accountable to the public for delivery of services. So this should be done in time-bound manner. So this is one thing. The government needs to be answerable for their actions. That means it is looking at bringing in accountability, right? And third, it defines certain values for public servants. So this social accountability is particularly in Rajasthan, there is a lot of activism that is going on. So this is again an important theme for your exam. Okay, now let me just tell you how we'll be going forward. We'll be looking at the Public Services Bill. Then I'll explain to you in greater detail as to what are conduct rules, because a question was asked on conduct rules and code of ethics. Okay, now moving on with the key points of Public Services Code or bill. So here is the question that was asked. Discuss the Public Services Code as recommended by the second ARC. I think that is very clear to you. So this is coming by the second ARC. So after the Code of Ethics that was introduced in 1997 as a bill, it wasn't approved. So then ultimately the second ARC recommended the Public Services Code bill, which essentially tells us certain important points, right? This is not the entire bill as such. So some important points over here. So there has to be allegiance to the Constitution. They should function in an apolitical manner. There should be objectivity, impartiality, honesty, right? All these points. Act with integrity and in a courteous and just manner. Ensure quality service and effective working. Be accountable for the decisions. So all these things are mentioned without discrimination of caste, right? So all these things. I want to make a point over here that if you look at the question, this question would be of 150 words, and this is I'm very sure this is more than 150, right? So if you are attempting this question, you cannot mention all the points over here. So you can start the answer by stating as to who introduced. So you know it was introduced by the second ARC and the purpose of this bill, right? So purpose of the bill, that is to inculcate ethics and values in public services. Then you can enumerate certain values, certain key values that you can spot over here. So being apolitical, we can say to be objective and impartial, integrity and honesty, right? Non-discrimination. So some values you can mention over here. Then one of the values that you need to mention is to ensure high standards and ethical quality service. The notion that the government is there for effective service delivery, or the functioning of the government should be done in an effective way. So that once that is mentioned, then you can mention about the lack of a public services bill as to why we need it. So at the present time, we have the code of conduct. I had explained to you, we have the code of conduct, which is in the nature of standards of behavior or do's and don'ts for a public servant. But it doesn't specify as to what are the key values that are required in the effective functioning of the government or the public services. So to inculcate those values and value-driven governance, we need something like a public services code. Now you can add one more line and you can also give a reference of social accountability. You know, I actually wrote the answer, but I'm not sharing, because if I start sharing the answer, you'll not think. So try writing your answer in your own words. I just wanted to teach you how to write the answer, right? Because this is all you're going to get in reality. You have to inculcate that skill of writing. So this is it on public services. Now coming to the code of conduct and code of ethics, because we are looking into it in detail because UPSC had asked this. Okay, it basically said to distinguish between the code of conduct and code of ethics. So we have to distinguish with suitable examples. Now coming to the code of conduct, it was a result of the Committee on Prevention of Corruption. So to the wrongful actions that a public servant may do as part of the power that a person has, may engage in wrongful behavior. So to curtail that, the code of conduct was established. And this was recommended by this committee, also known as Santhanam Committee. Coincidentally, it also recommended the Central Vigilance Commission. Now, as Santhanam Committee pointed out, that it is not possible to inculcate these. We need right values if we have to deal with the issue of corruption, but we cannot expect the public servants to have the rightful values overnight. If somebody engages in corruption or is corruptible, then we cannot expect that person to have integrity the following day. It is not possible. So this is going to be a long drawn process. So we need to decide some do's and don'ts for the public servants so that they engage in rightful manner. And that was the purpose of the code of conduct. So it basically says the purpose is to create an enforceable code. Code means some sort of norms, some sort of rules as to how the public servants must conduct themselves. And if they do not do so, they should be punished. So there should be sanctions for unacceptable behavior. So enforceable code itself means that this code can be enforced. If it is somebody engages in wrongful conduct, they may be punished. It is justiciable. That is the idea. Now, if you have any confusion, you can compare with the fundamental rights and directive principle of state policy. Fundamental rights are enforceable. Directive principles of state policy are important, but they are not enforceable. Right? It is a code, but it is not enforceable. Okay, so we are done with this. Then we have this Central Civil Services Rules 1964 and All India Service Rules, etc. So these are all code of conduct in their very nature. And as said before, it is a legally enforceable code that sets out the standards of behavior expected of those working in public services. I have actually included this so that you can copy it or whatever, so that you have the literature to write your answer. Okay, so code of conduct. Now moving ahead with the code of ethics. So the thing with the code of conduct, it tells as to what are the do's and the don'ts, right? It is telling us about the do's and the don'ts. It basically defines the conduct of the person, but it does not say how a person, on what parameters should a person make a decision. That is not explained, but it says it defines some do's and don'ts for public servant. So code of ethics uses ethical norms, values, morals. So it tries to inculcate certain values in the public servant. Some values that we have covered, like foundational values. So some values like political impartiality, maintenance of highest ethical standards, accountability. So on those values, it wants to inculcate those values so that the civil servant can decide for itself as to what is right, what is wrong. So it is now up to that person to decide, but that has to be done in accordance with these values, right? So if we look at the code of conduct and code of ethics, the code of conduct is merely do's and don'ts. Code of ethics is using values to determine what is acceptable, what is not non-acceptable. So the scope of code of ethics is much wider. Something may escape the code of conduct. There may be a situation where the code of conduct is not adequate. Maybe a certain conduct, even though it is unethical, but it is acceptable according to the code of conduct. So code of ethics is much wider in its scope. Okay. So code of ethics is a guide of principles designed to help professionals conduct business. It aims at helping the official, right? So based on those values, a person decides this is right, this is wrong. Now it also includes declaration of values. When you write the code of ethics, and these are given to the civil servants, so those values are specified over there. So it gives certain values, and these are the values that are expected from that person and anybody who's interacting with that person, particularly citizens, and we can also include the colleagues, etc. So those values, the person, whosoever, let's say the citizen is there, so the citizen should expect the honest behavior from that person. That is code of ethics. So those values must be reflected in their conduct, right? So this was all about code of ethics. So distinguish between code of ethics and code of conduct. Okay, so I think you should be able to do it. Only one thing that I want to say, maybe there may be a confusion, that when I referred to code of ethics earlier in the class, I referred to the 1997 initiative. But anything that includes ethics or ethical norms in the public servants, like the public service code, that is also code of ethics for the purpose of this answer or any question that is asked from you, right? So this is all I wanted to clarify. Now coming to the Nolan Committee, which was basically to inculcate values in the bureaucracy of the United Kingdoms, so official of the United Kingdoms. So just like we have the second ARC, which mentioned some foundational values for civil services, then we had this code of ethics. So like that, in UK there is Nolan Committee, and these are known as standards of public life. So I didn't come across a question as yet, but if we look at some other questions, so Nolan Committee can also be asked. So these are some values that you need to keep in mind, and you have to memorize it. I can't help it. So you need to focus on your rote memory. So these are the following values that a person must have in public life. That is selflessness, right? You can note down these values. So first is selflessness. That means that a person who is responsible for, who is in public service, should keep in mind public interest, should not focus on what is good or bad for the particular person who's in position of authority, but rather should be concerned about public interest. So it should keep aside the financial gains that may happen, or some political pressure is there. So those things should not be into consideration, but rather the public interest, or how a particular conduct or an act could do good for the public. Next comes integrity, right? Integrity, you know, that is not to be influenced by superficial or external factors. That is integrity, to be true to one's value. And for this purpose, the holders of public offices should not themselves be under any financial or other obligation from outside. If there is a financial obligation, let's say political parties that we have, so they take funding. They take funding from private sector. 95% is coming from the capitalist, industrialist, etc. So it is often argued that ultimately they may do some things, they may do, because they are obligated, they took money, they got funding, even though there was no condition set before giving funding to, let's say any company gives funding to a political party, there was no obligation as such that the political party, when they come to power, they have to act in a particular way. But still there may be a sense of obligation that they have to do something for that party or for that company actually. So this is a concern. So that will affect the integrity of that person. Objectivity, right? Objectivity means being impartial, going by the merits of the case. So those things. Accountability means the office holder should be answerable for their actions. Then openness means transparency, honesty and leadership. So holders of public office should exhibit their principles in their own behavior. So whosoever is in the position of leadership, they should lead by examples. Now coming to a very interesting question that was asked in 2016, and this completely contradicts whatever we have studied till now. So till now we were looking at inculcating certain values amongst the public servants as part of code of ethics, as part of second ARC, foundational values and civil service aptitude, right? So some values have been defined. So we are looking at inculcating certain values that will ultimately define the conduct. Max Weber had a completely different take on that. I think we'll read the question and then solve the answer, and that will give us greater clarity. So Max Weber said that it is not wise to apply to public administration the sort of moral and ethical norms we apply to matters of personal conscience. So when we were looking at this part, focus here. When we were looking here, we were looking at inculcating certain values, honesty, integrity, compassion towards weaker section, right? All these things. So this is matters of personal conscience. We are applying this in bureaucracy. So Max Weber says that this is not wise. So then what is wise? He says that it is important to realize that the state bureaucracy The state bureaucracy might possess its own independent bureaucratic morality. That means that the civil servant is required to simply implement the bureaucratic morality. So whatever norms are there of that department or whatever bureaucracy of which this person is part of, that has to be executed by that. So basically means do as directed. Whatever your higher ups have told you, right? In a bureaucracy, there are people who are senior to you, or you have to act in accordance with certain rules and norms. So these rules and norms, or what directions have been, orders have been given to you, that is bureaucratic morality. And you have to, or basically it is what has been told to you, you have to do that. So morality was also a person deciding what is right according to that person and what is incorrect or immoral. So here the rules or the directions are bureaucratic morality, and one has to go by that. In fact, such a person who strictly goes by the rules, that person is a good bureaucrat according to Max Weber. So Max Weber has his own theory on a good bureaucrat. So person who implements the rule as it is, doesn't apply himself or herself, but just applies the rule, right? So this is what Max Weber had said, and this quite significantly contradicts whatever we have studied. We studied about Nolan Committee, we studied whatever we studied, it is contradicting that. So Nolan Committee is also looking at mentioning some values over here. Okay, so why would it say that? So Max Weber said that felt that bureaucracy should be designed according to rational principle. It should be guided by rules and regulations which should override moral and ethical norms of personal conscience. What if a person is unethical? What if a person is really immoral? Right? There is a problem over here. So if a person is bad in one's own conduct, right, then there will be corruption. Or if one does not follow what the rules tell that person to follow, then again there may be wrongful conduct. So according to Max Weber, a bureaucrat is just like a facilitator. A bureaucrat is part of the bureaucracy, a department, a government setup. So a bureaucrat is a person who maybe wrote an exam like civil services, SSC, whatever exam, and entered into that service. He's salaried by the bureaucracy, he's given a salary, he's given certain perks, he or she, and the one has to act in accordance with that. So, you know, that salary was given to that person was hired to implement the rules, norms, whatever has to be done for that purpose. Now, if a person starts using discretion, starts applying one's own personal conscience, then maybe it will contradict with the bureaucratic morality. So this will not be fine. Hence, the bureaucrats should not use his discretions in public administration, and their action should be guided by standard operating procedures set by political executives. Whatever higher ups have said, accordingly that person has to do. Right? So I think this is this covers the viewpoint of Max Weber, and if you see the language also, this is quoted from Max Weber. Okay. Obviously, Max Weber was a German, so we have translated it. Anyways, so this is the point of view of Max Weber. Now the question reads as critically analyze the statement. Till now, we have projected the views of Max Weber. Now, is this suitable, especially if we look at Indian perspective? The second ARC has mentioned certain foundational values, right? And it talks about integrity, it talks about being impartial, it talks about objectivity, some values, and let me add one more value which is important: compassion towards weaker sections. Given that we have an issue of governance deficit, we have an issue of backwardness in our country, lot of people are illiterate, right? So people are backwards, so we need to have something so that people can be empowered. Now, if a bureaucrat goes simply in accordance with rules or procedures established, then those people who are basically backwards or who do not have the resources or the means will always be underprivileged. We need a bureaucracy which is proactive and which can deal with such issues, especially which is compassionate and goes out of the way so that they can use their power and authority to uplift the society via a welfare state. And you can also look at the issue of impartiality. So we have, the issue of high rate of corruption. We have political influence, which may tell them to go in accordance with political parties to engage in wrongful conduct. So what if you are told by higher ups to engage in wrongful conduct, or the prior procedure was to engage in wrongful conduct? Then again you are unethical. So in our country we have these issues. Maybe what Max Weber is saying, it is perfect for a developed country where the people have come out of the poverty trap. People are literate. They can demand things from the people, right? There are set parameters of accountability. There are set parameters of enforcing political neutrality. But in Indian context, we need a public servant who has to be proactive to ensure good governance and fulfill public interest. So this is the counter view over here, right? So this is important, right? And again, in India's case, we need positive discrimination for upliftment of the vulnerable sections, right? So this concept, I think this is the answer as such, because I had to share the points on Max Weber as well. So I think if this is not clear, you can take a screenshot if you wish. Now coming to some types of ethical dilemmas which administrators routinely face. Now I'll try to explain with help of examples so that they are relatable. So the first one is talking about the conflict between different values of public administration. So efficiency versus accountability. I don't know if you have noticed this. Many a times when we're reading the newspaper, so we have this senior IAS officer, particularly IAS officers or officials in the banking sector. They say that we do not want to take difficult decisions. We do not want to take difficult decisions. Maybe those decisions would have led to better efficiency and would have actually resulted in greater good, but we do not want to do because we are fearful of mechanisms of accountability. We may be answerable there may be investigation as to why we came up with a certain decision, and this may lead to harassment. They also mention this, that the fear of the 4 C's. So because of the fear of the 4 C's, the public sector or the officials are not functioning properly. And what are the 4 C's? These are instruments of accountability, namely courts, CVC, Vigilance Commission, CBI, CHE, etc. Right? So all of these agencies are looking at the aspect of probity and governance, that is looking at the ethics and the morality of actions that govern the governance side, right? But on one side we have efficiency, on the other side there is fear of accountability. Both are equally important. So many a times they seek protection from the 4 C's. The aspects of code of conduct: accepting rewards or gifts for performance of duty. So for performance of duty, which is on, there are 2 ways of looking at this. One is you do good duty and for that you get reward. Other thing is that somebody pays you money so that you perform your duty. So that is a clear case of corruption, which is immoral. Then comes personal values versus those of seniors or a government directive. Now I want to introduce a scenario where both may be correct. Maybe you are an IAS officer and you or any officer, you are responsible for implementing a scheme and your decision is final, but you have been given an order by a higher up, right? This may happen. Okay, so you are implementing a scheme and that person does not have the documents. You feel a discretion should be made on compassionate grounds because that person is very poor and you want to help that person. So you value compassion more. While your senior believes that he's a believer of Max Weber. He says rules and conducts are paramount and we should go by that. We should not focus on the compassion side. We should strictly abide by the rule, even if that leads to some people being left out. So your value was compassion, while those of a senior is also correct. Okay. Professional ethics versus following an unjustified order by a supervisor or authority. I think Ashok Khemka example, where illegal transfer of land was taking place, right? Or an action, you have been directed to do an action which is actually an unethical act. You have been asked to indulge in wrongful conduct, so you have to listen to your senior. Your conduct rules also say you have to listen to your senior, but it is an unethical act. I think many a times this also happens. This comes in the paper where the people have been investigated for breaking of the conduct rules, even though they may be doing the right thing. Okay, next comes blurred or competing accountabilities, such as, is one loyal to one's department or a society? What if a department is doing something which is in contravention to the best interests of the society? So where do you stand? Towards your department or towards the society? So there are these dilemmas, and I think which can be best addressed if we can bring in the code of ethics. And I think that question can be revisited. So which clearly defines that in such scenarios, what needs to be the way forward. So this ambiguity has to be clearly defined. Now coming to the last part of a chapter, that is public sector ethical concerns and the ethical issues in private sector. Now the first thing is administrative discretion, and in fact I think this is the root cause of all the problems that we'll see. So it is administrative discretion where a person uses discretion for personal gains, that is corruption, right? That is corruption. Administrative discretion in matters of appointments where a person favors one of its own, one from the family or some on the basis of some recommendation rather than by going by the principle of merit. So when merit is not applied, that is nepotism in matters of appointment. And when there is nepotism, when you hire people or when you are in association with people of your circle, then it stops people questioning you. So that accountability also stops because there is a conflict of interest. Because so and so hired you, so you cannot ask them difficult questions. You will go as what the person has told you to do. You will not apply yourself. So nepotism is in that way also it is bad. Okay, then there is administrative secrecy. Lot of things that takes place should be actually in public domain so that they can be scrutinized. And that will ultimately lead to accountability, because when the scrutiny is there, people will question the government or question as to what was the rationale for taking this decision or doing this particular action, right? So administrative secrecy protects public officials, especially those who are engaged in wrongful conduct. And furthermore, it stops bringing in public accountability. And many a times it is seen that there are information leaks, particularly when the government is going to come up with a policy. There are people who are believed to be close to the government, who are believed to have some vested interest. They are well aware of that policy. So information leaks. Okay, then comes the issue of policy dilemmas. I think this is the most interesting aspect over here, policy dilemmas. So whenever a policy is made, and I'm not saying that it is, that the intention of the policy was corruption or nepotism, whatever. No, I'm saying even if the policy was done in the rightful way, with the best of intentions, there are always going to be pros and cons. For example, the policy of making Aadhaar mandatory, and there is an ethical concern because in this, in this India that we live in, still many parts of the country do not have connectivity. do not have means for people to get access to the Aadhaar card. So when the government made Aadhaar mandatory, especially for delivery of subsidies and public services, many people were left out. And as a consequence of this, there was, a lot of people had actually died because of hunger. So this is one example. Then the issue of public safety vis-a-vis privacy. So one, privacy is very important, and especially in this digital age, whatever conduct you are doing, you want to keep it to yourself. But then the government wants to snoop into your phone because some other person would be using it to plan a terror attack. For example, Mumbai terror attack. So for public safety, the government needs to know, and it has to balance public safety vis-a-vis privacy. So there may be various issues where there may be policy dilemmas there, where we have to look at the ethicality of the things. Then politicization of the bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is supposed to serve the people, but rather what happens is they do as the political masters say, and many a times this leads to wrongful actions or immoral actions. Okay, so this is the wrong things that are, these are the ethical concerns that are prevalent. Okay, now moving on to the ethical issues in the private sector. So first we have, conflict of interest in appointments. Unlike the public sector where there is a system of merit, where you have to write an exam or whatever, in the private sector everything is discretionary, right? So sometimes there is the issue of conflict of interest in appointments, where appointments are made on the basis of favoritism rather than merit. And this particularly happens when it is to do with the position of director or board of directors in a company, in a family-run company. So independent directors, there is this post of independent directors as per the regulation of SEBI, who are supposed to keep the corporate governance in check. They are supposed to keep in mind that the corporate governance is done in the ethical manner. The welfare of the employees are kept in mind, welfare of the customers are kept in mind. So independent directors are put in place, audit process is taking place. So that is the idea. But many a times those who are hired are the ones that they have their own vested interest, so they do not act independently and keep a check on the private sector. So many of the problems, like the recent issue with the ICICI Bank, where the MD of the ICICI Bank, Ms. Chanda Kochar, was accused of favoring her husband, right? So the board of directors, even though it was ultimately proven, the board of directors had given a clean sheet. So this is one example that is there, or maybe many of the cases where, let's say the example of Satyam also. So wrongful activities, wrongful reflection of the audit process was being done, but nobody questioned. So if their directors function properly, then this won't have happened. Okay, so I think with reference to the Satyam thing also, we can look at the integrity of the audit process. So I think with this Satyam was a scam where the chairman of that company, the founder of that company, was reflecting wrongful data in their balance sheet so that the share value remains up. Okay, then I think any company where there is, we have this high references of NPS. So the company has artificially shown they have been doing well, but rather they have actually been performing badly. So one fine day they don't have money, they have taken the money from the bank, but they don't have money because they fudged their balance sheets. So this is a problem that is taking place. Furthermore, there are people who are indulging in insider trading and manipulation of share prices. Right, so this is taking place. Then cartelization and manipulation of markets. Okay, I think we can take this example of telecom sector is one sector where there is cartelization taking place. There is Jio, Airtel, I think Vodafone Idea is not very powerful. So these companies come together and they decide what is going to be the tariff. And if you look at the plans of the different companies, you'll find them more or less similar. So this is an example of cartelization where 2-3 companies, powerful companies, are controlling the complete market. Right. I think, and the biggest example of cartelization is the companies that are selling the oil, because they have very limited companies and countries that control the oil supply of the world. Lobbying with the government for favorable policies. Private sector obviously benefits from favorable policies by the government. So they lobby and they tell the government that, see, you have to make this policy and that will benefit us. Sometimes during the process of lobbying, money is exchanged, right? So corruption. So these are certain things. Again, I mean, this gives the person who is lobbying that it gives them a favorable advantage vis-a-vis those who are not indulging in it. Okay. So these are the things that are to do with the ethical issues in the private sector. So this basically concludes our chapter, and now moving on with the next chapter. Coming to the 7th chapter, that is information sharing and transparency in governance. So first of all, we are going to look at the side or at the aspect of transparency in governance and what are the positives. Particularly, this will lead to greater accountability. Okay, so we'll be looking at this side. Then we'll be looking at the views of the second ARC. These are important. We'll be required to quote it also. So the views of the second ARC on transparency, accountability, its benefits, etc. Okay. Then what mechanisms can be, or what mechanisms are in place for information sharing and transparency? And two most important mechanisms are the Right to Information Act and the Citizen Charter. So these are the two things that we are going to greatly emphasize upon in this particular chapter. And yes, UPSC has asked questions on it. Okay. Now coming to transparency and information sharing vis-a-vis governance. So these are the views of the second ARC. So according to the ARC, second ARC, it is the two most important pillars of the good governance in a mature democracy. Further, you can notice some terms like this will foster participation in public affairs, it will empower citizens, it will lead to participatory democracy, and usher in people-centric governance. So these terms are very important, and if you want higher marks, it's best if you can incorporate them into your vocabulary of answer writing. Okay, I'll explain it, right? I don't want to read because you can always read that by yourself. Okay, other thing that the ARC says is that good governance has 4 elements: transparency, accountability, predictability, and participation. And yes, this will happen. I mean, this will happen if there is a transparency and information sharing, and the consequence of this will be these 4 elements. Okay, let me explain now. So first of all, we are saying that the public sector, the government should be more transparent. There should be more openness as to how are they conducting themselves, what was the basis for coming to a particular decision or making of a particular policy, who said what was the basis. So all of this has to be done in a transparent way. And why is it so? Because ultimately public officials or public servants, or in fact the government, is obligated to the public. The public is giving them money, it is giving them resources, it's coming by the means of taxes, and there is a moral obligation on the government to whatever they do should be done in the interest of public. So public interest has to be kept in mind. Now whatever they do naturally should be under the scrutiny of the public. Public should know as to who is making the calls, on what basis the decisions are being taken, right? So public should know about it. So information should be disclosed to the public. Okay, so and that would mean that there is greater transparency. Now what will happen when there is transparency? The public will know. Public will know as to what procedures was followed, what was the reason behind certain things, how much money has been spent on a particular project, and what if the money that was spent is not commensurate with the gains that the public has gotten, right? So public will then ask questions to the government. So public will ask question, and this basically results in participation of the public, right? So it results in participation. We can also say it leads to citizen-centric governance, where the citizens are asking key questions to the government, and the government is releasing information to the public. So it leads to citizen-centric governance. It leads to participatory democracy. Okay, when public is participating and asking questions to the government, then that will lead to accountability, because the government has to answer. So that means accountability means that the government is answerable. So transparency, public participation, accountability. Now the government knows, or whosoever is in position of power, they know that they have to act according to a particular way, else they will be held accountable. So this will lead to predictability. This will lead to consistency in actions. This will lead to higher reliability and good conduct, right? Ultimately, this is going to result in good governance. It will be able to check in, it will bring in effectiveness, efficiency, it will keep in mind the interest of the public interest will be secured, effective efficiency, and it will lead to moral conduct of the government, or value driven conduct of the government, right? So I think ultimately result in good governance. So good governance has 4 elements: transparency, accountability, predictability, and participation. Now coming to the features of transparent government. So first of all, there should be a system of information sharing, as well as some sort of a right to access the information. For instance, we have the Right to Information Act. So it creates a mechanism whereby the people can access information. It creates a system where people can demand information from the government, right? Now when people can demand question, there should be a system where the citizens can engage with the government and seek reforms or ask questions. So participative governance. Okay, here one more thing that we can add over here with reference to participative governance. We have discussed how information sharing can play a role. And when we talk about information sharing, yes, Right to Information Act provides information to the public. So the public, it leads to participative governance. People can ask questions to the government. So that is one side of things. What about the 73rd Amendment Act and the 74th Amendment Act? Right? That is decentralization of the democracy, the formation of the Panchayati Raj institutions at the rural level as well as the urban level, where we call them as municipalities. So where the people at the lowest level are engaged in decision making. So even though they may not be part of the government as such, but some sort of consultative mechanism is there where people can ask questions and seek information. They can give feedback to the government as to what they want when the policy is being made. So 73rd Amendment, 74th Amendment, or anything to do with, it need not be about RTI, but there are other mechanisms also that provides for participative governance. And here again, when we look at the functioning of the Gram Sabhas in the Panchayati system, there is information sharing where the public can, anybody above the age of 18 can ask questions to the panchayats. Okay, so when we have participative governance, that means we also have accountability mechanism. Now, accountability mechanism is not just when citizens are asking questions, right? There is lots more to it. So one is when the citizens are asking questions, or when there is a civil society or media is asking questions to the government. There are other systems also of accountability, like I said before, the fear of the 4 C's, the CAG, CVC, courts, right? So the system that is within the state. When we were looking at the RTI and when the citizens or the media is asking questions, that is outside the state. So there are accountability mechanisms within the state as well. So Parliament may ask questions to the political executive. There are committees like the Public Accounts Committee, which may call in the governor of the RBI, that is bureaucracy, or particular IAS officer or anybody, basically any official who is part of the bureaucracy, and they can ask questions to them. So we have the parliament, we have the judiciary, Lokayukta for corruption again, right? So we have all these institutions. Then we have within the executive also departmental inquiries, inquiry by the CBI, police, right? Audit mechanisms, internal audit. CAG is the audit that is done by the outsider, outside of the department, some neutral person. But even within the departments, audit takes place. We call them as internal audits because this is within the department, right? So these are all accountability mechanisms. So the scope of accountability mechanism is very, very wide. And yes, we have the whistleblowers protection also. We have a whistleblower protection act also, whereby there is a person, let's say a person maybe in a junior post, there are people above that person also, either in the private sector or in the public sector. So a person identifies a wrongdoing. That person maybe collects some facts that wrongdoing has taken place, and maybe because of this wrongdoing, public interest is getting affected, and there is no point of, or maybe the person approached the higher ups also, and there is no other way but rather to blow the whistle or make a noise, that is approach the media, or maybe reveal the information, disclose the information, leak the information. So that is a person who is a whistleblower, who makes a noise and alerts everybody. Such person's life is endangered because he has affected the people in position of power or authority. His life may be under threat by other means, by mafia, or somebody engages mafia to get that person killed. Many IAS officers also have been killed. So for such people, some sort of protection should be provided. So for that purpose, we have the Whistleblowers Protection Act. Okay, so we are done with this. Now coming to the Right to Information Act 2005. Let me just give you a brief overview before we start analyzing this topic, right? So Right to Information Act is basically an obligation on the part of government or any public authority that may be deemed as a state. So they have an obligation to provide information to the citizens, and citizens have a right to this information. If they claim an information from the state, government, whatever, they claim an information, the government or state has to provide to them, barring some exceptions like national security, etc. The information has to be provided. And it is said that it is the right of the right to information constitutes the fundamental right, Article 19, that is freedom of speech and expression. So according to a judgment of the Supreme Court, we'll do that. So according to the judgment, it is the citizen cannot exercise one's right to free speech or expression if they do not have the information. So it is only when the citizens derive the information can they form an opinion and voice it, right? Therefore, it is an essential component of Article 19. Okay, now let's come to the genesis as to how the RTI came into existence. So it is basically a result of the activism of the civil society. So it resulted in the, in basically some sort of a corruption that was taking place in the state of Rajasthan, where the money was sanctioned, but money did not come to people who were given work as part of a government scheme due to a famine that had existed. Okay, so this civil society, they demanded information from the government that money is not coming. So have you provided funds for that? If funds are provided, which is the concerned authority for that, right? So they demanded information. So as you can see here, this would have resulted in transparency and then ultimately citizens asking questions and accountability. So the scam was exposed. Okay, so ultimately there was this there was this state-related movement, but ultimately there was a national campaign for people's right to information 1996. Ultimately, Freedom of Information Bill was launched in 2002, and the final shape was Right to Information Act 2005. There were some problems with the Freedom of Information Bill. Basically, it didn't provide it as a right. That is, it was not justiciable. It didn't make it mandatory for the government. If anybody sought information from the government, it was not mandatory for them to give information. Plus, the mechanism as to how the information would be accessed, that was not very clear. So ultimately, Right to Information Act 2005 came into existence. And we all know how it exposed, and the good work that has happened resulted because of RTI that was launched in 2005. Okay, so as I said earlier, RTI comes under Article 19, and this is result of much before the RTI law actually coming into existence, right? So this was in 2005. The movement or the campaign was in 1995, but this judgment was in 1986. So it was Mr. Kulwal versus Jaipur Municipal Corporation, where it was deemed as part of Article 19 of the Constitution. Okay, now importance of the Right to Information Act, right? This is talking about the Right to Information Act. So first of all, the Right to Information Act, first of all, created an obligation on the part of the government that they have to share the information. It expressed that it is the right of the citizen to get information to whatever it is demanded, and the government should be proactive in disclosure of the information. So most of the information that the citizens demand are actually the ones that could have been anyways given. There was no problem. So voluntarily the information should be provided on the websites of the government or brochures, whatever. So this is coming from the Section 4 of the RTI Act. Right? Now obligation is created. So the government has to give that information, or they have to host the information on a website or any public platform that they have, so that people do not have to actually demand information. So RTI also created a mechanism by which the people can get information. And for this purpose, it does not create a new bureaucracy or a new system of officials. Rather, it uses the existing framework for getting information for implementation of the RTI, right? So this is one thing over here. And what is this mechanism? The mechanism is very simple, that there is public department, right? There are public departments, housing department or department of the RTO. So many departments are there. So each department has to appoint a public information officer. So anybody who asks information, any citizen who has a problem will file an application, RTI application, and give it to the public information officer. So this person's responsibility is to provide information to the citizen, or whatever information that has to be given in the public domain. Now let's say this person demanded information and this information was not provided. So the citizen can appeal to an appellate authority. So an authority above the public information officer. Let's say the citizen appealed to the appellate authority and the appellate authority also cancelled. Then there is something known as information commissioners. So citizen can approach the information commissioner and they will see through it, that if the claim of the citizen is justified or not. And even if it is not provided, then the citizen can seek information from the State Information Commissioner or Chief Information Commissioner at the central level, or Central Information Commissioner, right? So they created a system whereby the citizen can seek information. If one does not provide, then the other. Likewise, it has provided this framework. And we all know beyond this also, people have approached the High Courts and the Supreme Courts. I think one thing that I want to specify, but it is more of polity, that State Information Commission and Central Information Commission, they have equal amount of power. It is not that CIC is over and above SIC. right? They are for the state domain, state government, it is the State Information Commission, and for the central, it is the CIC, right? So they have their own distinct authorities. It is not the CIC is over and above SIC. Okay, so we are done with this. We are done with the mechanism over here. We are done with the section 4 of the RTI Act, that is voluntary disclosure without anybody seeking information. In fact, it was noticed by various surveys that most of the information that the citizens are demanding should have anyways been in public domain. So, and if the information is in public domain, people will not ask information. Okay. This will naturally strengthen participatory democracy. It will empower the poor and the weaker sections of the society. Look at this first case, non-payment of work done during famine. So this was a case of corruption that was exposed by the Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan. And normally when the corruption takes place, for example, many scams which are associated with the Narega scheme, so they have been exposed by the RTI. In fact, coal scam and your 2G scam that had taken place, many of these scams, they came into the public light because of the activism created by the RTI activists, right? So it will empower the poor and the weaker sections of the society. It will make the government accountable and improve the decision making by a public authority. And this should be clear. We did explain this when we did the second ARC, or you can just rewind it. Okay. Now some key sections of the RTI, and basically we want to cover two sections for our answer writing. So one is the section 4 of the RTI Act, which I have explained. Then comes section 8(1), which is to do with exemptions. On certain grounds, the government may say that, sorry, we cannot provide the information, right? And this is coming from section 8. And there are some legislations, some laws, which exempts the government from providing information. So to ensure, that it is in consonance with those laws, section 8 was created. So some legislations that bars disclosure, which are mentioned in section 8 of RTI Act. So we have the Indian Evidence Act, certain provisions of that are not included. Atomic Energy Act, very, very crucial. Then Central Civil Services Act, that provides a government servant not to communicate or part with any official documents except in accordance with the general or special order of government. Then the most important one, which was specifically asked by UPSC, that is the Officials Secrets Act, that provides that any government official can mark a document as confidential so as to prevent its publications. Now the issue arises that many a times even the legitimate information that the citizen is asking from the government says we cannot reveal that under Official Secret Act. So this is a problem area, and therefore second ARC opined on it, and we'll be covering this. Okay, I think the better way of doing it is doing it via a past year question that was asked in 2019. In fact, most of the questions in the recent years, the emphasis has been on the governance side of ethics. Okay, there is a view that the Officials Secret Act is an obstacle to the implementation of the RTI Act. Do you agree with this view? Discuss. Right? I think it's very simple. So we are looking at the provisions of the OSA, which you have to specify, and how it contradicts the implementation of RTI Act. Okay, so here are the provisions of the Official Secret Act. So this was created during the time of the British to retain information, right? But to keep secrecy, some documents are to be secret. It's no doubt that any government, any institution has certain things that should be secretive, that should be secret and should not be in public domain. So this law was retained even after independence. So the law, which was applicable to government servants and citizens, provides the framework for dealing with spying related activities, espionage, sedition, something that would be aiming at overthrowing the government, sedition, and other potential threats to the integrity of the nation. right? So this is basically to do with the OSA, Official Secret Act. So this could include the government documents, it could include photographs, sketches, maps, and I think specifically about the key installations of the government, the defense establishments, so that enemy does not have that information. So official codes or passwords. So such information should be protected. Now the second ARC, it says that the Official Secret Act is inconsistent with the Right to Information Act and therefore should be repealed. It appreciated that it is being used to contain information and not reveal information to the public, so it should be repealed. However, the government, it believes that we need such a law because there is no other law that can deal with issues like espionage, wrongful possession, communication of sensitive information that is detrimental to the security of the state. Fine, fair enough. However, the Home Ministry, which is primarily the government, it said that there is a need to make the OSA consistent with the present regime of the RTI. And there have been other people also who have demanded that OSA should be repealed. Rather, there is a suggestion that OSA should be repealed with something known as a National Security Act, which will be more consistent with the RTI and could fulfill the aspirations of open and democratic republic. These recommendations have to be mentioned in the answer. One thing about this UPSC thing is that you have to point your views, give your views for sure, but they have to be based on the recommendations, opinions, etc. So therefore, you have to keep that in mind. Okay. Now coming to the evaluation of the RTI, right? And basically we are referring to some concerns associated with RTI. We have done the importance of RTI, so that was also RTI evaluation. Here we are covering the different aspect of RTI where we are looking at the shortcomings. Okay, so there is this civil society known as PRIA, which was investigating the implementation of the RTI Act in 12 states. So it identified that information about the PIO, the person who is providing information, is not available in 90% of districts. That means if the PIO is not there, that means RTI is not functioning. Simple as that. Because PIO is the main person. Then the respondents felt that the people felt that the people whom applications are being given, they are not being very cooperative. Then the self-disclosure, the information that should be self-disclosed is not being done. In fact, if it was self-disclosed, the information was self-disclosed on a proactive basis, then maybe people wouldn't have been required to file applications. Many a times they are only filing RTI to know about rules and procedures. Okay. Now beyond this, there is this concern of lack of awareness where people simply do not know about the provisions of the RTI Act, and this is quite reasonable to believe because India's literacy is very low, 77%, and our benchmarks of literacy like basic knowledge of writing, reading and arithmetic is all we need for literacy. So this is not adequate. So lack of awareness. Poor record management. So the PIO, let's say PIO is well-meaning also, the PIO has to really go dig deep into the files and search for information. In fact, in the present day, it's surprising that the most of the information should actually have been in the digital form. So person just types and gets information and it is submitted. And yes, there is often an allegation is made on frivolous RTI. That is, the RTIs are being filed on very random issues, right? So this is one concern that has been posed, and there is also a concern that there are some RTI activists there are people who actually use the instrument of RTI to blackmail the people in power. So this is a concern that is there. Now we have covered RTI in almost every aspect. We have covered the definition of RTI, we have covered the mechanism, we have covered it from the point of view of Official Secret Act, and as well as evaluation. So you'll be able to answer, you have adequate fodder to write an answer. But still there is one aspect, that is ethical issues in RTI. And given that we are doing GS4, yes, GS2 like questions have been asked in ethics, but we are doing this ethics, so we have to cover from the ethical point as well. So here few points have been identified, ethical issues with reference to RTI. So first one is transparency versus confidentiality. Let me just give you an example and let me try to explain with an example. So let's say there was this deal of Rafale, right? Let's say the Rafale deal which took place, there was this allegation that the planes were bought at a very, very high price. So public money was used, taxpayers' money was used. So citizens or public sought information from the government on the Rafale deal as to why so much money was spent or how much money has been spent, just asking them how much money and what were the quotations that were presented, etc., etc. So once the information is revealed, naturally, if there is a wrongdoing, it can be inferred. Okay. Now government says that, see, this is a very important fighter plane, and there are things that we cannot disclose because it will compromise national security. Somewhere both are correct. There is one way of saying it, that citizens' rights are there, public rights are there, that they should know if there is a wrongdoing that has taken place. Well, the government is saying that there is a need to ensure confidentiality so that the enemies of the state cannot misuse that information, right, about the plane and other things. So here you can see we are looking at this where both are equally justified in a way, transparency and confidentiality, right? So this is one way of looking at things. So this is a dilemma. The other thing is the dilemma of a public information officer, and there are two ways of looking at it. And this can be very important from the point of view of case study. In fact, I saw a mock question on it. Okay, consider a situation, when an RTI is filed, it is filed against the department. Somebody files it against the department, could be any department, housing, RTO, whatever. So the department appoints a PIO for that purpose. So the PIO is part of the department. Now, if somebody asks information, it is quite natural that some wrongdoing is there or some suspicion is there because of which a person is seeking information. If it is about rules and procedures, that is a different thing. But if somebody is asking about funding or on what basis a policy was made, etc., etc., then maybe some wrongful conduct is there. So department may say, the PIO being part of the department has a conflict of interest over here because it is the very same department. Maybe the department people say that, certain information should not be revealed. And there are people who are senior to the PIO over here, right? So ultimately the seniority plays an important role, hierarchy plays a role. So PIO has to be answerable to the department. So this is one way of looking at it. What if, let's say again the department, there was this officer who is appointed as the PIO. Before getting appointed as the PIO, with the best of intentions, some wrongful action had taken place. Although the person did not intend, but during the course of one's duty, it may happen that there are some unintended bad consequences. Somebody knows about it, some citizen suspects it and seeks information on funding or whatever. So this very PIO is in question over here, and the PIO knows about it. So PIO can decide as to if the information has to be revealed, or he can keep the application to himself or herself. So this is a position of conflict of interest. So there are two ways of looking at it. Then the issue of frivolous RTI, naturally is an ethical issue. Then comes the political parties as public authorities. This is important. This is a theme in itself. And let me explain this. See, look at it this way. This is a real scenario that took place. Whichever government is in power, whichever government, political executive, ultimately it is the people who voted for a political party right? So let's say Prime Minister Modi is there, so he's from the BJP. Dr. Manmohan Singh was from the Congress, so ultimately it is a political executive belongs to the political party, and they seek information, they seek money from the public, right, in terms of funding or from the corporate sector, whatever. So in a way, this political party shapes the opinions, shapes the functioning of the government at the end of the day, because the political executive is from the political party that is in power. Therefore, there is a case of seeking information from by means of RTI. RTI should be applicable to the political party. For instance, let's say a particular company gave a particular political party lot of money, right? Just lot of money, no quid pro quo, nothing, just money was given over here. They form the government. Don't the people have the right to know as to which company gave the money to the political party, how much money that was given, right? What is the basis of appointments that are being done? Because the very political parties claim to be in power subsequently. So in a way, they act as public authorities. So this was, somebody filed an RTI to a political party, and nobody was giving the information, no political party. So ultimately, the person appealed to the Chief Central Information Commissioner. And the CIC said that yes, political parties are public authorities, and he gave a reason for that. Right, because there is an issue of political parties acting as public authorities, even though technically speaking, they are not government, but they do act as public authorities. And in fact, this has also been the view of the courts. However, the political parties refuse to be part of, or refuse to get RTI, be under the purview of RTI Act. So this is an ethical issue over here, because political parties in the power or even in the opposition, some way or the other, shape the opinions of the government, and they do act as in various capacities as public authorities. Okay, so this is there. I think one more thing could be added. The judiciary too has refused to be declared as a public authority. They say that if RTI is being made applicable to judiciary, then in that case, this will be a violation of the doctrine of separation of powers, and judiciary may be influenced by the government. Normally, such thing will happen when you are engaged in wrongful act. Maybe there is a suspicion of corruption. And I don't want to say anything more, because then contempt of court, there is another provision to it, right? Fundamental rights are also there, some exceptions are there, right? So these are some ethical issues in RTI, and this basically concludes the chapter on RTI. Now moving on to Citizen Charter. Now here is a Citizen Charter with us, and studying this will give us greater clarity on this concept. So Citizens Charter, and if you read Citizens Charter, this is provided by the Department of Post, and it says Citizens or Clients Charter. I'll come to that. So it is sanctioned by the Department of Post, and Department of Post, what does it do? It provides postal service, right? So it defines what services it is providing, and within how many days that services would be provided. For example, it says that delivery of first class mail and registered letter within local or wherever location it has to be done, that mail has to be provided, it will be done in so many days. So in this case, it is telling us about the quality, that see, our performance is we will provide it in a time bound manner. So quality, as well as it is telling us that this service will be provided in so much time, right? So this is there, and furthermore it is telling us about the vision and the mission of the organization. Clear? So if you look at the Citizen Charter is kind of a document revealed, a document that is provided by the department or any government organization, so specific department that provides a service to the citizen. So this document essentially lists down the obligations of that department towards the citizens, what services they provide, what are the quality parameters or standards, and within how much time that services shall be provided. So this could be postal department, this could be a land revenue department, any department where engagement with the citizen is there. And if you think about it, if you look at the citizen charter, it is treating the citizen as a client. Somebody, like if you look at the private sector, so they see the people as their clients or prospective clients who want to buy something from them. So here again, the citizen charter is treating the citizen as a client to whom certain services are to be provided and the benchmarks are well defined. Okay, so why is it doing this? For one, it defines the quality parameters and therefore they have to meet that quality parameters. If that is not done, then the citizen will seek action, right? Citizen will ask question. So ultimately this will lead to good governance. Okay, so this was the concept of citizen charter. Now what if the citizen does not get the required service or whatever was stated over here? Then there should be some sort of a feedback mechanism or some sort of just as for a consumer or a client, there is some sort of a redressal mechanism where the citizen or a client is compensated. Like that, there should be a mechanism of redressal for the citizen. Clear? Okay. Now let's have a look at the past year question on citizen charter that was asked in 2015. And this question alone will cover the entire chapter. So Citizens Charter is an ideal instrument of organizational transparency and accountability. I think that is amply clear. Here, this is about transparency as to what are the quality parameters, in how much time it should be provided. So transparency, and with transparency naturally comes accountability. People can ask questions that you didn't provide us the service in the given time, or we expect the service but you didn't provide us. So transparency and accountability, but it has its own limitations. What are the limitations? Identify the limitations and suggest measures for greater effectiveness of the citizen charter, right? Of the citizen charter. Okay, so what is a citizen charter? I have explained this, so running through it now. So it is treating the citizens as customers. It is ensuring public services are responsive to the citizens, right? The quality parameters, timelines have to be met. It gives a set of commitments. It lists down vision, mission and goals. Now you can look at it, citizen charter is also for a postgraduate college. So here again, the services like admission, prospectus, etc. are listed over here. A time period in which it has to be provided and who is the concerned official. So this is a citizen charter of a government institution, government college. And naturally all this information will empower the citizen or the client. So what are the key principles of citizen charter? Quality. It will help improve the quality of service. It provides choice. It lists down the standards, right? It aims at providing the best value for the taxpayers' money because all the departments are functioning at the end of the day with the taxpayers' money. It brings in accountability, transparency and participativeness. Okay. Now a bill was introduced in 2001 and this is to do with citizen charter, which says the rights of citizens for time-bound delivery of goods and service and redressal of their grievances. So bill was introduced in 2011, which is basically about citizen charter. So what does it do? It seeks to create a mechanism to ensure timely delivery of goods and services to citizens. It requires every public authority to publish a citizen charter within 6 months. And if it is not done, if the services are not provided, then a penalty will be applied. Okay, now what are the shortcomings here now? So first of all, citizen charter, like I think any department, it is seen as a mere formality that say we have to do a citizen charter. So they sometimes even do the copy paste work without application of mind that the citizen charter is prepared. Now citizen charter has been prepared, but then there is no mechanism of seeking corrective action. So it is non-justiciable. Then sometimes the citizen charter, as I said, it is seen as a formality. Sometimes without application of mind, the targets are stated. So it leads to unrealistic targets, and the organization is burdened, and many a times it misses the targets. Charters are drafted unilaterally. The government drafts it without seeking the opinion of various stakeholders, and therefore this again makes it ineffective. It is not revised periodically. Let's say you made a citizen charter, you are not able to fulfill the obligations. You should find ways of correcting that, and then maybe make amendments to the citizen charter. If you are making unrealistic targets, it should be revised. And above all, the citizens, I mean, me, you are, some way we are associated with this exam, so we have to study. And the thing is, to know about citizen charter, we really had to study. This is a problem. So there is lack of awareness among public on citizen charter. By the way, the example that I referred is just for us, right? Not for the exam. Okay. But yes, if you go to any department, any government department, now when you have studied citizen charter, you will find citizen charter listed here and there. Okay. Now naturally some recommendations are there from the second ARC. So it says that they should specify the remedy or compensation in case of any default, right? It should be made justiciable. It should be limited to few promises rather than making a very big list. It should be restricted to few parameters which should be fulfilled at any cost. Okay, but before making the citizen charter, whenever you make the such things, so you know what shortcomings you would be facing. When you're making some citizen charter, when you're making your plan also for preparation, you know that, for instance, you don't sleep in a particular way, you sleep more number of hours, or you watch TV. So if you have to fulfill that goal, before that, you need to restructure your organization. Then it should not be seen as a mere formality and not be copied from one department or the other. Many a times it is noticed that the citizen charters are same across all departments, are very, very similar. So rather it should be local and customized. I think this citizen charter of the Department of Post was a good example. The citizen charter of that PG college was a very, very good example, right? So this is localized. It specifically mentions the name of the authorities, right? So, I mean, this is one good example. Stakeholders the views of the stakeholders should be taken into account. There should be a citizen friendly redressal mechanism. People should be accountable, and it should be reviewed and revised regularly. Okay, now moving on to Sevottam model. This is no foreign word, it is basically Seva plus Uttam, right? So best of the services, basically Sevottam. Okay, so let me explain this. So it basically says that there should be a citizen charter which provides information to the citizens, and therefore it leads to citizen empowerment. It empowers the citizens. Now, if the service is not provided, then there should be a mechanism where, first of all, the feedback of the citizen can be taken, and furthermore, if there is a problem, there should be a grievance redressal mechanism. Fine. So this ends, right? You had a problem, there is a grievance redressal. It doesn't end at that. Why was this problem? Is there a deficiency in the department? Are officers not functioning in a particular way? Whatever. There needs to be an analysis as to how the capacity of the department can be improved. What reforms can be brought into that department? So capacity enhancement has to be done. So service delivery capability has to increase. So ultimately, when the cycle is completed, that will result in Sevottam, right? Seva Uttam, best of service. So improvement of quality of public service delivery. So Seva Uttam model provides a standard for providing public service delivery in a citizen-centric administration. Naturally, it is all citizen-centric, and those who are able to do it, they get the certification IS 15700. You can see it here. So it is formulated on the basis of Sevottam. Now 7 steps to Sevottam complaint redressal system. So first is there should be a well-established system of receipt of grievances. It should be convenient. It should be timely acknowledged, right? There should be time norms for the corrective actions to take place. And when the action is being taken, let's say against a particular officer or a particular reform is there, then that has to be communicated to the concerned person who has raised the alarm. There should be a platform for appeal. For instance, anybody whose problem has not been addressed, so they should be able to appeal to the higher ups, right? And then ultimately there should be an analysis of those areas particularly where grievance is more common. So grievance prone areas should be identified for systemic improvements, right? So this particularly completes our chapter on the information sharing and ethics in public services. Now moving on to probity in governance, our last chapter. Now coming to the 8th chapter, that is probity in governance. Now when we refer to this term probity, what comes to mind is something to do with corruption. So absence of corruption from governance is commonly referred to as probity in governance. However, for all practical purposes, our ethics paper GS4, probity in governance is much more than absence of corruption. It is actually abiding by strong ethical and moral values in the process of governance. In fact, the probity term itself, it is coming from the Latin means good. Okay, so it is much more than absence of corruption, and it includes the application of strong ethical and moral values. So what values could it be? I think you know it by now. The values of honesty, accountability, integrity, compassion, dedication to public service. So all those values, when they are included alongside absence of corruption, that is probity in governance. Now, as we already know, the government, I think we did this question also on governance, good governance and ethical governance, right? So probity in governance in a way is ethical governance. And what does ethical governance do? Ethical governance leads to fulfillment of the public interest. It helps empower the society, uplift the society. It helps create justice, distributive and procedural justice. People who are disadvantaged are pushed and they are empowered, right? So wrongs in the society are tried to be corrected. Okay, so public interest, such government enjoys the trust of the people, so it is trustworthy. Then as a result of this, as a result of the trust, as a result of the government engaging in public interest, it leads to legitimacy. So such government is deemed as legitimate. And then it also leads to smooth and better implementation of law, optimum utilization of resources, impartiality, non-partisanship. So all those things are a result of the probity in governance. Right? And this concept actually we have covered when we did the question on governance. What is governance? Good governance and ethical governance. Okay, now moving on to the philosophical basis of probity in governance. So first of all, we have the epics. Actually, this also we did in the 2nd chapter, that is contribution of moral thinkers and Indian philosophy and Indian philosophical thinkers. So we have the epics, itihasas. So we have Ramayana and Mahabharata. So in Ramayana, if you remember, Ramayana is telling us about a story of Lord Rama, who was an ideal king, virtuous husband, right? So here again it reflected how a virtuous king will be governing, and it gave us an idea of a model of ideal good governance, the governance of Lord Rama, also known as Ram Rajya. Right? So it gives a framework as to what a good governance would be according to Ramayana or Indian philosophical thought. One more thing can be borrowed is Nishkam Karma from the philosophy of Mahabharata. So Mahabharata, that is Srimad Bhagavad Gita, there is a reference of Nishkam Karma, that is one must not, one must continue to work without focusing upon the rewards that may happen. One must be focused on one's actions only. One must continue with the good actions. So here one can refer to the application of some government schemes, continue with that scheme rather than focusing on the rewards or will it lead to change in the mindset of the people. Just continue with your actions and good actions. Okay, then we have Kautilya's Arthashastra, which is again a book on good governance and political economy. And here again it quoted traits of the king, Yatha Raja Tatha Praja, right? So as the king is, so would be the people. So it reflected as to how the king must conduct itself and how should king introduce good governance. And furthermore, it told us as to how we should deal with the issue of corruption. Sam Dham Dand Bhed. Okay, then we have Aristotle who gave us an idea about good governance and political stability, and he said that the society, just like people, the society, the state must have the following virtues: the virtue of justice, charity, generosity for benefit of society. Then we have Immanuel Kant, who said that means are most important. Means are most important. So for him, means are important. Now think about it when we are referring to probity and governance according to Immanuel Kant. So for him, again, good conduct is very, very important. Absence of corruption, that would mean, somebody engages in wrongful conduct will be unethical. So good conduct is important. But if somebody engages in torture or violence, then that would be immoral. Right? Torture, even if the torture is to seek information from, let's say, a spy is tortured because we want to know about a terror attack that is going to take place. So for him, you are engaging in torture, so you are doing an unethical act. So this is unethical governance. Then we have the utilitarian principle, which is focusing upon the greatest good to greatest number of people. So it is focused on the end outcome, not so much on the means. So for this, torture would be justified. Just giving you an example here. Okay, then we have Max Weber, just covered recently. So Max Weber gave us an idea about bureaucratic morality, and according to him, a good bureaucrat is that person who strictly goes by the rules and procedures that are told to him. So this is also known as Weber's legal rationality model, that is, one must go according to the laws and not be impaired by one's personal conscience. Okay, next aspect is concept of public service, something that we have done before also. So public service, as we know, it is a broad framework under which the government employees extend services with the aim of advancing greater public good. So it includes the aspects of day-to-day life, like providing health, education, infrastructure, law and order. So all these services would come under the purview of public service. Now such public service must be kept in mind that it brings about, it is kept in mind that this service, when they are provided, it is provided with honesty. It keeps in mind the interest of the citizen. It is responsive, right? And the principles of transparency, accountability are taken into account. Furthermore, it says that the state has a legal and moral obligation to do good for the society, right? So these are this is the core concept of public service. Coming to the philosophical basis of public services. So first one is social contract. So it is very simple. It basically says that imagine a stateless society. So in a stateless society, the public, they surrendered some rights of theirs and they gave them to certain people known as the government or the state. So they surrendered some of their rights so as the government can ensure some sort of law and order, some sort of regulation, and they can provide better welfare for the people. So in a way, public, by surrendering certain rights, are obligated to get certain services from the state or the government. So there is a kind of an contractual obligation between the government and the people. And the public servants are bound to serve the people. The government states have public servants, so they should provide good service to the public. Then comes spirituality. So we have thinkers like Mahatma Gandhi who viewed public service as way to salvation. Right? This is it provides the highest sense of fulfillment if you do public service, and then that will lead to salvation. Yeah. So the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. That is what Mahatma Gandhi had quoted. Then we have giving back to the society, and normally this is associated with very rich people, philanthropists like Bill Gates, Narayan Murthy, etc. So they essentially say that these people have gotten rich. Let me just write rich people. So these people have gotten rich. How did they get rich? They got rich by selling things to the market or the society. So the wealth that they have, or maybe you can also say the power that the public servants have, that is coming from the society, and therefore they should give back to the society as well, from which they have gotten so much wealth and fame. Right? So this is the theory also known as giving back. So public service is the duty of those who have enriched themselves using public resources so that a stable and happy society is achieved. So the view is shared by Bill Gates, Narayan Murthy, and many other thinkers. In fact, the corporate social responsibility is also, it is also based on the philosophy of giving back. Then the concept of spirit of service. So I think the best example is of Swami Vivekananda, who said that service of man is the service of God. That is the ultimate thing. So people should engage. The ultimate morality is when people do good for other people, or a particular individual acts in a way that it leads to upliftment of the poor and the marginalized people. So that is again, in this case, we can refer to public servants who are working towards the welfare of the other people. So that is the spirit of service. We can also refer to as seva ka bhav in Hindi, Sanskrit. Right? Okay. So we are done with the philosophical basis of public services. Now moving on to challenges in ensuring probity. So the first challenge is high level of inequalities among communities. So when we refer to probity, we are looking at moral and ethical governance. So here there are two things. So one is the public and the government. So government is providing them governance which is ethical and moral. Okay. Now in our country, what if the government is not providing them ethical governance? There are many people who are not getting it. That is why, there are so many problems in a country. So there are people who are not empowered enough to claim those rights, claim their obligations from the government. Right? So in such a scenario, you can refer to the issue of high illiteracy rate. Only 77% in a country are literate. So high illiteracy rate. We have communities that are by default discriminated and backward. We have the caste of untouchables in a country, manual scavengers, even though it is banned, but it's still there. Then we have discrimination on the basis of gender. Then we have regional disparity. So much of the development is taking place along the towns, the cities, metropolitans, while the hinterland is still backwards. They are not aware of their rights, right? They are not empowered enough, and therefore they are not able to stake claim on probity in governance, on good governance. Then we have the issue of non-incentive. If we look at the government, whenever we refer to government, we are looking at people like we want to be IAS officer, IPS officer. This reflects the cream, the upper hierarchy. Much of the government, much of the people that we would be encountering are people who are at a much lower rank. And even these people who are at the higher this thing, they also say that we do not get the best of the perks. Now imagine the people, like for instance, there was a fact on police. I was doing something about police reforms. So 84% of police is constabulary, right? That means they're not even at the officer level. So 84%, that means their salaries and the living conditions are very poor. Given in the later stages of life, they have the family and much more needs for fulfillment of the education goals. They would want a slightly better house, right? So that salary is not adequate enough for majority of the government officials. So in such case, there is no incentive to, if the salary was good, then it is fine. Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed. Remember Kautilya's views on corruption. So providing Dam Niti. Dam Niti means good salary, good working conditions, etc. But that is not there. So it is very easy for them to engage in wrongful means rather than be engaged in correct means. In fact, one more thing can be said is that we often refer to this thing that we have a very poor work culture. We have a hierarchy of officials who may be corrupt altogether. So corruption is systemized. We also say this, that from the lower to the upper level, there is corruption that runs deep through the system. So in such a scenario, let's say somebody wants to challenge and bring about good governance. There is no incentive. Rather, that person who wants to reform may have to suffer. We have the example of Mr. Ashok Khemka, an IAS officer who was punished for that. And there are many other whistleblowers also who wanted to take action, but they are now suffering because of that. So this is a problem. No fear of accountability. Accountability means answerability. But public officials that are there, they are hardly answerable to what they do, what they do not do. They are not, they live a bit, they are a bit privileged, to be honest. So there is no fear of accountability. Then lack of leadership. Leadership which is able to bring about probity in governance. Now, if we refer to the political class as well, political class in India, and if we look at the number of people with criminal records becoming MPs, ministers, etc., it is significant. So such people who already have criminal records, and those people who become lawmakers or implementers of the law, we can't expect much from them. In fact, in a political system, we have the system of political funding. Much of the funding is coming from wrongful means, from corrupt activities. And it is believed that even in the hierarchy of the government, the corruption money ultimately, moves up the ladder to the political class. So in such cases, the political executive, if probity has to be brought into place, the higher ups have to do good things and they have to reflect in their leadership, but that is not happening. Poor work culture referred. Hedonism is basically referring to giving too much emphasis on pleasures. Pleasures. So pleasures like, for example, let's say we refer to the public official, constable. So the pleasure of getting a decent house, the pleasure of getting a car, owning a car, right? So such things the salary is not able to do. So engaging in hedonism, engaging in corruption to fulfill one's need of pleasure, right? Because salary is not able to do. Okay. And in fact, even if the higher ups also, there are some people who are accused of scams worth thousands of crores also. So that is again reflective of somebody who wants a bit of too much of pleasure. Now next is discretion in absence of transparency. We refer to the RTI. The RTI is not being implemented well, right? So there is absence of transparency. We refer to administrative secrecy. So this secrecy provides a lot of opportunity for wrong deeds. discretion, so wrong deeds ultimately, right? So this is a problem. And then poor and ambiguous value system. The value system that is not based on honesty, transparency, accountability, compassion, but rather hedonism, right? So in such a system, the administrative discretion and all those things are like a boon. So these are some challenges in ensuring probity. Furthermore, one can refer to absence of political neutrality, right? So that aspect can also be mentioned. Now, some ways to ensure probity in governance. I've already done this. So implementation of code of conduct, code of ethics, introduction of transparency and accountability, introduction of citizen-centric governance, effective utilization of public funds, in fact, greater scrutiny into how the money is being used, institutions like Lokpal and Lokyukta, specific institutions to deal with the issue of corruption. And there is this norm that there should be the public disclosure of the conflict of interest that a public official has, and a disclosure of the property of the person, but we need to extend this to immediate family members also. So these are certain measures which can result in ensuring probity in governance in Indian context. Now here comes the question, and whatever we did right now, it was aimed at addressing this question. So what do you understand by probity in public life, and what are the difficulties in practicing it in present times? How can these difficulties be overcome? Right? So this was asked in 2014, and if you can see, we have covered it in every possible aspect. Right? So this question basically covers your entire chapter. Right. So this essentially concludes our video on ethics and morality, ethics, integrity and aptitude. And this is all that you're going to need for your preparation. And even if you are at the last stage of your preparation, this will help you. If you are at the first stage, then also it will help you. Right then, all the best for your preparation, all the best for your exams, and do practice and keep writing. Right? Until unless you write, until unless you practice your knowledge, you're not going to improve. So this is it from my side. Bye bye. All the best.